Chapter 291. Could this be the entrance to the 10th level of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda? Su Yen thought as he looked at the deep pit that had suddenly appeared. His eyes immediately glowed with a bright light. Although Su Yen thought that this might be the entrance to the 10th level of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, he could not be sure. Su Yen did not dare to enter rashly. Instead, he observed from the side. It was a pity that everything here was destroyed. In addition to the darkness, there was no way to see Shizhen Dao. Is this the entrance to the 10th level? If so, what is there in the 10th level? Su Yen looked at the crater and muttered to himself. For a moment, he did not know what to do. Plop! At this moment, the little guy beside Su Yen leaped and directly jumped into the deep pit. Su Yen was shocked when he saw this. He hurriedly shouted, "Don't!" Unfortunately, it was too late. The little guy had already jumped into the crater. This made Su Yen smile bitterly. He sighed and said, Forget it. Since I can't get out, I'll go down and find out." With that said, Su Yen flew into the crater. In fact, if it were any other time, Su Yen would not hesitate and would have gone down long ago. But because of his death this time, Su Yen deeply felt the fear of death. Therefore, this made Su Yen feel a little apprehensive. That was why he could not make up his mind. Now that he saw the fire Qilin go down, he made up his mind. Where is this? After Su Yen followed, he looked at the place in front of him and was stunned. This was because this place was completely different from the 9th level. This was a brand new place. It was much bigger than the 9th level. Furthermore, the aura was different. It was eerie, making one feel a sense of fear. Could this be the 10th level of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda? Su Yen looked at the scene in front of him and could not help but frown. He could not connect everything here with the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. "Su Yen, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, a low roar suddenly came from afar. When Su Yen heard this, his heart couldn't help but tremble. When he reacted, he was even more stunned. What the hell is going on? "Su Yen, I'm going to kill you. Right at this moment, that furious voice sounded again. But, bang! Before Su Yen could react, the fire Qilin ran towards the source of the sound. Little thing. Su Yen wanted to stop him, but the fire Qilin was too fast, and Su Yen couldn't make a sound now. By the time Su Yen called him, he had already run dozens of meters away. Su Yen shook his head helplessly. What a curious little guy. Su Yen smiled bitterly as he hurriedly followed. As they approached, the furious voice became clearer. Following that, they saw a white-robed youth imprisoned in a cage. Although he was dressed in white, his clothes were extremely sloppy. Coupled with his messy hair, he looked very wretched. Su Yen recognized him at a glance. Nangong Xiangming. That's right. This person was none other than Nangong Xiangming, who had been imprisoned in the Great Fei Ancient Prison because he wanted to kill Su Yen. Looking at him, Su Yan's face suddenly surged with a strange expression. Of course, he was not surprised because of Nangong Xiangming, but because of the 10th level of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Su Yen never expected that the 10th level of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda would be combined with the Great Fei Ancient Prison. Nangong Xiangming had been in the prison for a very long time. Although he could still cultivate here, he had to endure the torture of loneliness and the corrosion of darkness. This made Nangong Xiangming's hatred for Su Yen grow stronger. "Su Yen, I'm going to kill you. When Nangong Xiangming thought that all of this was because of Su Yen, he let out a low growl again. At the same time, he looked up and happened to see the fire Qilin. Nangong Xiangming was immediately taken aback as he stared at the fire Qilin for a long time. A look of surprise suffused his face. "Qilin Holy Beast. Furthermore, it's just a cub. I never expected to encounter a Qilin Holy Beast here. The heavens are helping me. Nangong Xiangming laughed excitedly. As long as I subdue this Qilin Holy Beast, it will only be a matter of time before I gain control of Monster Palace. Killing that Su Yen will be a piece of cake." Nangong Xiangming's eyes were full of excitement as he looked at the fire Qilin. He ignored Su Yen, who was not far behind the fire Qilin. Su Yan saw Nangong Xiangming's greedy eyes and then looked at the fire Qilin. He was a little worried that the fire Qilin would be subdued by him. He couldn't help but frown as he saw Nangong Xiangming's spirit energy surge and fly towards the fire Qilin. Su Yan was even more nervous. He wanted to use his technique to stop him. But just as he was about to use his technique, Su Yan remembered that he was just a remnant soul body. He had no power at all, and he couldn't stop Nangong Xiangming. Su Yan couldn't help but feel depressed. Seeing Nangong Xiangming subduing the fire Qilin made him even angrier. Unfortunately, he wanted to stop him, but he didn't have the power to do so. He could only worry in his heart. What should I do? What should I do? Su Yan looked at Nangong Xiangming, his mind spinning. When he saw the spirit energy surging on Nangong Xiangming's body, his eyes suddenly lit up. Sky Realm, isn't this Nangong Xiangming suitable for me to possess? When Su Yan thought of this, his eyes suddenly shone with a bright light. When the fire Qilin told Su Yan that he could seize the body of a Sky Realm cultivator to be reborn, Su Yan was still thinking about whose body would be suitable. He didn't expect to find a suitable candidate so quickly. Looking at Nangong Xiangming, Su Yan immediately sneered, "Nangong Xiangming, you brought all of this upon yourself. Don't blame me." As he spoke, Su Yan's body suddenly moved. Although he was only a remnant soul body, his speed wasn't slow at all. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of Nangong Xiangming. Nangong Xiangming didn't expect that there would be another soul here besides him and the fire Qilin. He only felt a black shadow flash in front of his eyes. Nangong Xiangming was shocked, and his eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. While he was in shock, Nangong Xiangming suddenly felt his body shake. While Nangong Xiangming was in a daze, he immediately saw Su Yan's figure in his mind. His entire body trembled, and he pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, why are you here?" "I'm here to take your life." Su Yan smiled and suddenly pounced on Nangong Xiangming's soul. Although Su Yan had never possessed a body before, Su Yan still knew that if he wanted to possess a body, he had to devour the soul of the original owner of the body. Nangong Xiangming still hadn't recovered from his shock. When he saw Su Yan's soul pouncing on him, he was shocked. His soul also shrank, dodging Su Yan's attack. "Su Yan, why are you here? What's going on?" Nangong Xiangming felt that Su Yan's soul power was always stronger than his soul, and his heart was suddenly filled with fear. Su Yan smiled coldly, but didn't answer Nangong Xiangming's question. Instead, he looked at Nangong Xiangming with a cold smile and attacked him again. Seeing that Su Yan's soul was much stronger than his, Nangong Xiangming's heart trembled again, and he hurriedly dodged. At this time, he also understood what was going on. Obviously, Su Yan wanted to devour his soul and occupy his body. Thinking of this, Nangong Xiangming panicked, but more than that, he was astonished. He looked at Su Yan and said with a trembling voice, "Su Yan, your soul power is so strong." Su Yan still didn't answer him, but his eyes flashed, and he directly devoured Nangong Xiangming's soul. Su Yan's soul was originally stronger than Nangong Xiangming's, and with the injection of the fire Qilin's soul power, Su Yan's soul power was much stronger than Nangong Xiangming's. Under Su Yan's soul attack, Nangong Xiangming didn't have the strength to fight back. Nangong Xiangming just shouted that he wanted to kill Su Yan, but now in Su Yan's hands, he could only wait to be slaughtered. At this time, Nangong Xiangming no longer had the arrogance from before, and looked at Su Yan with fear in his eyes. At this time, Nangong Xiangming also realized something, looked at Su Yan, and directly knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. "Su Yan, I was wrong, please be magnanimous, don't kill me, don't kill me." Su Yan saw Nangong Xiangming's appearance, and couldn't help but frown. If it were normal times, Su Yan might really spare him. But now, Su Yan had to borrow his body to be reborn, so he definitely couldn't let him go. Thinking, Su Yan's eyes suddenly surged with a burst of bright light, and a ruthless look flashed across his face, and he directly swallowed Nangong Xiangming's soul. Under Nangong Xiangming's scream, his soul instantly shot out. It directly wrapped around Su Yan's body. Visible to the naked eye, flesh and bones gradually appeared on Su Yan's body, and everything about Su Yan was recovering. After 3 days, a brand new body was reforged. At this time, Su Yan also slowly woke up and stretched his hands and feet, and a burst of excitement immediately surged on his face, and he couldn't help shouting, "Su Yan, am alive again! Alive!" Su Yan clenched his fists, and the air in the center of his palms was instantly crushed by him. Su Yan immediately understood that all of this came from the gift of the Qilin. If it weren't for him, even if he was reborn, he wouldn't have cultivation. And now, not only did he recover his strength, but he also had a breakthrough. He was alive. Chapter 292. 3-star Celestial Phenomenon Realm? Su Yan clenched his fists, the cultivation technique in his body slowly circulating. Feeling this familiar power slide through his palm, a bright light immediately surged in his eyes. I didn't think that this rebirth would not only allow me to break through, but I would also no longer be a cripple. Su Yan's eyes flashed with tears of excitement. At this moment, he truly realized how wonderful it was to be alive. Feeling the power of heaven and earth revolving around him, Su Yan was immersed in this strange power for a moment, unable to extricate himself. Qilin. Su Yan felt this power and suddenly realized that all of this was because of the gift of the fire Qilin. Thinking of this huge favor, Su Yan hurriedly searched in the supreme demon ancient prison. Little guy, little guy. However, Su Yan did not see the fire Qilin even after calling out a few times. He could not help but frown. Where did it go? Su Yan remembered very clearly that when he was fighting with Nangong Xiangming's soul, the little guy was still in the supreme demon ancient prison. How could it have disappeared now? Looking at the empty supreme demon ancient prison, Su Yan's eyes could not help but be filled with worry. This little guy had lost his parents the moment he was born. Although it could not be said that all of this was caused by Su Yan, when he thought about how the fire Qilin had indeed disappeared in the end because he had injected his soul power into it. Whether it was kindness or something else, Su Yan definitely could not let anything happen to the fire Qilin. Although the fire Qilin was a saint beast, this little guy was still a cub. If he met someone with intentions, it was very likely that he would be subdued and used as a beast pet. Beast pet. Thinking of this, Su Yan's brows suddenly flashed with a cold light. He definitely would not allow this little guy to become someone else's beast pet. This was an insult to him. Little guy, little guy. Thinking of this, Su Yan could not help but become anxious and hurriedly searched around. Although this little fellow was small, the fiery light that erupted from its body was like a bright lamp in this pitch-black supreme demon ancient prison. Unfortunately, Su Yan searched the entire supreme demon ancient prison and did not see the fire Qilin's figure. This made Su Yan worried. Could it be that he ran out? Su Yan frowned. As the palace master of the monster palace, he was no stranger to the supreme demon ancient prison. There was already a restriction outside the supreme demon ancient prison. If the people inside wanted to leave, there was no way they could leave without someone opening it from the outside. Unless that person was strong enough to break the seal. Although the fire Qilin was a saint beast, it was still a cub. Clearly, he was still unable to break out of the seal. Then we can only leave from here. Su Yan looked at the deep pit he had entered from the great Fey ancient pagoda. His expression sank as he prepared to go up. Right at this moment, suddenly, a low roar came from a corner of the supreme demon ancient prison. Little fellow. Su Yan's entire body froze. His body that was about to fly into the deep pit suddenly turned back and rushed towards the source of the sound. However, when Su Yan flew to the source of the sound, he still did not see the fire Qilin. Su Yan could not help but frown. How can it not be? Did I hear wrongly? Right at this moment, the low roar sounded again. Little fellow. Su Yan's eyes immediately lit up. When he lowered his head, he saw something lying on the ground. His expression immediately turned gloomy. At this moment, the fire Qilin's body did not have any injuries. However, the flames on its body had already disappeared. Furthermore, the fire Qilin was constantly panting, looking exhausted. Su Yan could not help but feel his heart ache when he saw this. His eyes immediately surged with killing intent as he roared angrily, "Who is it? Who hurt this little fellow?" Who? Right at this moment, the little fellow roared again and tugged at Su Yan's trousers. Su Yan could not help but frown. When he lowered his head to look, he saw an ancient piece of wood placed beside the fire qilin. Seeing that piece of ancient wood, Su Yan was first shocked. Then, his face filled with excitement. This is the spring-autumn ancient wood. Oh! When the fire qilin saw the excitement on Su Yan's face, it also roared excitedly. Then, its small claws pointed at a small hole in front of it. "You're saying that you got this spring-autumn ancient wood from the hole?" Su Yan saw this strange action of the fire qilin. When the little fellow heard Su Yan's words, it immediately jumped up and down happily. It looked very cute. Su Yan could not help but be stunned when he saw this. Then he could not help but laugh. "I didn't expect a little fellow like you to be so understanding." Looking at the fire qilin's cute appearance, Su Yan was even more determined to not let the fire qilin become a pet beast. This was not only to repay the kindness of the little fellow's mother, it was also to show respect to a sacred beast. In fact, if other people were to see this, they would definitely not understand Su Yan's actions. After all, to tame a pet beast, one had to establish a soul contract with the pet beast through a blood sacrifice. This way, the demonic beast would obey its master for the rest of its life. Not only could it help its master, but it could also help its master cultivate. In the continent of the 5 counties, Su Yan had never seen any almighty with a pet beast. However, Su Yan had read about it in ancient books. Not only did he read about it, but Su Yan also knew the secret technique of establishing a soul contract. He also knew that establishing a soul contract with a sacred beast would be very helpful to one's cultivation in the future. But looking at the little fellow's cute appearance, Su Yan really could not bear to make this little fellow a pet beast. After all, if he established a soul contract, it would be equivalent to restricting the freedom of this demonic beast in the future. "Little fellow." Su Yan looked at the fire qilin cub and was about to reach out to stroke it when the little fellow immediately took a few steps back vigilantly. Su Yan could not help but be stunned, then he chuckled and said, "Little fellow, don't be afraid. I will not let you become my pet beast. Now I just want to protect you. After all, this world is too dangerous." As Su Yan said, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a self-deprecating smile. This sentence was not only for the little fellow to hear, but also Su Yan's feelings from the bottom of his heart. Along the way, Su Yan had encountered too many dangers. If it were not for this rebirth, Su Yan was afraid that he would not have felt it. When the fire qilin heard Su Yan's words, its small eyes kept blinking at Su Yan. After a while, it slowly approached Su Yan. When Su Yan saw this, he smiled and said, "Let's go. I'll bring you to my residence. No one can harm you there." After saying that, Su Yan stood up. Because Su Yan knew that the little guy still had some scruples in his heart, he took the lead and walked forward. The fire qilin hesitated for a while before following Su Yan. Su Yan was delighted when he saw this and was about to hug it. Roar! The fire qilin immediately let out a low growl. Su Yan was taken aback before he smiled embarrassedly. All right, I won't hug you. You can follow behind me." With that said, Su Yan took the lead and returned to the 9th level of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda. Just as he reached the 9th level, Su Yan's body froze. Someone has been here. Thinking of Su Yan, he immediately panicked. This was because his storage bag was still in the 9th level of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda. In the storage bag was all of Su Yan's belongings. Not only was there the red Inferno sword case, there was also the Heaven Vanquishing Divine Sword, Blazing Sun Divine Sword, Buddha Sword, and Ghost Howl Sword. That was all of Su Yan's belongings. If these were to be taken away, Su Yan did not know what to do. Who came in? Su Yan looked at the empty 9th level of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda and immediately felt a surge of anger. His eyes turned red. This was all of Su Yan's blood, sweat, and tears. How could Su Yan not be enraged? Anyone who can enter the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda must be a disciple of Monster Palace. Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. He circulated his cultivation technique and rushed out of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda. At this moment, in front of Spirit Palace, Dong Qinghao, Rat Li, Mikaryu Ice, Chu Linger, and Ming Ruofeng were gathered. Junior Sister Chu, the 3-day agreement is up. Isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise? Ming Ruofeng looked at Chu Linger's enchanting body with a greedy look in his eyes. Thinking about how he was finally going to get the body that he had been dreaming of for countless days, Ming Ruofeng could not help but swallow his saliva. He was as cold as usual. Ming Ruofeng, don't go overboard. When Dong Qinghao and the rest saw Ming Ruofeng's sinister look, they were all furious. They circulated their cultivation techniques slowly. Dong Qinghao had fallen because of Su Yan. He was even more furious. Looking at Ming Ruofeng's sinister face, he snorted, "Ming Ruofeng, I'm going to kill you." In an instant, he was about to attack Ming Ruofeng. However, before he could do anything, he was stopped by Chu Linger. "Senior brother Dong Qing, forget it." Chu Linger looked at Dong Qinghao and waved her hand. Her face was expressionless. The tears in her eyes had already dried up. She was caressing a storage pouch in her hand. There was no light in her eyes. "Haha, did you hear that?" When Ming Ruofeng heard Chu Linger's words, he immediately laughed proudly. He looked at Dong Qinghao and the rest provocatively. Then he looked at Chu Linger and said, "Junior Sister Chu, we're about to enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool to cultivate. Should we let them out?" Ming Ruofeng, Dong Qinghao and the rest were furious. Chu Ling smiled bitterly. She turned to look at them and said, "Senior brother Dong Qinghao, you guys can leave first." Junior Sister Chu. When Dong Qinghao and the rest saw Chu Linger's empty eyes, their faces were filled with sadness. They could not bear to see Chu Linger being ravaged by this beast. However, when they saw Chu Linger's determined look, they could not say anything. Other than feeling upset and sad, what else could they feel? Chapter 293. Although Dong Qinghao, Shu Li, and Mu Lubing didn't want to see Chu Ling being ruined by Ming Ruofeng like this, they didn't want to. However, they had no ability to stop it. With Su Yan's death, Chu Linger's heart was already dead. She was only doing this for the sake of Monster Palace. Furthermore, the few of them were unable to save Monster Palace. Therefore, this was the only way out. It was the only way to save Monster Palace. Looking at Chu Linger's ashen face, tears welled up in the eyes of the trio. They gritted their teeth and walked out of the palace. "Su Yan, I hate you. I hate you." The moment Dong Qinghao left Spirit Palace, he finally couldn't hold back his emotions. He roared at the sky, "Su Yan, it's all because of you. Why did you leave so quickly?" "Why?" Dong Qinghao's roar was extremely loud. Uncontrollably, it spread throughout Monster Palace. Su Yan was also furious because he had lost his storage bag. When he heard the roar, he couldn't help but be taken aback. He circulated his cultivation technique and sped up. In a flash, he arrived in front of Spirit Palace's door. "Senior brother Dong Cheng." Su Yan thought that someone was roaring, but when he approached, he could not help but be taken aback when he saw that it was Dong Qinghao. Although he and Dong Qinghao hadn't known each other for a long time, the mutual trust between the two of them had allowed them to establish a deep friendship. Dong Qinghao, Rat Li, and Mikaryu Ice were in a state of grief when they suddenly heard a familiar voice. The three of them could not help but be taken aback. When they turned around, they saw Su Yan's handsome face. The three of them were stunned. Illusion? Is this an illusion? The three of them asked themselves at the same time. They had entered the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda together to search for Su Yan. However, after searching all 9 levels of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda, he still could not find Su Yan. All he saw was the storage pouch that Su Yan had left behind in the 9th layer. A storage bag could be said to be the most important item for a cultivator. After all, a storage bag could contain all of a cultivator's belongings. If it was lost, there was only one possibility, and that was that this cultivator was already dead. Therefore, when they saw Su Yan's storage pouch, they all thought that Su Yan was already dead. Now that they suddenly saw Su Yan's figure, how could they not believe it? Su Yan looked at the trio's stunned expressions and the tears in their eyes. He suddenly realized something as the corners of his mouth curled up. He said with a smile, "Senior brothers, do you think that Su is already dead?" Upon hearing Su Yan's words, the trio's bodies trembled. Their faces flushed with excitement as they ran towards Su Yan at the same time. "Su Yan, you aren't dead." Dong Qinghao looked at Su Yan and asked in disbelief. It was not that he did not dare believe that Su Yan was still alive, but he did not dare to believe it. He was afraid that if he believed it, it would only be an illusion. It would only make him sadder and more disappointed. "I'm naturally not dead," Su Yan said with a faint smile. "I'm not hallucinating, am I?" Ratley stood in front of Su Yan in disbelief. "It's not an illusion. Su Yan am not dead, not dead," Su Yan said, and at the end he even deliberately emphasized his tone. This was not only to tell him, but also to vent the excitement in Su Yan's heart. Of course, Su Yan did not tell them that he had actually died once, and that he had been reborn. After all, this was too strange for them. Su Yan was only in the sky realm, and had yet to reach the level of cultivating the soul. Without being able to cultivate the soul was not strong enough. When the body was destroyed, the soul would also disappear. But at the moment of Su Yan's death, his soul did not disappear. For a celestial phenomenon realm martial artist, this was definitely a strange thing. Regarding this, Su Yan himself also understood what was going on. Dong Qinghao and the other two listened to Su Yan's powerful voice, and only then did they dare to believe that Su Yan was not dead. "You're not dead, Su Yan, you're really not dead. King knew that you wouldn't die so easily," Dong Qinghao said excitedly, and gave Su Yan a heavy punch. Then he hugged him and cried tears of joy. Makaryu Ice and Ratley were the same. Looking at the excited expressions of his three friends, Su Yan also felt a wave of gratification in his heart. At the same time, Chu Linger's enchanting body appeared in his mind. Although the two of them had never expressed any feelings to each other, Su Yan knew that the two of them had feelings for each other for a long time. If Dong Qinghao and the others knew about his death, then Chu Linger would definitely know as well. If Dong Qinghao and the others were so sad, how would Chu Linger feel? Thinking of Chu Linger's sad expression, Su Yan's heart could not help but ache. However, looking around, he did not see Chu Linger's figure. Su Yan blinked his eyes in confusion and asked, "Senior brother Dong Cheng, where's senior sister Chu?" "Junior sister." Hearing Su Yan's question, Dong Qinghao and the others trembled, and their faces revealed a look of anger. Thinking of the supreme demon ancient pond, they hurriedly pulled Su Yan up and said, "Su Yan, quickly follow me." "What's wrong?" Seeing the nervous expressions of Dong Qinghao and the others, Su Yan could not help but frown. "Su Yan, don't ask so many questions. Hurry up and go to the supreme demon ancient pond. Otherwise, it'll be too late," Dong Qinghao said anxiously as he quickly rushed into the spiritual palace. Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. Su Yan had entered the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond before. Hearing Dong Qinghao's words, he immediately realized something. His eyes turned cold, and the martial arts in his body started to circulate as he rushed into the spiritual palace. "Linger, from today onwards, you belong to me, Ming Ruofeng." Ming Ruofeng looked at Chu Linger and licked his lips greedily. Pulling Chu Linger's hand, he slowly walked into the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. "Junior sister Chu, Su Yan is not dead." Dong Qinghao was afraid that he would miss the opportunity and let Ming Ruofeng defile Chu Linger. Therefore, before they even got close to the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond, he shouted out loudly. That voice of his was so loud that it shook the heavens. "Su Yan is not dead." Chu Linger, who was about to take off her clothes, suddenly froze. Hurriedly, she put on her outer clothes and jumped up. Seeing this, Ming Ruofeng's eyes widened. Looking at the few figures flying over, he roared, "Dong Qinghao, it's you guys again." Swoosh, swoosh. A few figures flashed, and Su Yan and the others came to the side of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. Su Yan looked at Ming Ruofeng's naked body, and then looked at Chu Linger, who was in midair with a face full of pear blossoms. Instantly, a wave of anger surged in his body as he shouted coldly, "Courting death." Suddenly, the martial arts in his body started to circulate. A majestic wave of spiritual energy suddenly erupted. At this moment, the strength of a 3-star celestial phenomenon stage cultivator suddenly erupted. 3-star celestial phenomenon stage. When Ming Ruofeng saw Su Yan's strength, he could not help but be startled. After all, it had been less than half a month since he last saw Su Yan. And Su Yan had actually risen from the 1-star celestial phenomenon stage to the 3-star celestial phenomenon stage. How could Ming Ruofeng not be surprised? However, when he saw the spirit energy surging from Su Yan's body, he couldn't help but sneer and shout, "Su Yan, I didn't expect you to not die and even break through. But even so, you're only at the 3-star celestial phenomenon stage, you're not qualified to stop me." When Ming Ruofeng thought about how the thing that he had dreamed of for so many years was about to come true, his eyes immediately filled with anger. This was like a piece of fat meat that he had worked hard for a long time to obtain. It had already been delivered to his mouth, but it was pulled out by someone else. How could Ming Ruofeng not be angry? "Su Yan, I didn't expect you to not die in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda. Then I'll let you die here today." Ming Ruofeng roared as the martial arts in his body surged as well. A burst of resplendent light erupted as the powerful spirit energy suddenly revolved as he attacked Su Yan with his palm. Not good. When Dong Qinghao and the others saw Ming Ruofeng's powerful scene, they couldn't help but be stunned. At the same time, the three of them circulated their martial arts and jumped up, directly attacking Ming Ruofeng. Because the three of them were worried about Su Yan's safety, they used their full strength without holding back. When Ming Ruofeng saw such a powerful attack from the three of them, he couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't dare to take it head-on, so he retreated a little. Looking at Su Yan and the others, the corner of his mouth rose into a cold smile. Very good, very good. Bullying with numbers? Chu Linger also reacted at this time. With a leap, she came to Su Yan's side. Looking at Su Yan, a complicated light flashed in her eyes. The tears that had dried up over the past few days once again surged out from her eyes. Su Yan. Although Chu Linger knew that there was a powerful opponent in front of her, she couldn't suppress the excitement in her heart and directly hugged Su Yan. "Senior sister." When Su Yan saw that Chu Linger had become much more haggard than a few days ago, his heart couldn't help but ache. At that time, when Su Yan knew about Chu Linger's feelings for him, Su Yan didn't know how to express it. After all, Su Yan's mind was always filled with the beautiful figure in red on the sky sword peak of the hidden sword tomb. At this time, looking at the haggard Chu Linger, Su Yan finally understood. In fact, he had already fallen in love with Chu Linger when he first saw her. Su Yan also didn't know why he was so emotional. However, Su Yan knew very well that this was love. Although Su Yan still didn't know exactly what had happened, Su Yan looked at the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool and the naked Ming Ruofeng and clearly understood that this was definitely Ming Ruofeng trying to force Chu Linger. "Senior sister, as long as I, Su Yan, am here from now on, I will absolutely not allow anyone to bully you." Su Yan hugged Chu Linger with a gentle look in his eyes. When he turned to look at Ming Ruofeng, his eyes suddenly turned cold. When Ming Ruofeng saw Su Yan hugging Chu Linger, jealousy rose in his heart. At the same time, a burst of anger surged in his body. He pointed at Su Yan and coldly shouted, "Su Yan, you're courting death." As he spoke, Ming Ruofeng's cultivation technique quickly revolved and a huge burst of energy erupted. Chapter 294. Ever since this revival, it made Su Yan understand how wonderful it was to be alive. At that time, Su Yan thought that in the future, he must act according to his ability and not be reckless. Su Yan was only at the 3-star sky realm, while Ming Ruofeng was at the 5th stage of the spirit sea realm. The difference in strength between the two was extremely great. If Su Yan were to fight against Ming Ruofeng, he would definitely not have a chance. However, Su Yan did not avoid it, because Su Yan was very clear that there were some things that he could not be reckless about. However, there were some things that as a man, even if he had to die, he had to protect to the end. Looking at the powerful energy coming from Ming Ruofeng's hands, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the cultivation technique in his body quickly circulated. Macario Ice, Rat Li, Dong Qinghao, and Chu Linger also took up their stances at the same time. Die! Ming Ruofeng roared and pushed out both of his palms. The huge energy directly struck towards Su Yan's body. Su Yan. When Dong Qinghao and the other three saw this scene, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. They wanted to help Su Yan block it, but unfortunately, Ming Ruofeng's speed was too fast and they couldn't stop him at all. I'm fine, you guys go kill Ming Ruofeng. Hearing their shouts, Su Yan's eyes turned and said to him. At the same time, seeing the huge energy attack, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. The cultivation technique in his body quickly circulated, and he shouted, Profound Ice Cold Shield Second Layer, Profound Ice Divine Shield, open. As Su Yan's voice fell, a bright light suddenly surged from his body. There was a golden light within the frost. But Ming Ruofeng's huge energy directly collided with it. When the four saw this powerful scene, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. However, the four of them quickly reacted and attacked Ming Ruofeng at the same time. Ming Ruofeng's strength surpassed anyone here. Although the five of them had joined forces, they were still at a disadvantage when facing Ming Ruofeng. Good. I'll kill all four of you today. Let's see who dares to stop me. Ming Ruofeng sneered, killing intent surging in his eyes. Su Yan watched as the energy surging from Ming Ruofeng's body grew stronger and stronger. He couldn't help but frown. Although Su Yan had blocked Ming Ruofeng's attack earlier, Su Yan knew that if Ming Ruofeng were to attack again, he would not be able to block it. Not only would he not be able to block it, but the others would also be unable to block it. What should I do? Su Yan used his speed to avoid Ming Ruofeng's attacks. His mind was spinning rapidly. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, all methods were futile. Su Yan couldn't help but become anxious. Disciples fighting in private has violated the rules of the Monster Palace. At this moment, a dignified voice suddenly sounded from the horizon. Then, Li Tianyi appeared in the Spirit Palace. Li Tianyi was in the rank 8 spiritual sea realm. He was 3 levels higher than Ming Ruofeng. As soon as he made a move, Ming Ruofeng suddenly retreated a few steps. Ming Ruofeng, you dare to hurt a fellow disciple? Li Tianyi looked at Ming Ruofeng and shouted with a gloomy expression. When Ming Ruofeng saw Li Tianyi appear, he couldn't help but frown. This was because he knew that with his own strength, he wouldn't stand a chance against Li Tianyi. Moreover, Li Tianyi had Dong Qinghao, Su Yan, and a few others by his side. Ming Ruofeng, do you know your crime? Li Tianyi shouted at Ming Ruofeng again. I know my crime? When Ming Ruofeng heard Li Tianyi's words, he suddenly laughed. Elder Li Tianyi, oh Elder Li Tianyi, do you really think that your current prestige was given to you by Princess Chu? When Li Tianyi heard Ming Ruofeng's strange words, he couldn't help but frown. What do you mean? Li Tianyi didn't know the inside story. But everyone present knew the inside story. When they heard Ming Ruofeng's words, their hearts couldn't help but tremble, and they inwardly said, not good. Dong Qinghao looked at Ming Ruofeng and his face sank. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he shouted, Ming Ruofeng, don't talk nonsense. I'm talking nonsense. When Ming Ruofeng heard Dong Qinghao's words, he suddenly laughed loudly. I'm talking nonsense. I really don't want to talk nonsense, but all of this is because you forced me to do this. If you want to blame someone, blame Su Yan. If he didn't appear, then Linger and I would have already been together. Su Yan is all your fault. If the Monster Palace falls into someone else's hands today, it's also your fault. Ming Ruofeng said agitatedly before his expression sank. He looked at Li Tianyi and said, Elder Li, do you know? Princess Chu is long dead, and the person who gave you such great power is Su Yan, who is standing in front of you. What? When Li Tianyi heard Ming Ruofeng's words, his entire body trembled. Following that, anger surged on his face as he pointed at Ming Ruofeng and shouted, Ming Ruofeng, don't talk nonsense. Palace Lord Chu is in seclusion. Why, I'm talking nonsense. Ming Ruofeng didn't wait for Li Tianyi to finish his words as he laughed out loud. Elder Li Tianyi, if you don't believe me, you can ask them. Ask Su Yan if what I said is true. Su Yan. Li Tianyi turned around and saw Su Yan's figure. Su Yan. Ever since the battle for the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, Li Tianyi had wanted to take Su Yan as a disciple. Unfortunately, who would have thought that Su Yan would die in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda? That day, Li Tianyi, Chu Linger, and the others entered the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to investigate. When they heard the news, they were heartbroken. How could he have expected that? Su Yan wasn't dead. Looking at Su Yan's figure, Li Tianyi was a little agitated, but he suppressed it in the end. Thinking about what Ming Ruofeng said, he frowned and asked, Su Yan, is what Ming Ruofeng said true? It's true. Su Yan knew that there would be a day when the matter would be exposed, but he didn't expect it to be exposed so quickly. Facing Li Tianyi's questioning, Su Yan didn't want to hide anything and answered straightforwardly. This was because Su Yan knew that since the matter had been exposed, it couldn't be hidden anymore. It's true. Hearing Su Yan's affirmative answer, Li Tianyi couldn't help but be stunned and staggered a few steps back. Li Tianyi went from being an elder of the Western Palace to being an elder of the entire Monster Palace. He had always been grateful to Princess Chu in his heart. But how could he have thought that Princess Chu had already fallen? Haha, elderly, do you believe me now? When Ming Ruofeng saw Su Yan admit it, he laughed complacently. When he saw Li Tianyi appear, he knew that he didn't have the ability to kill Su Yan. That was why he thought of this matter. He believed that if Li Tianyi knew that Su Yan was the palace master, he would definitely kill Su Yan and seize the palace master's position. When he saw Li Tianyi's expression, Ming Ruofeng smiled and said, Elderly, this Su Yan is only a 3-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. You can kill him with a flick of your finger. When the time comes, the entire Monster Palace will be yours. Impudent. When Li Tianyi heard Ming Ruofeng's words, a dignified aura suddenly surged out from his body. When he looked at Ming Ruofeng, a trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes. Go to hell. With a cold shout, Li Tianyi suddenly waved his hand, and a powerful idea surged into Ming Ruofeng's mind. The moment Li Tianyi's idea was transmitted to Ming Ruofeng, a look of fear immediately emerged in his eyes. No, then Ming Ruofeng shouted loudly, and his face became more and more afraid. When Dong Qinghao and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but frown slightly. Su Yan was the same. Seeing Ming Ruofeng constantly roaring in panic, Su Yan knew that Li Tianyi must have used an illusion on him. Looking at Li Tianyi, Su Yan secretly admired Li Tianyi in his heart. His illusion technique had actually reached such a level. Ming Ruofeng let out a low roar. Suddenly, with a loud bang, his entire body exploded. When the others saw this scene, they were even more surprised. Ming Ruofeng was so afraid that he chose to self-destruct. What kind of illusion did Li Tianyi use? After a brief moment of astonishment, Su Yan came back to his senses and hurriedly pulled the others back a step. After all, Li Tianyi now knew about the death of Princess Chu. If he wanted to snatch the palace master's position, then no one present could stop Li Tianyi. Li Tianyi looked at the defensive look on Su Yan and the others' faces and couldn't help but smile. You guys can rest assured. I'm not interested in the Monster Palace master's position. When the others heard Li Tianyi's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. They looked at Li Tianyi with puzzlement on their faces. Li Tianyi could understand their thoughts. He smiled slightly and said, Well, this is not the place to talk. Let's go inside and talk. After Li Tianyi finished speaking, he took the lead and walked into a room in the Spirit Palace. What do we do now? As soon as Li Tianyi left, Dong Qinghao and the others looked at Su Yan. Although Su Yan's strength wasn't the strongest, they all chose to believe in Su Yan and followed Su Yan's lead. If Li Tianyi really wants to snatch the palace master's position, the few of us can't stop him. So, let's go and see what Li Tianyi plans to do. Su Yan smiled slightly. He was no longer as worried as before and took the lead to follow Li Tianyi. The others also followed closely behind. I want to know about the death of Princess Chu and how you, Su Yan, were able to become the Monster Palace master. As soon as they entered the room, Li Tianyi directly looked at Su Yan and asked. His face faintly emitted a dignified aura. When Su Yan heard Li Tianyi's words, he wasn't afraid of his aura. He directly told them about the death of Princess Chu and why she passed the palace master's position to him in the end. After Li Tianyi heard this, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. The others looked at him and didn't dare to breathe loudly. They were afraid of angering Li Tianyi. Sigh, it's God's will, God's will. Li Tianyi didn't know what to think. After hesitating for a long time, he shook his head with a bitter smile and said, forget it, forget it. Since Palace Master Chu wants to pass the position to you, Su Yan, I believe Palace Master Chu naturally has his own plans. Li Tianyi sighed helplessly and said, Su Yan, I will keep this matter a secret from you. You just need to cultivate more. When the others heard that Li Tianyi not only didn't snatch the palace master's position, but also was willing to keep this matter a secret, they couldn't help but feel excited. However, before their excitement died down, a voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 295. Who is it? When this voice was heard, everyone in the room trembled. At this moment, everyone was already aware of the death of the Princess Chu. At the same time, everyone knew what would happen to the Monster Palace if the news of the Princess Chu's death were to spread. At this moment, a few figures slowly walked in from outside the door. The people who appeared were none other than the strongest person in the South Palace, Murong Fu, and the strongest person in the North Palace, Lei Gao. The two of them had evil smiles on their faces. Looking at Su Yan, Murong Fu's lips curled into a meaningful smile. I really didn't expect, Su Yan, you would actually be the palace master of our monster palace. This Princess Chu is really too much. If she died, then she died. She actually let a mere celestial stage ant be the palace master. Isn't she afraid that the monster palace will be robbed? Murong Fuyu, when Chu Linger heard Murong Fu's disrespect to her mother, a burst of anger immediately surged on her face. Chu Linger, the most beautiful woman in our monster palace, is quite good-looking. Murong Fu glanced at Chu Linger, but didn't say anything. He then turned to look at Li Tianyi and smiled. Elderly, if this matter is known by the heavenly pig demon king and Luo Yaofeng, what do you think will happen? You dare. As Li Tianyi spoke, a majestic aura suddenly surged from between his brows. At the same time, a majestic aura rushed towards Murong Fu. Murong Fu was at the 7th stage of the Spirit Sea realm. He was only one stage lower than Li Tianyi, so he wasn't afraid of Li Tianyi's pressure. Looking at the anger surging on Li Tianyi's face, he laughed. Ha, elderly, why wouldn't I dare? Don't tell me you want to use the same method to kill me? Elderly, your illusion technique is indeed powerful. However, if you want to deal with me, I'm afraid your illusion technique is still not good enough. Give it a try then. Li Tianyi was obviously an impatient person. When he heard Murong Fu's words, he immediately stopped talking nonsense. With a cold shout, his body suddenly surged and a majestic force erupted. With a wave of his hand, his body quickly rushed towards Murong Fu. Murong Fu frowned when he saw Li Tianyi charging towards him. He did not dare to slow down and hurriedly retreated. Elderly, if you dare to attack again, do you believe that I won't tell Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Yaofeng about this? Lei Gao sneered at Li Tianyi when he saw this scene. How dare you? Li Tianyi shouted angrily. Let's see if we dare or not. Murong Fu sneered. He did not put Li Tianyi in his eyes at all. Li Tianyi looked at Murong Fu and suddenly became listless. After all, Murong Fu's strength was only one stage lower than his. It would not be easy to kill him, not to mention there was Lei Gao. It was even more impossible to kill the two of them. Li Tianyi looked at Murong Fu and said with a gloomy face, Murong Fu, what do you want? What do I want? Murong Fu sneered. Actually, what I want is very simple. I want the position of the palace master of the monster palace. You want the position of palace master? Su Yan could not help but laugh when he heard Murong Fu's words. Murong Fu nodded. He looked at Su Yan with a mournful look in his eyes and said with a cold smile, Of course, that includes your life, Su Yan. Murong Fu. Hearing Murong Fu's arrogant words, Dong Qinghao and the others shouted angrily at the same time. Li Tianyi was even more furious. Murong Fu, it's fine if you want the position of palace master, but you actually dare to take someone's life. Why wouldn't I dare? Murong Fu sneered. He did not put Li Tianyi and the others in his eyes. Su Yan looked at Murong Fu and laughed again. Murong Fu, if you want the position of Palace Master, Su Yan, can give it to you. However, you want my life. At this point, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank and his face became gloomy. If you, Murong Fu, want to take my life, then don't think about getting the position of Palace Master. Is that so? Murong Fu raised his eyebrows. Su Yan, do you think you have the ability to stop me? I really don't have the ability. Su Yan was not angry facing Murong Fu. He still maintained his calm smile. However, I believe that Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng are very interested in the position of Palace Master. Do you think you have the strength to defeat the two of them? When Murong Fu heard Su Yan's words, he could not help but be stunned. He then sneered, Su Yan, you really know how to use Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng to force me. Aren't you afraid that I will give up the position of Palace Master and directly tell them about the death of Princess Chu? Oh. Su Yan said with a calm face, Murong Fu, are you really willing to give up the position of Palace Master? With that, Su Yan took out the Monster Palace's Palace Master Seal. Murong Fu looked at the Monster Palace's Palace Master Seal, and his eyes immediately revealed a look of greed. He then looked at Su Yan, nodded slightly, and said with a smile, Good, Su Yan, you really won. I, Murong Fu, am indeed unwilling to give up the position of Palace Master. That's fine too. In any case, you are only at the celestial stage. I, Murong Fu, can take your life at any time. Murong Fu sneered and took the Monster Palace's Palace Master Seal from Su Yan's hands. Su Yan. When Li Tianyi saw this scene, he could not help but be startled. He wanted to say something. The others also looked at Murong Fu in confusion. They did not expect Su Yan to hand over the position of Monster Palace's Palace Master so straightforwardly. Murong Fu took the Monster Palace's Palace Master Seal and suddenly laughed. Elderly, I am now the Monster Palace's Palace Master. When you see me in the future, remember to salute me, okay? Li Tianyi snorted coldly and did not care about Murong Fu. Murong Fu looked at everyone's ugly expressions and laughed loudly again. Then he left the Spirit Palace. After the two of them left, Li Tianyi immediately questioned Su Yan. Su Yan, the position of Monster Palace's Palace Master was personally given to you by Palace Master Chu. Why did you? After Li Tianyi finished speaking, he kept shaking his head. Su Yan saw Li Tianyi's pained expression and said with a bitter smile, Elderly, actually, I don't want to. However, the situation now doesn't allow us to consider it at all. If we don't hand over the position of Palace Master, I'm afraid we won't be able to protect the entire Monster Palace. Originally, everyone did not understand why Su Yan would hand over the position of Palace Master so easily. Now that they heard Su Yan's words, they all laughed at themselves in their hearts. Just as Su Yan said, if they really did not give Murong Fu the position of Palace Master today, then the entire Monster Palace might not be able to be saved. Not only the Monster Palace, but their lives might be in danger. One had to know that Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Yaofeng had been coveting the position of Palace Master for a long time. If the two of them knew that Princess Chu had fallen, they would definitely kill their way to the East Palace and seize the position of Palace Master. At that time, things would not be as simple as today. Li Tianyi did not understand Su Yan's actions just now. Now that he heard Su Yan say this, he felt that Su Yan had foresight. In his heart, he admired Su Yan even more. It was just that when he thought of obediently handing over the position of Palace Master, he was a little unwilling. However, although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. All right, today's matter will end here. I'll go back first. Li Tianyi said weakly, then left the Spirit Palace. Only Dong Qinghao and the others were left behind. Dong Qinghao looked at Su Yan and wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he did not say anything. However, how could Su Yan not know what they wanted to say? Su Yan had absolute trust in them. Looking at them, Su Yan did not hide anything. He clenched his fists and said, Don't worry, no one can take anything away from me, Su Yan. Ming Ruofeng can't, and Murong Fu can't. If this sentence came from someone else's mouth, they would definitely laugh their heads off. After all, Su Yan was only at the Sky Phase realm, and Murongfu was at the 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm. The difference in strength between the two was too great. However, these words came from Su Yan's mouth. Although this voice was not loud, it was sonorous and powerful, making people have no choice but to believe it. Especially when Su Yan spoke, there was a faint flash of light in his eyes that caused people's bodies to tremble. When Dong Qinghao heard his words, he was stunned at first. Then, his cynical smile returned to his face. He patted Su Yan's shoulder and said, "Su Yan, I believe in you." Su Yan nodded heavily. Then, the few of them chatted for a while and left. Only Chu Linger and Su Yan were left in the Spirit Palace. "Senior sister, will you blame me?" Su Yan looked at Chu Linger and asked. Chu Linger snuggled in Su Yan's arms and shook her head. "Fool, how could senior sister blame you? Although the Monster Palace is my mother's painstaking effort, compared to a Monster Palace, how could I bear to let you take the risk?" As she said this, Chu Linger's face could not help but blush. Then she looked at Su Yan and said, "And I believe that you will definitely take back the Monster Palace, right?" Su Yan nodded heavily. His eyes emitted a ray of light. Thinking of Murongfu, Su Yan gritted his teeth and said in his heart, "No one can take anything away from me. Murongfu, I will make you regret what you did to me today." Chu Linger looked at Su Yan with a flash of anger in her eyes. She snuggled in his arms and said softly, "Junior brother Su, don't think about these things. I don't want to see you unhappy." Su Yan nodded. Suddenly, he thought of something and stood up. "Right, senior sister, let me show you something." What? Chu Linger was stunned. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly took out the fire Kirin from his arms. "What is this? Wow, it's so cute." Although Chu Linger asked Su Yan to call her senior sister, she was actually younger than Su Yan. Moreover, she had always been doted on by Princess Chu. Speaking of which, Chu Linger was still just a young girl. Chapter 296. Chu Linger reached out to touch the fire Qilin, but the little guy didn't give her face. It roared and dodged. Chu Linger wasn't angry. Instead, she was amused by the little guy's cleverness. She pulled Su Yan and said, "Hey, look, it still won't let me touch it." A young girl's mind couldn't be compared to a man's. Su Yan saw Chu Linger's cute appearance and looked at her enchanting body. Suddenly, an impulse surged in his heart. Seeing that Chu Linger was still chasing after the fire Qilin, he stepped forward and pulled her back. "Junior brother, you?" Chu Linger was stunned by Su Yan's sudden action. Then she turned around and saw Su Yan's burning eyes. Her face couldn't help but flush. Her shy appearance made Su Yan feel even more moved. Looking at Chu Linger's sexy red lips, Su Yan couldn't help but call out, "Senior sister." He slowly lowered his head and kissed Chu Linger. The moment their red lips touched, Chu Linger opened her eyes wide and stared blankly at Su Yan. Following Su Yan's kiss, Chu Linger slowly became lost. The Spirit Palace was Su Yan's residence. In the entire Spirit Palace, except for Chu Linger, no one could enter without Su Yan's permission or Chu Linger's lead. Therefore, in this vast palace, the two of them didn't fear each other. The two of them were not afraid at all. As their feelings for each other warmed up, the two of them quickly fell in love. Of course, the two of them didn't forget about the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool. In the mystery of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool, in the crystallization of the love of the previous masters of the Monster Palace, the two of them stepped into the peak of life together. For the entire night, the two of them were entangled. Until dawn, they were still hugging each other. Chu Linger nestled in Su Yan's arms, even though she and Su Yan were already husband and wife. Now, she was no longer a young girl, but Chu Linger still looked at Su Yan with a faint blush on her face. "Linga." Su Yan looked at Chu Linger's bashful look and kissed her forehead. When he called her, he no longer called her senior sister, because from this moment on, she, Chu Linger, was Su Yan's woman. Su Yan. When Chu Linger called Su Yan, she also changed the way she addressed him. The tenderness in her heart towards Su Yan was no longer the same as before. She also knew that from now on, she would be Su Yan's woman. Although they had spent a night together. However, the two of them still had no intention of separating. They were still immersed in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond, enjoying the aftertaste of life after the peak. "Oh right, Su Yan, isn't dual cultivation in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond able to greatly increase one's cultivation?" Chu Linger touched the water in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. The two of them had spent a night together. However, they did not feel their strength increase by leaps and bounds. When Su Yan heard Chu Linger's words, he frowned. He looked at the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond and said, "Could it be that the water in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond has no effect on the two of us?" "Maybe." Chu Linger also frowned slightly. After all, the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond was originally a mysterious pond in the Monster Palace. No one knew what was in it, and no one knew why couples cultivating here would increase their cultivation. Everyone only knew that the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond was a sacred place for dual cultivation. Forget it, forget it. Let's not think about these things. As long as I can be with you, it's fine. Su Yan shook his head. He did not want to think about the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond anymore. He stroked Chu Linger's hair gently. His eyes were filled with gentleness. Chu Linger looked at Su Yan and also leaned into Su Yan's embrace gently. Bang, however, just as Chu Linger was leaning into Su Yan's embrace, a loud explosion sounded from the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. Suddenly, a huge amount of energy surged out from the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. Su Yan and Chu Ling couldn't help but be stunned. Immediately after, before the two of them could react, this powerful force directly surged into their bodies like a mountain torrent. This huge amount of energy invaded their meridians. The huge pain wrapped around their bodies, and the two of them could not help but groan at the same time. Su Yan looked at Chu Linger's uncomfortable appearance and resisted the intense pain coming from his body. He only hugged her, wanting to block this power for her. But just as Su Yan got close to Chu Linger, a loud bang was heard. A huge amount of energy exploded around Chu Linger, and Su Yan was sent flying. Su Yan. Chu Linger panicked when she saw Su Yan being sent flying. She wanted to check on Su Yan's situation. Unfortunately, this energy was too strong. It was like an invisible beast that wrapped around her tightly. Chu Linger could not resist at all. "What's going on? What's going on?" Su Yan panicked when he felt this huge amount of energy. At this moment, the huge amount of energy suddenly rushed into Su Yan's body again. Su Yan could not help but let out a low roar. "No, I have to calm down. Calm down." Looking at Chu Linger's painful face, Su Yan endured the huge pain around his body and kept comforting himself in his mind. As the saying goes, caring makes you confused. Although Su Yan was only in his early 20s, his wisdom was not inferior to some of the 100-year-old people. At the first moment, Su Yan was completely dumbfounded by the sudden appearance of the scene. Plus, he only thought of Chu Linger. This caused Su Yan to be unable to calm down at all. At this moment, Su Yan felt the strength of this energy and knew that he had to calm down. As long as he calmed down, he could figure out what was going on. Only then would the two of them have a way to resist this powerful energy. As Su Yan thought, his eyes suddenly turned cold. The cultivation method in his body surged. Just as Su Yan was circulating his cultivation method, Su Yan suddenly felt that the powerful energy was drilling into his meridians. Su Yan's eyes lit up. I understand. Shouting excitedly, Su Yan hurriedly circulated his cultivation method and flew in the direction of Chu Linger. Looking at Chu Linger in pain, Su Yan hurriedly shouted, "Ling, quickly circulate your cultivation method and absorb this powerful energy. This energy should be a gift from the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool." The moment Chu Linger heard Su Yan's words, she hurriedly circulated her cultivation method. Indeed, it was as Su Yan had said. This was a gift from the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool. As she circulated her cultivation method, the pain that came from her entire body turned into a warm current that surged into her meridians. 5 stars heaven form, 6 stars heaven form. Chu Linger could see the power of the heaven and earth within her body expanding and breaking through continuously. Su Yan also noticed the situation within his body at this moment. His heart skipped a beat as his eyes shone with a bright light. He circulated the cultivation method within his body continuously, controlling a surge of energy and turning it into his own power of the heaven and earth. Spirit C state, level 1 Spirit C state, level 1 Spirit C state. Chu Linger shouted out excitedly. Her body was trembling slightly. This sudden increase in strength was something that she could not accept. 8 stars heaven form, 8 stars heaven form. Su Yan looked at the power that was breaking through continuously within his body. His eyes were filled with shock as well. This situation lasted for more than 2 hours before it came to an end. Following the news of the power, the two of them could feel the power within their bodies. There was a complicated look in his eyes. Excitement, astonishment, shock. They could not believe that just by cultivating in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond, they could achieve such great results. Spirit C state. Su Yan, I've broken through to the Spirit C state. Chu Linger looked at Su Yan and shouted out excitedly. She had forgotten her usual shyness as she hugged Su Yan and kissed him fiercely. Su Yan was also excited that he had risen from the 3 stars heaven form to the 8 stars heaven form. However, he was even happier about Chu Linger's kiss. Chu Linger's strength had increased. Looking at the excited Chu Linger, he felt gratified and reached out to hug her. In the midst of their excitement, neither of them noticed that the water in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond was slowly decreasing. It was slowly evaporating at the speed of the naked eye. Not long after, it disappeared without a trace. Only then did the two of them react. Seeing that the water in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond had suddenly dried up, the two of them could not help but be stunned. It's been thousands of years, thousands of years. I've finally met a couple that I can rely on. At this moment, an excited voice suddenly rang out from the bottom of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. Although this voice was not loud, Su Yan and Chu Linger could feel the majesty of this voice. The two of them were stunned at the same time. At this moment, a light erupted from the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond, forming a shadow in front of the two of them. Su Yan and Chu Linger were shocked, but they could clearly see the appearance of this person from this shadow. This person was a woman, and an extremely beautiful one at that. Even the purple robe she wore was unable to hide her enchanting figure. Her face that could topple countries was exceptionally alluring. Her red lips that were slightly moving seemed to have some sort of magical power. With just a glance, Su Yan felt a surge of impulse in his heart. This sudden feeling made Su Yan frown involuntarily. Su Yan, you just got Chu Linger, and you still dare to have evil thoughts about other women. You bastard! Su Yan scolded himself in his heart, suppressing the evil thoughts in his heart. Just as this evil thought was being suppressed, Su Yan quickly understood that all of this was probably the doing of this shadow in front of him. He could not help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. With a cold snort, he shouted, "Who the hell are you and why are you here?" Haha, as expected of the person chosen by that old man Fu Tuesday. You can actually remain so indifferent under the charm of my flaming red lips. Not bad, not bad. The person ignored Su Yan's words and laughed. Chapter 297. Who are you? Why can't we understand what you're saying? Although Su Yan and Chu Ling were not considered to be very powerful in the 5 counties, they were still very powerful. However, one of them was the daughter of the first wife of the Supreme Demon Palace's palace master. She grew up in the Supreme Demon Palace and was deeply educated by her mother. Although she did not know all the strange things in the world, she still knew a little about the matters of the cultivation world. Su Yan was born in a small family in Tianshuang City. However, he had gone through countless difficulties and obtained many inheritances from the Sword Catacomb to the Monster Palace. He knew a lot about the cultivation world. However, it was precisely these two people who were unable to understand a single word spoken by the woman who had suddenly appeared. The illusory woman looked at the shocked expressions of the two and laughed loudly. Although the two of you can be considered as outstanding talents in the 5 counties, the 5 counties are just barbarians. How would you know what I'm talking about? Barbarian land. When the two of them heard the woman's words, they looked at each other and the shock on their faces deepened. The Qianjing world was divided into the 5 counties and the Jiuzhou continent. Everyone knew that the Jiuzhou continent was the land ruled by warriors. However, That was only because the warriors in the Jiuzhou continent were more powerful than the Jiuzhou continent. The Jiuzhou continent was still the center of cultivation for warriors. In the 5 counties, clans flourished and sects stood in great numbers. Countless warriors gathered here, and there were innumerable treasures of the heavens and the earth. However, this woman said that the Jiuzhou continent was a barbarian land. Although Su Yan had some understanding of the 9 prefectures continent from ancient books, he knew that the strength of the cultivators in the 9 prefectures continent was much stronger than the cultivators in the 5 counties. He had also thought of visiting the 9 prefectures continent one day. However, no matter what, the Jiuzhou continent was where Su Yan was born. Su Yan had an inseparable feeling for the Jiuzhou continent. When he heard the woman say that the Jiuzhou continent was a barbarian land, Su Yan's face darkened and his tone was angry. Looking at the mysterious and unfathomable appearance of the illusory woman, killing intent appeared in his eyes. Who am I? The illusory woman continued to ignore Su Yan and laughed unscrupulously. She glanced at Su Yan from the corner of her eyes and saw the cold light in Su Yan's eyes. She suddenly looked up and roared, How many years has it been? How many years has it been since a man dared to talk to me like this? Fudu, you old man, you chose a good man. Su Yan and Chu Ling looked at the strange appearance of the illusory woman. Their brows furrowed tighter, and their eyes became more cautious. Su Yan looked at her and tried to guess her identity. Although the woman's appearance was still charming, there was a hint of vicissitudes in her laughter. Judging from her arrogant attitude and the fact that she mentioned the Buddha sword sect's founder, it was obvious that she was related to the Buddha saint. She was related to the Lord Fudu, Su Yan thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He looked at the woman in horror. You are the god of love. When the woman heard Su Yan call out her name, she was startled. She looked down at Su Yan and asked, You know me? Su Yan didn't hide it. He nodded and said, When I received the inheritance of the Lord Futu, there was a memory of you in my memory. However, the memory was very vague. It was only a vague imprint of the god of love. However, I could feel the melancholy and helplessness in the Lord Futu's heart through this imprint. Just now, you called the Lord Futu by his name. The supreme demon ancient pool has a rule that only couples can cultivate. So, I guess you are the legendary god of love. When the woman heard Su Yan's words, she couldn't help but laugh. Not bad. You are worthy of being the person chosen by the old man Futu. You can guess my identity just by a vague imprint. Not bad, not bad. The woman looked at Su Yan and nodded approvingly. However, she didn't have much interest in Su Yan. Instead, when she looked at Chu Linger, a bright light surged in her eyes. What do you want to do? When Su Yan saw the woman looking at Chu Linger, he was startled. He hurriedly stood in front of Chu Linger. Speaking of Chu Linger and Su Yan, Chu Linger was now at the first stage of the Spirit Sea realm, while Su Yan was only at the 8-star celestial phenomenon realm. Chu Linger's strength was always much stronger than Su Yan's. But even so, Su Yan still stood in front of Su Yan without hesitation. This was the principle of being a man. It was also Su Yan's principle. Chu Linger was his woman, so he must not allow anyone to bully her. When Chu Linger was facing the woman, she was a little afraid when she saw the energy erupting from the woman. However, the moment Su Yan stood in front of her, her heart immediately warmed. The fear in her eyes also disappeared. She reached out and held Su Yan's hand tightly. When the woman saw this, she glanced at Su Yan and laughed. I didn't expect you to have some affection. I just don't know how the relationship between the two of you is like. Just as the woman finished speaking, all of a sudden, a powerful energy surged from her body. This energy was stronger than all the energy that Su Yan and Chu Linger were familiar with. Be careful. Su Yan had just warned, but under the attack of this powerful energy, before he could even activate the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture, his entire body trembled. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into the supreme demon ancient pool. Compared to Su Yan's situation, Chu Linger was not much better. The moment Su Yan landed, a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of Chu Linger's mouth. Just as her body was about to land, The illusory woman suddenly waved her hand and Chu Ling's body landed in front of her. Ling! Su Yan was shocked. He wanted to save Chu Linger, but the energy was suppressing Su Yan. No matter how hard Su Yan struggled, he could not stand up. The woman looked at Su Yan who was struggling and smiled. Su Yan, only one of you can live. Now make your choice. Make your choice? Su Yan coldly snorted as he forcefully suppressed the corrosion of this energy. A cold smile appeared on his face as he said, "Don't even think about it. Today, you can forget about taking our lives." Is that so? The woman looked at Su Yan and smiled. Su Yan, do you believe that I will obediently wave my hand and Chu Linger will die? As the woman spoke, a powerful energy suddenly surged from her body. In an instant, Chu Linger's body surged with a huge pain. With a low roar, she fainted. No, Su Yan looked at this scene. His whole body trembled. His face was filled with grief. He looked at Chu Linger's body that was gradually collapsing. He had not shed tears for many years. At this moment, he was sobbing silently. Ling. Su Yan was grief-stricken and bitter. Su Yan, do you know that this is all your fault? You are the one who killed her. The illusory woman laughed as she spoke. Then, she waved her hand and a powerful energy rushed towards Su Yan. The strength of this energy was beyond imagination. Su Yan had no way to resist. Under the pressure of this powerful energy, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. He emitted a red light. No, I want to avenge Ling. Su Yan roared. The great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body quickly surged. Go to hell. Su Yan roared and patted his storage bag. The Buddha sword flew out. Su Yan took a step forward and attacked the woman. When the woman saw this, she frowned slightly. Then, a cold smile appeared on her face. Interesting. A mere 8-star celestial phenomenon stage can actually break through my love. Not bad. Unfortunately, do you think it's useful? The illusory woman sneered and waved her hand. A powerful force burst out and directly attacked Su Yan. This power was like a flash flood. Its speed was strange. Although Su Yan was borrowing the blood dragon pupil, he was still unable to see the fluctuations of this power. Bang! With a loud sound, Su Yan felt a huge pain in his body and was sent flying. At this moment, the woman shouted. Her body suddenly pressed toward Su Yan. That powerful force pressed down on Su Yan's mind. The moment the power surged, a ray of light of death exploded in Su Yan's mind. Death, everyone was afraid. Su Yan was no exception. Especially since Su Yan had experienced death once. He had a greater desire to live than anyone else. However, at this moment, Su Yan's face was ashen. He did not have the slightest fear of death. There was only anger. He hated himself for being useless and unable to protect his woman. As the power grew stronger, Su Yan gradually lost his mind and fainted. At this moment, the power on the woman's body also disappeared. Just as this power disappeared, Chu Linger, who had just lost her life, suddenly woke up. Chu Linger had just woken up when she saw Su Yan lying in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. Her heart suddenly ached. She let out a sorrowful roar and flew towards Su Yan. However, before she could take a step, she was blocked by the woman. When Chu Linger saw the illusory woman, the sadness in her heart suddenly turned into anger. With a loud bang, Chapter 298. I'll kill you. Chu Linger grew up under the protection of Princess Chu. In addition, Chu Linger was as beautiful as a flower. In the entire monster palace, many disciples were fond of Chu Linger. They even took good care of Chu Linger, their junior sister. The fight for the entire Supreme Demon Palace had never happened with Chu Ling. This also contributed to Chu Linger's simple character. She had never been angry. Even when Su Yan had perished last time, Chu Linger had only felt sorrow in her heart, but not anger. However, this time, Chu Linger was really angry. Seeing the cold smile on the woman's face, the anger in Chu Linger's body continued to surge. A killing intent that had never appeared before also appeared in her eyes. I'll kill you. Chu Linger roared crazily and attacked the phantom woman. The phantom woman didn't dodge. Just when Chu Linger's sword was about to pierce her, she said slightly, "He's not dead." Although her voice wasn't loud. However, when Chu Linger heard it, it exploded in her ears like thunder. "What?" Chu Linger looked at the phantom woman. You mean Su Yan is not dead?" The phantom woman nodded. She glanced at Su Yan and said, "I just put him into a temporary coma. After we leave, he will naturally wake up." That's great, that's great." When Chu Linger heard that Su Yan was not dead, she immediately cheered happily. However, in her excitement, she thought of the words of the woman in the illusory image and frowned. She raised her head and looked at the woman in the illusory image and asked, "Senior, what exactly did you mean by what you said earlier? What did you mean by saying that after we leave, he will naturally wake up?" "Senior, you called me senior." When the phantom woman heard Chu Linger call her senior, she was very happy. She reached out and touched Chu Linger's hair. She nodded and said, "Yes, he will only wake up when we leave." Chu Linger looked at the phantom woman and couldn't help but take a step back. "To a place where you can be strong." The phantom woman looked into the distance and said. Then she saw Chu Linger's expression and said again, "Of course, leaving also means that you will be separated from your lover for a while." Separated for a while. Chu Linger was stunned again. She looked at Su Yan and her eyes were filled with reluctance. She shook her head and said, "No, I don't want to leave. I want to be with Su Yan." The phantom woman was not anxious when she saw Chu Linger's expression. She smiled and said, "Chu Linger, you can choose not to leave. However, if you don't leave, Su Yan will never have the chance to wake up in this lifetime." "No, how is that possible? You are lying." Chu Linger looked at the phantom woman with anger in her eyes. "You can give it a try." Facing Chu Linger's anger, the illusory woman still maintained her indifferent smile. Ever since Chu Linger and Su Yan developed feelings for each other, they had spent more time apart than together. Only last night, the two of them had hugged each other and spent the night together. However, how could Chu Linger bear to leave the two of them now? However, compared to Su Yan's life, the reluctance in her heart was insignificant. The phantom woman saw Chu Linger's hesitation. She smiled and said, "Chu Linger, believe me, I will not harm you. I want you to leave because I want you to become stronger. Only if you leave will Su Yan be angry. Only anger will make him stronger. I believe you." Chu Linger snorted when she heard the phantom woman's words. She said, "I don't even know who you are. How can I believe you?" The phantom woman was stunned when she heard Chu Linger's words. Then she laughed and said, That's true, that's true. However, if you don't choose to believe me, do you have a choice?" When the phantom woman said this, her face suddenly turned cold. A powerful force surged out from her body. In front of this powerful force, Chu Linger felt a strong pressure. However, Chu Linger was not afraid. After going through so many things, Chu Linger was no longer a flower in a greenhouse. Chu Linger looked at the powerful force fluctuating from the phantom woman. She sneered and said, "Indeed, the two of us do not have a choice in front of you. However, if you want to separate me from Su Yan, you must tell me your identity. Otherwise, even if I die, I will be with Su Yan." Chu Linger's tone was full of determination. It gave people an irresistible force. "You are digging your own grave." The phantom woman suddenly became furious. She was the love god, the ruler of the 5 counties. In the thousands of years of the world of the 9 provinces, no one had ever dared to threaten her. But now, a mere first-level spiritual sea-realm girl dared to threaten her. Thinking of the illusory woman, a burst of anger surged in her chest. A powerful force suddenly pressed towards Chu Ling. However, Chu Linger did not back down. Instead, she faced it head-on. Her eyes emitted a light of determination. The phantom woman looked at Chu Linger's appearance. She stared at the blood essence flowing in her body and the light emitted from her eyes. She was stunned. In her mind, the scene of her youth slowly appeared. "I have roamed the Qianjing world for thousands of years. Although I have never been threatened, wasn't my mentality when I was a girl the same as hers?" Thinking of this, the killing intent in the phantom woman's eyes slowly disappeared. The anger surging in her chest also disappeared. In exchange, a kind expression appeared. Chu Linger, you are indeed worthy of being chosen. Alright, you will know about this sooner or later. There is no harm in me telling you now. The phantom woman glanced at Chu Linger as she spoke. She saw that Chu Linger was listening. She did not stop. After thinking for a moment, she said, if you have heard of the Buddha Sword sect, you will know the name of the love goddess, the enchantress. The love goddess, the enchantress. Chu Linger could not help but be stunned. Clearly, she had never heard of this name. The love goddess, the enchantress, saw Chu Linger's reaction. She was not surprised. Instead, she smiled and said, Chu Linger, it is not strange that you have not heard of my name. However, you should have heard of the world of the 9 provinces. The world of the 9 provinces. Although Chu Linger did not know much about the world of the 9 provinces, she had heard of it. She looked at the love goddess and nodded slightly. Yes, very good. The love goddess nodded with satisfaction and said, then I am a warrior from the world of the 9 provinces. However, because of an incident, I have already fallen. To be precise, what you see now is only a remnant of my soul power left behind by my will. As the demoness of love spoke, a trace of sadness flashed across her beautiful face. She sighed and continued, as for the existence of the supreme demon ancient pool, it is better to call it the pool of the goddess of love than the supreme demon ancient pool. Because the pool of the love goddess was created by me. It has existed for even longer than the monster palace. The pool of the love goddess. Chu Linger was surprised to hear this. She interrupted the love goddess and asked, what is going on? The demoness didn't beat around the bush and pointed at the supreme demon ancient pond. It's not that big of a deal. I was the one who created the supreme demon ancient pond in order to find someone who could accept my legacy. The person who will accept your legacy. Chu Ling, suddenly widened her eyes. Yes, the reason why I created this pool was to find someone who can accept my legacy. Because I am the love goddess and my cultivation method is very special, in order to accept my legacy, they must be a couple. To be more precise, they must have feelings in their heart. Of course, outside of feelings, their bloodline is even more important. It's a pity that I've been searching for it for so many years, until the Supreme Demon Palace was built. This pond that no one knew about was called the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. Over the years, countless couples have come here. It is a pity that I have not taken a liking to anyone. When Chu Linger heard this, she seemed to understand something and interrupted the demoness. So you thought that if someone entered the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool to cultivate, you would use your power to increase their strength? Yes. The love goddess heard Chu Linger's words and was even more satisfied with Chu Linger. She nodded and smiled. Yes, I wanted to attract more people here so that I could find a suitable candidate. It is a pity that after hundreds of years, I still have not found a suitable candidate. Plus, every time I use the power of my remnant soul to bless him, my strength is getting weaker and weaker. I don't know how long I can last. As she spoke, the beauty of love's eyes suddenly lit up as she looked at Chu Ling. Her voice also grew excited. Until you appeared, I saw hope. I knew that my years of hard work were not in vain. Of course, I did not expect your lover to be the successor of the Buddha Sword sect. The successor of the Buddha Sword sect. When the Enchantress of Love said this, there was some excitement in her eyes, but also some sadness. This sadness came from the bottom of her heart. Standing beside her, Chu Ling could feel that the kind-hearted Chu Ling had been infected by her. She suddenly felt that the love demoness, who had been so hateful just a moment ago, was actually a little pitiful. Of course, Chu Linger was also confused. She looked at the love goddess and asked, Senior love goddess, what is going on with the Buddha Sword sect? The Buddha Sword sect? The love goddess looked up at the sky and the sadness in her eyes deepened. She lowered her head and sighed, Forget it, forget it. I can't tell you everything about the Buddha Sword sect in a short time. I will tell you in detail in the future. Chapter 299. If it were a moment ago, Chu Linger would never agree to leave with the beauty of love. However, after hearing what the beauty of love said, although what the beauty of love said was not vivid, the sadness in her eyes infected Chu Linger. Thousands of years of waiting, thousands of years of bitter waiting, just to find someone who could accept her legacy. Thousands of years of protection, how much did she have to bear? Chu Linger could not imagine it. The beauty of love saw Chu Linger's hesitation and smiled bitterly. Chu Linger, you don't have a choice today. Why? Chu Linger was a little unhappy when she heard the beauty of love say this. Because when the two of you cultivated in the ancient demon pool and received my power inheritance, you were destined to leave with me. Otherwise, Su Yan will die because of you. When Chu Linger heard this, she didn't understand what was going on. However, Chu Linger knew that all of this was definitely the work of the Enchantress of Love. Her face couldn't help but surge with anger. However, just as she was about to speak, the beauty of love shook her head and smiled. Chu Linger, don't be angry. In fact, this is not something I can control. It is the power of the goddess of love that is restraining it. When I chose you, you were destined to become the next goddess of love. However, you are too weak to control the power of the goddess of love, so you must leave. Only by leaving can the power of the goddess of love not restrain the power of the goddess of love that Su Yan received. Only then can Su Yan wake up. The power of the goddess of love. What the hell is this power of the goddess of love? Chu Linger was a little angry when she thought about it. After all, she had just been with Su Yan, and they had a lot to talk about. How could she bear to let him leave now? When the beauty of love heard Chu Linger's words, a self-deprecating smile appeared on her face. I don't know what the power of the goddess of love is. You don't know either. When Chu Linger heard this, she was stunned. She looked at the beauty of love with disbelief. The beauty of love saw Chu Linger's doubt and smiled bitterly. I really don't know what the power of the goddess of love is. Although I have cultivated this power for thousands of years, I have not been able to fully understand it. Because of this, I want someone to accept my inheritance and truly unlock the power of the goddess of love. The beauty of love looked up at the sky. Her eyes were filled with sadness. She sighed and said, Actually, I can understand your feelings. But this is the consequence of accepting the power of the goddess of love. You have no other choice. As the goddess of love spoke, the goddess of love became more and more. This sadness came from the bottom of her heart. It could not be faked. Seeing the beauty of love like this, Chu Linger thought about leaving Su Yan. She felt sad. Tears came out of her eyes. She looked at Su Yan in the ancient demon pool and choked. Is there really no other choice? There is no other choice. The beauty of love also looked at Su Yan in the pool. She looked back at Chu Linger and said, Chu Linger, come with me. If you stay here for too long, I am afraid that Su Yan will be eroded by the power of the goddess of love. Then even I will not be able to save him. Chu Linger really did not want to leave, but she could feel that the beauty of love was not lying to her. The beauty of love only had the power of a remnant soul. However, this power wasn't something that he could withstand. If the beauty of love wanted to take her away or kill Su Yan, there was no need for her to say so much. In addition to the sadness that the beauty of love had shown, Chu Linger could clearly feel that it was not an act. It meant that the beauty of love was not lying to her. If she stayed there, she was afraid that she would hurt Su Yan. Although Chu Linger did not want to leave, compared to Su Yan's life, she would rather leave than let Su Yan die. Chu Linger followed the beauty of love and slowly flew into the sky. Seeing Su Yan's figure become more and more blurry, Chu Linger's heart became more and more reluctant. Senior goddess of love, when will I see him again? Chu Linger looked at Su Yan's figure that was about to disappear and asked the beauty of love while crying. That depends on his growth. 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years. The beauty of love looked at Chu Linger's sad appearance and smiled bitterly. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. Chu Linger could not help but smile bitterly in her heart. Then she looked at Su Yan's figure that was about to disappear, clenched her fist and shouted, Su Yan, you must come and find me. Ling, or I will wait for you. I will always wait for you. After Chu Linger finished speaking, she was already sobbing. The beauty of love looked at Chu Linger's appearance and felt helpless. She looked down at Su Yan and said, "Su Yan, you must grow up quickly. We will wait for you in the 9 states." After she finished speaking, a ray of light surged from the goddess of love's body. A crack suddenly appeared in the void. She and Chu Ling immediately turned into a ray of light and disappeared between the heavens and the earth. After the two left, Su Yan, who was lying in the supreme demon ancient pool, slowly opened his eyes. Ling. The moment Su Yan opened his eyes, he could not be bothered to check his injuries. He leaped up and searched for Chu Linger's figure in the surroundings. However, the surroundings were empty and there was no sign of Chu Ling. Ling. Su Yan suddenly let out a low roar. The voice echoed in the spirit palace and finally disappeared into the horizon. Ling. Su Yan thought of the woman in the illusion and fell to the ground. His face was already wet with tears. He slammed the ground and said angrily, "Goddess of love, I don't care who you are. I must kill you to avenge Ling." After all, before Su Yan fell unconscious, Su Yan saw Chu Linger die. As for what happened after that, Su Yan did not know. He only thought that Chu Linger had died. Thinking of Chu Linger's death, Su Yan cried more and more sadly. He did not care about the dignity of a man. At this moment, it was all fart. If possible, Su Yan was willing to exchange everything for Chu Linger's resurrection. "Ling, I will avenge you. I will." Su Yan exploded with anger in his grief and roared at the sky. However, at this moment, a memory suddenly appeared in his mind. Su Yan, successor of the Buddha Sword sect. "Don't worry, your Ling is not dead. I just brought her to the 9 states. If you want to see her again, come to the 9 states. This memory was left by the beauty concubine. Ling is not dead. When Su Yan heard the words of the love enchantress, his entire body froze. Then, a look of excitement appeared in his eyes. However, when he heard the latter part of the sentence, the excitement in his eyes suddenly turned gloomy. He clenched his fist and said, the 9 states, I will definitely go." As Su Yan said this, the anger in his heart could not be calmed down for a long time. He had the same feelings as Chu Linger when she left. After all, he and Chu Linger had just been together. How could he bear to leave now? Amidst this grief, Su Yan even blamed himself. Lu Lan was taken away, and he could not protect her. At this moment, Chu Linger was taken away, and he still could not protect her. Even the monster palace had fallen into the hands of others, and he could not protect it. Thinking of this, Su Yan secretly hated himself. At the same time, a bright light surged in his eyes. He roared, "I want to become stronger, stronger. Strength. Su Yan muttered to himself. The desire for strength in his heart had reached the extreme. However, Su Yan did not lose his mind because of this. Instead, he used his cultivation method and carefully felt his strength that had just risen to the 8-star celestial realm. Bang! As the cultivation technique in his body was circulating, Su Yan suddenly clenched his fist. The air that was hidden in the void suddenly surged with a loud sound. The 8-star celestial realm is indeed extraordinary. Su Yan smiled coldly as his eyes emitted a bright light. Of course, Su Yan knew that this power would never be enough. He had to become even stronger. After all, with this little bit of power, he couldn't even snatch back the monster palace. Strength. Su Yan muttered to himself. The excited emotions in his heart slowly calmed down. He knew very well that strength could not be crossed in a day or two. Only by constantly cultivating could it be possible. Thinking of this, Su Yan sat down cross-legged. His cultivation technique was circulating, and his mind was also rapidly revolving. Su Yan remembered very clearly that before his rebirth, he was a heaven stage martial artist who had crippled the heaven stage. The reason why he broke through was because he had swallowed Nangong Xiangming's soul. "Nangong Xiangming, you have always been my benefactor." Su Yan's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. Then he slowly began to feel the power of heaven and earth around him. Although Su Yan was currently at the 8-star celestial realm. However, Su Yen had actually stepped into the celestial realm and had not truly felt the existence of the power of heaven and earth. After all, Su Yen had encountered too many times during this period of time. And from the 3-star celestial realm to the 8-star celestial realm, this was mainly because of the dual cultivation with Chu Linger and the gift of the supreme demon ancient pool, which led to the breakthrough. Of course, Su Yen did not know that all of this was actually the work of the love goddess. Right now, what Su Yen wanted to do was to understand the situation in his body. Water elemental power. Fire elemental power. Wind elemental power. Su Yen circulated the cultivation technique in his body, feeling the power of heaven and earth around him. With every increase, the smile on his face became wider. Moon celestial phase, I am no longer crippling the heaven stage, but moon celestial phase. No, as Su Yen was speaking, his body suddenly froze. He frowned and shook his head. No, the power of heaven and earth is not only that. Could it be? Could it be? Thinking of this, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. He looked at the power surging in his palm with a look of surprise. Chapter 300. Solar Celestial Phase. Su Yen couldn't help but be stunned when he thought of this. One had to know that in the entire 5 counties, Su Yen had never heard of anyone who had condensed the solar celestial phase. The celestial phase was divided into the celestial phase, lunar celestial phase, and solar celestial phase. The celestial phase comprehended 1 to 2 types of heaven and earth power. The lunar celestial phase had more than the celestial phase. As for the solar celestial phase, it was the power of everything in the world. In layman's terms, everything in the world could become one's own power. The solar celestial phase was much stronger than the lunar celestial phase. After all, everything in the world could become one's own heaven and earth power. The power contained was immeasurable. Not only was the power stronger, but even the cultivation speed was several times faster than the lunar celestial phase martial artist. For example, Ratley was a lunar celestial phase martial artist. The heaven and earth power he controlled was the fire origin power. If Ratley wanted to increase his strength quickly, other than absorbing the heaven and earth spirit chi, he also had to absorb the fire origin power to break through quickly. On the contrary, other martial artists who controlled the heaven and earth power were the same. However, if it was a solar celestial phase martial artist, then all of this didn't exist. This was because everything in the world could become one's own heaven and earth power. In other words, no matter where, solar celestial phase martial artists only needed to absorb the heaven and earth spirit chi. Just based on this, one could conclude that this solar celestial phase martial artist was several times faster than those lunar celestial phase martial artists. Or even more. Of course, the degree of solar celestial phase appearing could be said to be very rare. It could be said that in hundreds or even thousands of years, there might not be one. At this moment, Su Yen was constantly comprehending the heaven and earth power around him. His eyes flickered. Although he knew that it was very likely that he had condensed the solar celestial phase, he still couldn't believe it was true. After all, the difference between the crippling celestial phase and the solar celestial phase was too hard to accept. Su Yen comprehended for more than an hour before he was convinced that he had indeed condensed the solar celestial phase. Solar celestial phase, solar celestial phase. I didn't expect that I would actually condense the solar celestial phase. Su Yen could feel the power of the heavens and earth surging around him. His eyes shone with excitement, and his face was filled with unconcealable excitement. After all, the benefits brought about by the celestial phenomenon were not as simple as just speeding up one's cultivation. The real benefit of the solar sky avatar was that after stepping into the spiritual sea realm, all the power of heaven and earth would gather in the Dantian and form the spiritual sea. At that time, it would be hard to find a worthy opponent in the same realm. At that time, the power of the solar heavenly embodiment would be fully unleashed. Of course, aside from his excitement, Su Yen also knew that Sun phase was much more difficult than condensing the spirit sea realm for ordinary warriors. After all, to enter the spirit sea realm, one had to condense all the power of heaven and earth into the spirit sea. The power of heaven and earth contained in the solar celestial avatar could be said to be all things in the world. To condense everything in the world into the Dantian, one could see how difficult it was for a Retian realm warrior to enter the spiritual sea realm. Of course, it was difficult. The benefits of the celestial body honoring technique would not become useless because of this. After all, in the spirit sea realm, as long as one had the celestial aspect, a single power of heaven and earth would be able to condense a spirit sea. In other words, in the spiritual sea realm, as long as you have power in your body, when you reach the bottleneck, you can condense it. In the same way, if you want to quickly step into the spiritual sea realm, you can give up some of the power of heaven and earth and condense the spiritual sea. This way, you can reduce some of the trouble and step into the spiritual sea realm. Of course, if you give up, then the benefits of the solar sky avatar will be gone. Give up. When Su Yen thought of this, his eyes turned, then he shook his head and chuckled. Right now, I am only at the 8-star celestial phase realm, so it is too early to consider this matter. The most important thing right now is to think about how to step into the 9-star celestial phase realm. Ever since Su Yen stepped into the celestial phase realm, he had been advancing without any hindrance. In the celestial phase realm, Su Yen had never truly cultivated properly. Now that the cultivation technique in his body was circulating and absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, Su Yen truly felt the power of the celestial phase realm. If he wanted to step into the 9-star realm from the 8-star realm, the amount of spiritual energy required was so huge that Su Yen didn't even dare to imagine. It's a pity that the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda has lost its spirit spring. Otherwise, with the spirit spring, I can enter the 9-star realm faster. Su Yen felt the spiritual energy in the spirit palace and was rather dejected. Although the spirit palace was considered a place with more spiritual energy in the monster palace, compared to the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda, it was slightly thinner. Moreover, Su Yen was very clear that with the amount of spiritual energy in the spirit palace, even if Su Yen was at the celestial phase realm, if he wanted to enter the 9-star celestial phase realm, a year wouldn't be enough. A year? Su Yen narrowed his eyes. For a warrior, how many people would enter seclusion for a few years, or even decades? A year was indeed not long. However, Su Yen couldn't wait any longer. This was because Su Yen was carrying too many burdens on his shoulders at the moment. More importantly, the monster palace was still in the hands of Murong Fu. Murong Fu, that brat, was ruthless and wanted to deal with him. It was hard to say what Murong Fu would do in this 1 year. Therefore, a year was too long for Su Yen. I have to find a place with more spiritual energy to cultivate. Su Yen muttered to himself. His eyes were shining with a determined light. At the same time, his mind was spinning quickly. Unfortunately, in the entire monster palace, apart from the East Palace main hall, the spiritual energy was only in the spirit palace. In the monster palace, where could there be a place with more spiritual energy than these two places? Thinking about this, Su Yen felt a little melancholy. Could it be that other than seclusion, there's no other way? Su Yen whispered. Suddenly he thought of something. His eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. I can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth now. Then I can use spirit stones to cultivate. As long as there are enough spirit stones, it will be enough for me to quickly reach the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm. Spirit stones. The reason why it was used as a currency was because every warrior could absorb the spiritual energy contained in spirit stones. It was just that at that time, Su Yen was too poor. When Su Yen was not poor, he had reached the Saint Bloodline realm, where he could comprehend one bloodline at a time. Other than comprehending the Tao, there was no need for spirit energy at all. This also caused Su Yen to almost forget that he could use spirit stones to assist in cultivation. At this moment, Su Yen did not feel that it was too late. He smiled slightly, patted his storage bag, and immediately took out a spirit stone. He operated his cultivation method and absorbed the spirit energy contained in the spirit stone. Unfortunately, when the spirit stone entered Su Yan's body, it was like an embroidery needle falling into the sea. It was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. There was not the slightest fluctuation of strength. Su Yan could not help but smile bitterly. It seems that if I want to use spirit stones to cultivate, I'm afraid I'll need hundreds of millions of spirit stones to support myself to reach the 9-star realm. Spirit stones, where do I go to get spirit stones? Su Yan narrowed his eyes. He, who had not had a desire for spirit stones for a long time, once again had a desire for spirit stones in his heart. Forget it, I'll first refine the spirit stones I have with me and the abundant spirit energy in the spirit palace. Su Yan patted his storage pouch as he couldn't think of where to get the spirit stones at the moment. Taking out the spirit stones he had when he was the palace master of the monster palace, he placed them in front of him. Although there were not many spirit stones, there were still hundreds of thousands of them. Looking at the spirit stones piled up into a small mountain in front of him, Su Yan could not help but think of the embarrassment when he first entered the hidden demon region. At that time in the hidden demon region, Su Yan almost had to sleep on the streets because of a spirit stone. Although he had so many spirit stones now, Su Yan still felt a burst of embarrassment and could not help but smile bitterly. I didn't expect that after running around for spirit stones, I would still be able to get a monthly salary in the monster palace. I still have to worry about spirit stones. Forget it. Let's refine these spirit stones first. Su Yan smiled bitterly and did not think about these things anymore. He closed his eyes, and the cultivation method in his body slowly began to operate as he began to cultivate. The days of cultivation were definitely boring. After all, many years of cultivation could not be exchanged for a breakthrough overnight. But he could not cultivate. Because if you wanted to be strong, you had to cultivate. Su Yan knew this very well. The moment he closed his eyes, his whole heart sank. He was focused on absorbing the spirit energy in the spirit palace and the spirit stones in front of him. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. 3 days had passed. Su Yan was cultivating, but when the cultivation method in his body was operating, he suddenly frowned and hurriedly opened his eyes. He looked at the spirit stones piled up in front of him, and there was not a single one left. So fast, Su Yan was surprised. Although Su Yan did not have many spirit stones, he still had hundreds of thousands of them. But in just 3 days, they were all gone. How could Su Yan not be surprised? It can't be so fast. Su Yan shook his head and operated the cultivation method. He felt the spirit power contained in his body and slightly calculated the spirit power that one spirit stone could convert. He was even more convinced that the spirit stones would not be used up so quickly in these 3 days. Could it be a thief? Su Yan's first reaction was that someone had broken into the spirit palace. However, this thought was quickly dispelled by Su Yan, because the place he was currently living in was the spirit palace. This spirit palace was the first temple for the disciples of the monster palace. It contained a seal that even Li Tianyi might not be able to open. And Su Yan had not opened the door in these 3 days. In other words, it was impossible for anyone to enter the spirit palace in these 3 days. If it's not a thief, then where did the spirit stones go? Su Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. When he saw the little guy curled up in the corner, he suddenly realized. He looked at the little guy licking his lips, as if he had not had enough. Chapter 301. These spirit stones could be said to be all of Su Yan's belongings. Originally, Su Yan wanted to use these spirit stones to increase his strength, but who would have thought that the fire Qilin would steal them all? Looking at the cute fire Qilin, Su Yan was angry, but he was also helpless. Sigh, little guy, how many spirit stones can you swallow? You've absorbed the entire spirit spring and these hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, but you haven't grown at all. Su Yan looked at the fire Qilin, who was still the same as before, and could not help but smile bitterly. He really doubted whether this little guy would grow up. Su Yan patted his empty storage bag, shook his head, and said, Forget it. You've already eaten it, so there's no need to pursue it. Let's go, we haven't been out for a few days. I don't know what Murong Fu will do now that he's the palace master. Let's go out and take a look. The fire Qilin obviously understood Su Yan's words, and jumped into Su Yan's arms. Looking at such a cute and smart fire Qilin, the anger in Su Yan's heart had completely disappeared at this moment. Looking at the fire qilin in his arms, he smiled and said, "Little guy, you have to remember that when you go out, you have to hide well. Otherwise, if you're taken away and become a pet beast, I can't help you." Saying this, Su Yan felt a little helpless. After all, his current strength was really nothing in this monster palace, and the fire qilin was a sacred beast. If it was seen by others, it would definitely attract many experts to fight over it. Su Yan did not want to have more trouble because of this. After all, his current strength was still too weak. Hearing Su Yan's words, the fire qilin growled and then went into Su Yan's arms. Looking at the cute little guy, Su Yan was overjoyed. He laughed and walked out of the spirit palace. However, the moment he opened the door, he saw Li Tianyi flying towards him. "Greetings, elderly." Su Yan didn't find it strange that Li Tianyi was here. He cupped his hands and greeted him. "Su Yan, there's no need to be so polite. I came here today to talk to you about something." Li Tianyi waved his hand, an anxious look on his face. Seeing this, Su Yan frowned and asked, "Elderly, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" "Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that Murong Fu is trying to get rid of you." "Try to get rid of me?" When Su Yan heard Li Tianyi's words, he smiled faintly. He was not surprised at all. After all, the grudge between him and Murong Fu wasn't just a matter of a day or two. Murong Fu had long wanted to get rid of him, but he never found the opportunity. Now that he heard Li Tianyi say this, Su Yan was quite interested in what Murong Fu had thought of. He looked at Li Tianyi and asked, "Elderly, what method did Murong Fu come up with to get rid of me?" "I'm not sure. I overheard it, so I came to tell you." Li Tianyi shook his head. "You're not sure?" Su Yan frowned. After experiencing so many things, Su Yan's mind had matured a lot. He was no longer as reckless as before and had become calmer. Li Tianyi looked at Su Yan and asked, "Su Yan, are you planning to go out?" Su Yan nodded and said, "I've been in the palace for a few days, so I want to go out for a walk." Su Yan didn't tell Li Tianyi that he wanted to go out for spirit stones. After all, Su Yan couldn't trust Li Tianyi like he did with Dong Qinghao and the others. "Go out for a walk? Why do you still want to go out for a walk?" When Li Tianyi heard Su Yan's words, he looked at Su Yan reproachfully and sighed. "Su Yan, do you know what kind of situation you are in now? You still have time to go out for a walk? Why don't you work hard to cultivate?" Hearing Li Tianyi's reproachful voice, Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. After all, he wasn't very familiar with Li Tianyi. Looking at Li Tianyi's serious expression, Su Yan didn't know how to answer for a while, so he simply didn't say anything. When Li Tianyi saw Su Yan's expression, he felt a sense of disappointment. He sighed slightly and said, "Sigh, forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about this. Take this illusion first." When Su Yan saw the book Li Tianyi handed over, he was suddenly stunned. "Take it. What are you waiting for?" Li Tianyi stuffed the book into Su Yan's hands. Su Yan looked at the ancient book in his hand and saw the words Illusion Mystic Technique, flashing with spiritual energy. Only then did he snap back to his senses. He cupped his hands and bowed. "Thank you for your gift, Elder Li Tianyi. However, I can't accept it." "You can't accept it." Li Tianyi frowned and glanced at it with a look of anger on his face. After all, this illusion mystic technique was something that many people dreamed of but couldn't obtain. Now that he was giving it to him for free, he actually didn't accept it. Su Yan was naturally aware of the preciousness of this transmogrification technique. During the battle for the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, Su Yan had seen Elder Li Tianyi's illusions. At that time, he had the intention to cultivate illusions. However, Su Yan knew that he needed someone to guide him to cultivate illusions. If he were to rely on his own comprehension, he would not be able to fully comprehend it. Of course, if he had an ancient book on illusion mystic techniques, it would be much easier to comprehend them. Now, Li Tianyi had suddenly bestowed him with this book. Su Yan was naturally delighted. However, despite his delight, Su Yan knew very well that Li Tianyi's goal in bestowing the book was to make him his disciple. If Sword Sage had not appeared, Su Yan might have been able to accept Li Tianyi as his master. After all, if Sword Sage had not appeared, Su Yan would have been expelled from the Sword Collection tomb. However, with Sword Sage's appearance, Su Yen knew that he had not been expelled from the Sword Collection tomb. It was just that Sword Sage wanted him to leave the mountain for training. Furthermore, Sword Sage was still alive. Su Yen naturally would not submit to anyone else. It was because of this that Su Yen said that he could not accept Li Tianyi's illusion mystic techniques. In fact, Su Yen was quite touched that Li Tianyi had bestowed this book to him. After all, he did not have much of a relationship with Li Tianyi. For Li Tianyi to give him such a precious item, it was clear that Li Tianyi valued him. Looking at the slightly angry Li Tianyi, Su Yen smiled embarrassedly and told Li Tianyi the cause of the matter. Of course, Su Yen only said that he had become Li Tianyi's disciple many years ago. He did not mention the Sword Collection tomb and the time with Sword Sage. You can't become my disciple. Li Tianyi had indeed bestowed this book to Su Yen because he wanted Su Yen to become his disciple. After all, Li Tianyi had this idea when he saw Su Yen resisting the illusion. Now that he heard that Su Yen could not become his disciple, Li Tianyi was naturally disappointed. However, when he thought of Su Yan's talent in illusion, Li Tianyi's love for talent overflowed again. He looked at Su Yan's determined gaze. Li Tianyi smiled bitterly. Forget it, forget it. Su Yan said that you are still the palace master of Monster Palace. It's not appropriate for you to become my disciple. Li Tianyi said and sighed helplessly, I can't accept you as my disciple. The two of us are not fated. However, you can take this illusion first. You don't have to become my disciple. Just treat it as me, Li Tianyi, promoting a disciple of Monster Palace. That's fine. Su Yen was stunned for a moment. In fact, he knew that this was a gift from Li Tianyi. If it was someone else, they would have already agreed. After all, where in the world could you find such a good thing? However, Su Yen, who never liked to owe people, felt that something was wrong. Li Tianyi saw Su Yan's hesitation and smiled bitterly. Su Yen, oh Su Yen, I have already said so. What are you still hesitating for? No matter what, this old man is stronger than you. I don't want you to call me master. If I want to teach you something, I think I can still do it. Su Yen heard Li Tianyi say so. If he still refused, it would be unreasonable. After all, Su Yen also had some desire for illusion. Elderly, Su Yen thanks you. Su Yen took the ancient book from Li Tianyi's hand and cupped his hands. Elderly, although I can't become your disciple, Su Yen will remember your kindness today. I will not forget it for a moment. Li Tianyi obviously didn't have much interest in this. He nodded slightly and changed the topic. Su Yen, to be honest, in addition to teaching you illusion today, I mainly want you to be careful of Murong Fu. This person is ruthless. You have a grudge with him. Now that he is the palace master of the Monster Palace, he will definitely find ways to get rid of you. So, you have to be careful. Su Yen listened to Li Tianyi's words and could feel that he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He felt touched in his heart. After all, before he dealt with Li Tianyi, Su Yen and Li Tianyi still had some conflicts. This was also the reason why Su Yen had always been wary of Li Tianyi. Now that he heard Li Tianyi treat him like this, he felt a little guilty that he was still suspicious of him. He cupped his hands and said to Li Tianyi, Thank you for your reminder, elderly. I will be more careful. Li Tianyi nodded and then waved his hand. A wave of will surged into Su Yan's mind. Suddenly, a boundless memory entered Su Yan's mind. Su Yan was slightly stunned. He felt that this memory was Li Tianyi's experience in cultivating illusion techniques. He felt touched in his heart. Su Yan, cultivate well. I will help you take back the Monster Palace. Li Tianyi said seriously and then retracted his hand. His eyes revealed a look of surprise. 8-star celestial phenomenon realm. Su Yen, I didn't expect you to be able to advance from the 3-star realm to the 8-star realm in just a few days. How did you do it? Li Tianyi was surprised, but his eyes also flashed with a trace of unconcealable excitement. Looking at Li Tianyi's expression, Su Yen smiled and said, It's just luck, just luck. The reason why Su Yen said this was not to hide anything from Li Tianyi, but after all, dual cultivation was a private matter, so Su Yen did not want to mention it. Seeing Su Yen say this, Li Tianyi did not ask any more. he only comforted Su Yan, Good, very good. But don't be arrogant. You have to pay more attention to Murong Fu. Elderly, what do you have to pay attention to? Chapter 302. Hearing this voice, Su Yan and Li Tianyi couldn't help but frown. They were all too familiar with this voice. This person was none other than Murong Fu, the one who snatched the monster palace from Su Yan's hands. Murong Fu snatched Su Yan's monster palace. Although there wasn't a bloody outbreak, his methods were even more inhumane than a bloody outbreak. Su Yan's hatred for Murong Fu had reached its peak. When he saw Murong Fu walk over, he angrily shouted, "Murong Fu, what are you doing here?" Li Tianyi was also very displeased with Murong Fu's vicious and merciless methods. When he saw Murong Fu walking over, his complexion turned gloomy. Obviously, Murong Fu was like a cool breeze after obtaining the position of Monster Palace's palace master. He didn't care about their expressions at all. He smiled slightly and said, "Su Yan, Li Tianyi, you two should be more polite. You should know that I am now the Monster Palace's palace master. You two actually dare to speak to me like this. I can guarantee that you two don't respect your elders." Hearing Murong Fu's words, Su Yan and Li Tianyi both snorted disdainfully. Murong Fu didn't get angry at their attitudes. He smiled slightly and then looked at Su Yan and said, "Su Yan, as the palace master, I order you to quickly head to the Hidden Demon region to host the Monster Palace's auction in the Hidden Demon region." Auction? Su Yan had taken over the position of Monster Palace's palace master. He naturally knew that the auction had always been a lucrative job for Monster Palace. Every time the disciples went to the auction, they would get a lot of benefits. Now, Murong Fu had actually arranged for him to host the auction. How could Su Yan not be suspicious? Looking at Murong Fu's gloomy smile, Su Yan was even more certain that this was definitely not a good thing. "Murong Fu, what are you planning?" Su Yan looked at Murong Fu, killing intent flowing out of his eyes. But after asking this question, Su Yan felt some regret. Since Murong Fu wanted to frame him, why would he tell him? As Su Yan expected, Murong Fu didn't say much to Su Yan. Instead, he sneered and said, "Su Yan, you can choose not to go. Of course, if you don't go, don't blame me for being rude. I'm sure you know the rules of the Monster Palace." As Murong Fu spoke, he waved his hand and sneered, "Well, it's useless for me to talk to you here. Su Yan, get ready. We'll set off tomorrow." After saying that, Murong Fu didn't care about Li Tianyi and Su Yan's reactions and left. Li Tianyi looked at the arrogant Murong Fu and couldn't help but burst out swearing. Then, he looked back at Su Yan and asked, "Su Yan, what do you think of this matter?" "Take it." Su Yan smiled slightly and said, "Didn't Murong Fu know that I would definitely go? Then I'll go and see what kind of conspiracy he has." Li Tianyi sighed helplessly. He didn't know what to say. Although he was stronger than Murong Fu, it was a pity that there were stronger existences in the Monster Palace, Luo Yaofeng and the Heavenly Pig Demon King. If the two of them knew that the Princess of Chu had died, at that time, the Monster Palace wouldn't be as peaceful as it was now. It would definitely cause a bloody storm. Murong Fu used this reason to firmly control Li Tianyi, Su Yan, and the others. Of course, although the death of the Princess of Chu could be used by Murong Fu, it was actually controlled by Su Yan. In other words, the secret of the Princess of Chu's death was actually a double-edged sword. After all, Murong Fu was also a little afraid of Luo Yaofeng and the Heavenly Pig Demon King. If the two of them knew this secret, he wouldn't be able to keep his position as the palace master. Li Tianyi wanted to say something to Su Yan, but when the words reached his mouth, he couldn't say it. After all, no matter what, Murong Fu was the palace master of the Supreme Demon Palace. If they really fell out, it wouldn't be good for anyone. "Su Yan, you should be more careful." Li Tianyi helplessly patted Su Yan's shoulder and sighed helplessly. He didn't say any more nonsense and left. Su Yan was left alone with a melancholy expression. After all, Murong Fu was Sima Zhixin. Everyone knew that. This time, Murong Fu asked Su Yan to host the auction in the Hidden Demon region. It was definitely a conspiracy. Although it was called a conspiracy, it was more accurate to say that it was an overt scheme because Su Yan had no choice at all. Before Su Yan grew up, it was impossible for him to fall out with Murong Fu. Endure. What Su Yan had to do now was to endure and become stronger while enduring. Forget it, forget it. In any case, I really need spirit stones now. I don't know where to find spirit stones in this supreme demon palace. Perhaps I will be able to obtain some spirit stones in this trip to the hidden devil region. As Su Yan thought of this, the melancholy in his heart lessened by quite a bit. Then, a bright light burst out from his eyes. Gu Yuezong, Su Yan had never forgotten this sect. It was because of this sect that he fell into the 10,000 Ghosts cave and came to the Monster Palace. It could be said that Gu Yuezong had ruined Su Yan's overall plan. Thinking of Gu Yuezong and the hidden demon region, Su Yan couldn't help but think of another person, Buttface. I haven't seen Buttface for a while. I wonder how he's doing now. Thinking of Buttface, Su Yan couldn't help but smile. After all, in Su Yan's life, he didn't have many friends. Besides the friends he made in the Monster Palace and the Hidden Sword Tomb, Buttface could be said to be a fellow disciple of the same sect. Su Yan's only friend was Buttface. I'm leaving tomorrow. Now I'm going to look for Dong Qinghao and the others. Su Yan narrowed his eyes and planned to say goodbye to Dong Qinghao and the others. But before Su Yan could move, a few figures flashed in midair. The people who came were Dong Qinghao, Rat Li, and Makaryu Ice. What a coincidence today. I wanted to look for them and they all came. When Su Yan saw them, he couldn't help but smile. He was happy that he didn't have to look for them. Su Yan. Dong Qinghao and the others stepped forward and greeted Su Yan. Hello, senior brothers. When Su Yan saw them, he was in a good mood. He was always serious, but he couldn't help but joke with them. The three of them obviously rarely saw this side of Su Yan, and they couldn't help but be stunned. When Su Yan saw the three of them, he patted Dong Qinghao's shoulder and said, Senior brother Dong Qinghao, let's go to your palace and ask for a few cups of wine. F***CK, we're already at the entrance of your palace. Why are you still going to my place? Dong Qinghao couldn't help but curse. However, he was just saying it casually. He called the three of them and flew to Dong Qinghao's palace. Dong Qinghao used to be one of the top 10 masters in the East Palace. He naturally had his own private palace. Although it couldn't be compared to Su Yan's spirit palace, it was still one of the more luxurious ones among the disciples. Not only that, but Dong Qinghao's palace also had the most servants. When the few of them arrived at Dong Qinghao's palace, Dong Qinghao was not careless. He ordered the servants to prepare the best food and wine in his palace. The table was filled with the best food and wine. When the four of them sat down, they didn't hesitate. They each raised their cups and drank. They didn't mention anything unpleasant. They just drank. Su Yan drank happily. However, he knew that no matter how happy he was, he still had to say goodbye. Just as he was about to say goodbye, Dong Qinghao stood up and said drunkenly, Sigh, I didn't want to talk about unpleasant things at this moment. However, there is one thing that I have to mention. As Dong Qinghao spoke, the usual cynical smile on his face disappeared. It was replaced by a gloomy expression. Dong Qinghao saw that the three of them were looking at him. He didn't keep them in suspense. He took a sip of wine and said, I will be leaving the Monster Palace tomorrow. What? When Su Yan and the other two heard Dong Qinghao's words, they couldn't help but be startled. After listening to Dong Qinghao's explanation, the three of them couldn't help but be surprised. They said in unison, What? You are also going to host the Hidden Demon Regions auction. You are too. Dong Qinghao also looked at the three of them with a face full of shock. The three of them nodded at the same time. Then, the four of them burst out laughing at the same time. Drink. I thought I would have to say goodbye to you. I didn't expect that all four of us would be going. Dong Qinghao laughed and raised his glass. Su Yan and the other two didn't hesitate. They also raised their glasses and drank. F***CK, I thought this Murong Fu wanted to get rid of me. I didn't expect him to want to get rid of all four of us. He is really ruthless. Dong Qinghao couldn't help but curse after drinking. In fact, Su Yan and the others had the same idea as him. They all thought that the Murong Fu only wanted to get rid of them. They didn't expect that the Murong Fu wanted to get rid of all four of them in one fell swoop. Su Yan thought. The hatred for the Murong Fu in his heart grew stronger. However, Su Yan didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the three of them and said, "Forget it, forget it. No matter what, this Murong Fu wants to deal with the four of us. At least the four of us can take care of each other. And I also want to see what this Murong Fu is going to do to deal with the four of us." Su Yan sneered. His eyes emitted a bright light. Hearing Su Yan's words, the other three also shouted in unison, "Yes, let's see what this Murong Fu is going to do." Drink, drink. The four of them raised their glasses and drank. Dong Qinghao was the first to react. He asked, "By the way, Su Yan, I wonder if this Murong Fu is going to deal with Junior Sister Chu this time." Junior Sister Chu. Hearing Dong Qinghao mention Chu Linger, Su Yan's heart couldn't help but ache. Originally, he didn't want to mention this matter. However, the three of them had deep feelings for Chu Linger. Thus, he explained the matter of Chu Linger being taken away. After the three of them heard Su Yan's explanation, their lively eyes dimmed. Each of them was silent. This kind of atmosphere was extremely depressing. "Come, let's not go home until we're drunk tonight." Su Yan stood up and shouted. He broke the depressing atmosphere because he didn't like this feeling. Not only him, Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, and Ratley also didn't like this feeling. After Su Yan broke the depressing atmosphere, the four of them began to drink heartily. They threw all their unhappiness to the back of their minds. This time, they really didn't go home until they were drunk. Chapter 303. A Night of Silence. The next day, just as the first ray of dawn rose, Su Yan, Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, and Ratley had already woken up. Although the four of them were dead drunk last night, because the wine in Dong Qinghao's palace was extremely precious, no matter how drunk they would be fine the next day. In addition, everyone's belongings were basically stored in their storage bags, so there was no need to pack them up. The four of them were even more unwilling to say goodbye to the so-called palace master, Murong Fu. As soon as the sky brightened, under the lead of Su Yan, they flew directly to the teleportation array that led out of the monster palace. It was funny. Su Yan was actually the weakest of the four, but when the four of them walked together, Ran was the leader of Su Yan. No one felt the slightest bit awkward. The strongest person here was Macario Ice, who was at the third stage of the Spirit Sea realm, followed by Dong Qinghao, who was at the peak of the 9 stars celestial phenomenon stage, and was only one step away from the Spirit Sea realm. Then there was Ratley, who was at the peak of the 8 stars celestial phenomenon stage. And then there was Su Yan, who had just stepped into the 8 stars celestial phenomenon stage. "Are we leaving?" The four of them walked to the teleportation array and floated in the air as they looked down at the monster palace. Their hearts were somewhat melancholic. After all, leaving the monster palace this time, the four of them knew that another calamity was waiting for them. This was especially true for Su Yan. After all, among the four of them, he had stayed in the monster palace for the shortest amount of time, but he was the one who had experienced the most. Su Yan still clearly remembered that when he first came to the monster palace, he only wanted to use the monster palace as his refuge. Who would have thought that in just a few months, his heart would be tied to the monster palace? Looking at the bustling monster palace, Su Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a bright light. He clenched his fists and said, "Palace Master Chu, don't worry. When I return again, it will be the day I take back the monster palace." Although Su Yan's words were a bit like a promise to the soul of the Princess of Chu, it was also a promise to himself. "Monster Palace, I will return." Su Yan raised his head and roared in a low voice. Then he flew directly into the teleportation portal. Macario Ice, Dong Qinghao, and Ratley glanced at the monster palace. The same light of determination appeared in their eyes. At the same time, they secretly clenched their fists, as if they had made some kind of decision. Then, they followed Su Yan and stepped into the teleportation portal. The hidden demon area, although it was a place where all the major forces in the 5 counties gathered. However, everyone knew that the real force in charge of the hidden demon area was the monster palace. Therefore, there was naturally a teleportation portal between the monster palace and the hidden demon area. Otherwise, it would have taken at least 10 days to half a month to travel from the monster palace to the hidden demon area. Now, there was a teleportation portal. In just an instant, the four of them had already appeared above the hidden demon area. Every day, the hidden demon area welcomed all kinds of major forces, all kinds of businessmen, and warriors of all levels. The appearance of the four of them did not bring any abnormalities to the hidden demon area because they all hid their strength. Su Yan, where are we going now? Dong Qinghao looked at the people coming and going in the hidden demon area and asked Su Yan aloud. Although his strength was stronger than Su Yan, he still treated Su Yan as the center. Su Yan did not have any taboos about this. When he heard Dong Qinghao's words, he looked at the still bustling monster palace and sighed. Although Su Yan had not left the hidden demon area for long. However, when he came to this place again, things had already changed. Everything had already changed. Thinking about it, Su Yan felt that it was a little funny. The first time he came to the hidden demon area, he wanted to find an opportunity to enter the monster palace. But when he came here, he was forced to come here to reclaim the monster palace. The changes before and after were too great. If he told others, no one would believe him. Su Yan wanted to recite a poem at this moment to express the feelings in his heart. However, he was not a refined person after all. In addition, he did not know what dangers he would face this time. How could he be so leisurely and elegant to recite poems? Murong Fu asked the four of us to come here this time to host the auction, but we can't rule out the possibility that he will make the first move. Let's not go back to our sex station here first. Let's find an inn to stay first. Su Yan thought about Dong Qinghao's words and hesitated for a moment before speaking. When the three of them heard Su Yan's words, they all nodded in agreement. The four of them were not people who were afraid of death. However, the most important thing about this matter was that they did not know where the hidden danger was. Murong Fu asked them to host the Monster Palace auction in the hidden demon area. This was a lucrative job. Normally, many disciples would dream of hosting this auction. After all, they would be able to gain a lot of benefits just by coming here once. Now that Murong Fu asked them to come, naturally, it was not a good thing. The three of them felt that Su Yan's words made sense, so they did not say much. Under Su Yan's lead, they went to the inn that Su Yan first came to. Looking at this familiar place, Su Yan thought of the first time he came here, penniless, and suddenly felt a little funny. Of course, these were things of the past after all. Su Yan did not say anything to Dong Qinghao and the others. The four of them asked for a suite. It was reasonable to say that the four of them were all big men. It was awkward to ask for a suite and live in the same room. However, the four of them lived together for safety reasons. After all, no one knew when danger would happen. The four of them lived together and looked after each other. However, the suite was well designed. Not only did it have a living room, but it also had a separate room. This reduced the awkwardness between the four big men. The four of them were not in a hurry to go out. Instead, they sat together in the living room. This time, what do you think Murong Fu will do to us? Ratley was the first to ask. I think Murong Fu will probably set some traps at the auction and then deal with us. Makaryu Ice was the first to speak his thoughts. Dong Qinghao was not slow. He smiled slightly and said, I don't think so. Murong Fu must have other means to deal with us. This auction is probably just a cover to let us lower our guard and then kill us when we are not paying attention. My opinion is almost the same as senior brother Dong Cheng's. When Su Yan heard Dong Qinghao's words, he nodded and said, this Murong Fu is actually in the Monster Palace. The reason why he can't deal with us is that he is afraid that Luo Yaofeng and Zhu Tian Monster King will know the secret of Palace Master Chu's death. Luo Yaofeng and Zhu Tian Monster King did not dare to act rashly when they did not know that Princess Chu had died. They did not dare to leave the Monster Palace. So, in this hidden demon region, it is very easy for Murong Fu to deal with us. When the three of them heard Su Yan's words, they could not help but be startled. Makaryu Ice looked at Su Yan with a strange expression. Su Yan, you mean that Murong Fu will probably come to deal with us personally? We can't rule out this possibility. Su Yan said with a gloomy expression. After all, we all know Murong Fu's methods. So, before we know what Murong Fu is up to, we better be careful. When the three of them heard Su Yan's words, they all nodded. Su Yan looked at the worried faces of the three and said with a smile, "Well, senior brothers, don't worry. As the saying goes, if it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. What will come will come. Let's not worry anymore. If we start to worry now, I'm afraid we will really fall into Murong Fu's trap. So we should be happy. Anyway, the auction hasn't started yet. Why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to walk around the hidden demon region?" Su Yan suggested. "Yes, what's there to be afraid of? Let's go out and play." Dong Qinghao suddenly slammed the table and stood up. His cynical smile returned to his face. No matter what, Murong Fu is only a rank 7 spirit sea realm. If he really comes, we don't have to be afraid of him. Makaryu Ice and Ratley both nodded. The few of them were bored by this oppressive atmosphere. They immediately nodded and went out for a stroll. Although the four of them said so, for safety's sake, the four of them still walked together. Passing through the bustling streets of the hidden demon region, the oppressive atmosphere in the four of them lessened a lot. Along the way they talked and laughed. "Oh right, this hidden demon region is the biggest black market in the 5 counties. It's said that you can buy anything here. This time, do you guys want to buy anything?" Dong Qinghao looked at the many stalls on the side and asked the three of them. "I don't have anything to buy. After all, I've been to the hidden demon region before. Moreover, the best things in the hidden demon region are all at the Monster Palace auction. If we really want to buy something, then we can just wait for the day of the auction to sell it." Makaryu Ice added. After all, among the four of them, only Makaryu Ice had hosted an auction before. Naturally, the three of them were more familiar with the details of the auction. Ratley also nodded. "Even if I have the money, I'll wait until the auction to sell it. I don't care now." "Su Yan, what about you?" Dong Qinghao heard their conversation and turned to look at Su Yan. When Su Yan heard Dong Qinghao ask him, his eyes turned slightly. He smiled bitterly and said, "I really don't have anything to buy. If there's anything I want to buy, then I'm more concerned about where to go to earn more spiritual stones." I want to do that too. Spiritual stones were hard currency. In addition, they could be used for cultivation. Naturally, it was everyone's favorite item. When Dong Qinghao heard Su Yan's words, his eyes narrowed into slits. When Makaryu Ice heard the two of them, he immediately said, "Hey, speaking of earning spiritual stones, I know a good place to go." When the three of them heard Makaryu Ice's words, their eyes shone with excitement. They looked at Makaryu Ice. Chapter 304. Let's go, follow me. Mu Lubing looked at the flickering light in the eyes of the three people. He smiled and kept them in suspense. He didn't immediately tell them where this place was. Instead, he led the way forward. Su Yan, Dong Qinghao, and Ratley looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. They followed Makaryu Ice. Although the Hidden Devil region gathered the disciples of various sects from the south and north. However, in the Hidden Devil region, the strength of the warriors were mostly in the Saint Bloodline realm and the Sky realm. Su Yan and the others walked together. It could definitely be said that they were a powerful group in the Hidden Devil region. However, the four of them deliberately hid their strength, so they didn't attract too much attention along the way. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of a barren mountain. "Is this the place?" Su Yan looked at the barren mountain and asked in surprise. He originally thought that the place Makaryu Ice mentioned to earn spirit stones would be the same as the place where he earned spirit stones for the first time. They would earn spirit stones through the missions under the Hengduan mountain range. After all, with the strength of the four of them, if they wanted to accept missions to earn spirit stones, it would be easy. However, Su Yan never thought that Makaryu Ice would bring them to this barren mountain. How can there be spirit stones in such a desolate place? Dong Qinghao looked at the empty space in front of him and frowned. Obviously, he didn't believe that there would be spirit stones in such a desolate place. "Senior brother Mu, are you bluffing?" Not only the two of them, Ratley also doubted. Facing the doubts of the three of them, Makaryu Ice smiled. The so-called flowers in the mirror, the moon in the water, the myriad of things in the world, Nothing is too strange. Don't be fooled by the scene in front of you. Do you know what this place is called in the Hidden Devil region? What is it called? The three of them asked in unison. Obviously, they didn't believe that such a place would have any elegant and magical name. Come with me. Mu Lubing looked at the expressions of the three men. She knew that if they only listened to her one-sided story, they wouldn't believe her. So, she simply didn't say anything. Her figure flashed, and she rushed up the mountain. The three of them exchanged glances. Although they had doubts in their hearts, seeing Mikaryu Ice's confidence, the three of them did not hesitate and followed Mikaryu Ice's footsteps up the mountain. In fact, it was more accurate to call it a mountain, but it was just a small slope. After all, if this low mountain was compared to the Hengduan mountain range, it would not be an exaggeration to call it a plain. The four of them walked together for a while. Mikaryu Ice suddenly stopped. His eyes turned and the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a serious look. Everyone be careful. Once we enter this area, a spirit mine will appear. At that time, I'm afraid there will be people fighting for it. There is no lack of experts here, so we must be careful. The friendship between the four of them had long established mutual trust. When they saw Mu Liubing's solemn expression, Su Yan and the other two knew that Mu Lubing was not trying to frighten them. Their eyes darkened and they no longer had the teasing smile from before. Instead, their eyes flickered as they scanned their surroundings. However, there was nothing on this barren mountain. Not even a demon beast or a bird could be seen. Seeing this, the serious look on Rat Li's face disappeared. He looked at Mikaryu Ice and said jokingly, "Senior brother Mu, you are not lying to us, right?" Bang! Before Mikaryu Ice could answer, a loud sound suddenly exploded in front of them. The four of them were startled. Su Yan's eyes shrank. He hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. Looking at the flash of light in the void, his brows suddenly wrinkled. This is... Dong Qinghao and Rat Li's expressions were not much different from Su Yan's. Their faces were full of fear. Only Mikaryu Ice seemed to have been prepared. He was not too flustered. Looking at the three of them, he smiled slightly and said, "Now you know that what I said is true." Seeing the three of them nod, Mikaryu Ice saw that the movement in front of them was far from him. He began to explain the barren mountain to the three of them. It turned out that this barren mountain did have a great background. It was called Spirit Stone Mountain. There were many spirit mines buried here. Spirit mines. Hearing Mikaryu Ice say that there was a spirit mine here, the three of them suddenly had a flash of light on their brows. They were not unfamiliar with spirit mines. It was a place that produced spirit stones. All the spirit stones were collected from spirit mines. Almost every big sect occupied a spirit mine. Of course, Monster Palace was an exception. After all, Monster Palace was located on the reefs of the East Sea. There were no spirit mines in Monster Palace. This also led to all the income of Monster Palace to be obtained from the hidden demon area. Therefore, it could be said that Monster Palace was a relatively poor existence among the major forces. Perhaps some people would say that Monster Palace was such a powerful existence. Why didn't they go to other sects to snatch it? In fact, it was not that Monster Palace's successive sect masters had not considered these things. It was just that all the disciples of Monster Palace were of the Supreme Monster Bloodline. The Supreme Monster Bloodline was just a nicer way of saying it. In fact, the real bloodline was the bloodline of monsters. Since ancient times, monsters and humans could not coexist. Everyone discriminated against the Supreme Monster Bloodline. Therefore, even if Monster Palace was powerful enough now, they were afraid of angering the public. Therefore, they had always kept a low profile on the East Sea. In fact, this was also the goal that the previous palace masters of the Supreme Demon Palace had been striving for. They all hoped that one day, the Supreme Demon Palace and the Supreme Demon Tribe would truly stand at the top of this world and not be discriminated against by others. Senior brother Mu, you're saying that there really is a spirit mine here? Su Yan looked at Mikaryu Ice in surprise. He still could not believe that there was a spirit mine in this place. After all, it was really hard to believe that there was a spirit mine in this godforsaken place. It was not only Su Yan. Dong Qinghao and Rat Li also could not believe it. Makaryu Ice looked at the three people who were doubting him and smiled. The three of you don't understand. When you go deeper into this place, you will not see this mountain in this way. This mountain not only has a spirit mine, but also many rare treasures, Makaryu Ice said. The moment he looked into the distance, a ray of light burst out of his eyes. Treasures! Su Yen and the other two did not believe that there was a spirit mine in this place. How could they believe that there were treasures here? Makaryu Ice knew that no matter what he said, the three of them would be doubtful. After all, this place was barren. It was really hard to believe. Only when they saw it for themselves would they understand the mystery of this mountain. Just like Makaryu Ice when he first came here, he also could not believe it. Only when he saw it with his own eyes did he truly understand why a mountain could not be judged by its appearance, and the sea could not be measured with a pint pot. Makaryu Ice narrowed his eyes. Seeing that the front had become quiet, he turned back and said to the three people, "Let's go. Let's go forward." The three of them nodded. Without waiting for Makaryu Ice to go first, they gathered their chi and flew forward. They just wanted to see if there was any mystery in this barren mountain. Seeing this, Makaryu Ice smiled slightly. Then he gathered his chi and followed them. In order to find the treasures and spirit mine that Makaryu Ice had mentioned as soon as possible, Dong Qinghao took the lead. The four people began to move forward at a very fast speed. Unfortunately, half an hour passed. The three people did not see the spirit mine that Makaryu Ice had mentioned, let alone any treasures. "Brother Mu, it's been so long, but we haven't even seen a single spirit stone, let alone a spirit mine." Ratley could not help but turn back and ask Makaryu Ice. When Makaryu Ice heard Ratley's words, he could not help but smile and said, "Do you really think that this entire mountain is a spirit mine? You know, this is the territory of the Hidden Devil region. Every day, many people search here, but they may not find it. We have only been searching for a short time. How can we find a spirit mine so easily?" Although Su Yen also had some doubts about this place, he also felt that Makaryu Ice's words were reasonable. He looked into the distance and said, "Let's look again. After all, we haven't been searching for a long time." Hearing Su Yen's words, Ratley did not say anything. They continued to look for spirit mines in this mountain of spirit stones. When they were outside, they did not meet many people. But as they went deeper, they met more and more warriors on the road. These were the warriors of various big forces and big sects who had come to the Hidden Devil region. Seeing people appear, the few people who were originally dispirited suddenly became spirited. "Senior Brother Mu, so many people are searching here. Could there really be a spirit mine here?" Ratley looked at the increasing number of people and said with a faint smile, "What do you mean by really? There are spirit mines here," Makaryu Ice said in a bad mood. Then he looked around and saw more and more people appear. He said helplessly, "I didn't expect that in this short period of time, so many spirit mines would have been taken away." Hearing Makaryu Ice's words, the three people frowned and looked at Makaryu Ice. They did not understand the meaning of Makaryu Ice's words. Now that Makaryu Ice knew, the three people no longer doubted that this mountain had a spirit mine. So, he did not keep them in suspense. He pointed to a place in front and said, "Look, there used to be a spirit mine there. But it has already been collected by someone." "Has it been collected by someone?" Su Yen heard Makaryu Ice's words and frowned slightly. He looked into the distance and asked, "Senior Brother Mu, is there no one here to take care of it? Or is there a big force that has taken care of this place?" After all, this kind of thing was the most common thing in this world where the strong were respected. Only the strong were qualified to receive such a gift from nature. Who dares to occupy it? Makaryu Ice heard Su Yan's words and shook his head. "It's not that no one has occupied it. It's just that this place is a little strange. During the day, there are countless people here. But at night, this place is haunted." Haunted. Chapter 305. Ridiculous. When Makaryu Ice heard the words of the three, his expression suddenly changed and became gloomy. With a serious face, he said, "Don't speak nonsense. There have been many hauntings in this place. It is said that even disciples of the origin boundary might not be able to leave this place." Looking at Makaryu Ice's serious expression, the three knew that he was not joking. They also stopped smiling and asked Makaryu Ice, "Senior Brother Mu, what is going on?" Makaryu Ice looked around cautiously. Seeing that there was no one around, he explained to the three, "This Spirit Stone Mountain, you saw it just now. It is desolate and bleak, and even a little gloomy." When the three heard Makaryu Ice's words, they remembered that there was not a trace of human habitation in the Spirit Stone Mountain. Adding that there was no one around, it was indeed desolate and bleak. Now that they thought about it, if a person came here alone, they would feel a little gloomy. They could not help but nod. When Makaryu Ice saw the three nodding, he asked again, "Think about it, if there were no spirit stones in this Spirit Stone Mountain, if there was nothing strange about it, would no one have set their eyes on this place?" Hearing Makaryu Ice's words, the three could not help but be startled. Indeed, spirit stones had always been a scarce existence. Every time a Spirit Stone Mountain appeared, it would attract the attention of all the major forces. If there were many spirit stones in this Spirit Stone Mountain, then it would have attracted the attention of all the major forces. How could it become so desolate and bleak? There was only one explanation for this. There must be some mysterious existence here. When Makaryu Ice saw the expressions of the three, he knew that they had thought of the key point of the matter. After a slight pause, he continued, "The reason why no one wants to fight here is because of the hauntings. I once heard an old man mention this Spirit Stone Mountain. There was once a origin boundary cultivator who wanted to occupy this Spirit Stone Mountain and start a new sect. Unfortunately, he only entered for one night before disappearing. Not only that, but there are also many cultivators who are eager to give it a try. The same goes for the various great powers. They all want to occupy this Spirit Stone Mountain. Unfortunately, when night falls, those people mysteriously disappear. It is said that the number of warriors who have died in this Spirit Stone Mountain is more than the number of people in the entire Monster Palace. This is also why I said that there are not only spirit stones here, but also treasures. Those treasures were left behind by the people who died here." When the three of them heard what Makaryu Ice said, they were all stunned. They never thought that this seemingly ordinary Spirit Stone Mountain would actually have such a long history. Makaryu Ice looked at the expressions of the three and smiled slightly before continuing, "It is precisely because of this that there is an unwritten rule on this Spirit Stone Mountain. That is, no matter who it is or where they come from, they cannot monopolize the Spirit Stone Mountain. As long as we occupy the Spirit Stone Mountain, we will definitely be killed," Makaryu Ice said seriously. His face was solemn, and it was obvious that he believed this without a doubt. Dong Qinghao and Ratley could not help but look at this mountain. They never thought that there would be so many things that happened here. Only Su Yan did not believe it, but he did not say it out loud. After all, Su Yan had not seen the whole thing with his own eyes. Although he did not believe it, it did not mean that the mystery did not exist. Moreover, Su Yan was most concerned about the Spirit Stone Mountain. Therefore, he did not continue to discuss this matter with Makaryu Ice. Instead, he asked Makaryu Ice, "Senior Brother Mu, what do we have to do to find the Spirit Stone Mountain?" Although there are many spirit stones on this Spirit Stone Mountain, the spirit stones here are intricate. Some spirit stones even disappear after they appear. Makaryu Ice narrowed his eyes and said, "They disappear after they appear." When the three of them heard Makaryu Ice's words, they were surprised. After all, the Spirit Stone Mountain was a physical existence. They simply could not accept that the Spirit Stone Mountain would disappear into thin air after it appeared. Makaryu Ice knew that the three of them did not believe him. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. "The three of you don't have to look at me like that. Actually, I don't know what is going on. After all, I only heard about it from an old man. I have never seen it myself." The three of them originally thought that Makaryu Ice would lead them to the Spirit Stone Mountain. Now that they heard that Makaryu Ice was not clear about it, they could not help but feel disappointed. After all, the four of them came here to find the Spirit Stone Mountain. When they heard Makaryu Ice say that there was a Spirit Stone Mountain, they were happy. But now, they were happy for nothing. As the saying goes, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. Although there are many spirit stones on this spirit stone mountain, spirit stones are rare after all. If we don't find it today, we can only blame the four of us for not having such good luck. Makaryu Ice said helplessly when he saw the disappointed look on the three's faces. After all, it was Makaryu Ice who suggested that they come here to find the spirit stones. If they did not find the last spirit stone, Makaryu Ice would feel guilty. Su Yen looked at Makaryu Ice. How could he not guess what he was thinking? He smiled and said, "Senior brother Mu, spirit stones are precious. How can it be so easy to find them? So, you don't have to blame yourself. Besides, we don't have anything to do in the Hidden Devil region today. We came here to look for some opportunities. It would be best if we can find them. If we can't, then forget it. Just treat it as us coming here to broaden our horizons." When they heard Su Yan's words, Dong Qinghao and Ratli also expressed their views. In fact, their words were roughly the same as Su Yan's. They wanted Makaryu Ice not to be discouraged because they could not find the spirit stones. Makaryu Ice nodded. His mood had obviously improved a lot. However, the four of them were not in a hurry to find the spirit stone mountain. After all, they had seen many people return in disappointment along the way. Obviously, they had not found the spirit stone mountain. So many people had not found it. Su Yen was not conceited enough to think that the few of them would definitely find it. Therefore, they did not deliberately look for the spirit stone mountain. Instead, they looked for the spirit stone mountain as if they were having fun. Dong Qinghao relaxed his mood and said with a teasing smile, "Hey, if we don't deliberately look for the spirit stone mountain now, will the spirit stone mountain suddenly appear in front of us?" "You're dreaming." Makaryu Ice looked at Dong Qinghao's playful appearance and scolded him with a smile. In the end, it was also because of this that the few of them did not find the spirit stone mountain. They also did not find the treasure that Makaryu Ice had mentioned. Not only them, but all the cultivators who came here also did not find the spirit stone mountain. When the sun was about to set, everyone rushed down the mountain. When Makaryu Ice saw that everyone was about to leave, he hurriedly pulled the three people who still wanted to go forward and said, "It's going to be sunset soon. Let's quickly leave this place." The three people originally wanted to look for the spirit stone mountain. However, when they remembered what Makaryu Ice had said, they finally followed him and left. Looking at the spirit stone mountain, there was a trace of reluctance in their eyes. The four of them returned to the place where they stayed. Because the four of them gathered together and drank some wine, and because they remembered that the matter of Murong Fu targeting them had not been investigated yet. The four of them did not participate in the unique nightlife of the hidden demon area. Instead, they returned to their rooms to rest. Su Yen was lying on the bed. He was not in a hurry to cultivate. The spiritual qi here was thinner than in the spirit palace. In addition, there were no spirit stones. Even if he cultivated, he was afraid that he would not make much progress in one night. Therefore, Su Yen simply did not cultivate. Instead, he stared blankly at the ceiling and thought about all the things that had happened during this period. Although he said that he was thinking about all the things that had happened during this period of time, because he was in the hidden demon area, he thought most of the things that had happened in the hidden demon area. Thinking of the hidden demon area, Su Yen naturally thought of Buttface. I wonder how this guy is doing now. Has his strength improved? Su Yen muttered to himself and smiled. Let's see. Tomorrow, there will be some time to look for him. If possible, when the time comes, I will bring him back to the Monster Palace. That will be one more helper. Since the trip to the Blood Demon Cave, Su Yen deeply understood the importance of a friend. After all, a person's ability was limited. Su Yen thought that it had been a long time since he had a good rest. He wanted to take advantage of tonight to have a good sleep. It was a pity that he had been cultivating all this time. Even if he really wanted to sleep now, how could he sleep? He tossed and turned on the bed, and the image of spirit stones kept surging into his mind. After all, what Su Yen lacked the most now was spirit stones. Spirit stones, where exactly am I going to find spirit stones? Su Yen said with a wry smile. Suddenly, the scene of the spirit stone mountain today appeared in his mind. If I can find a spirit stone mine that allows me to cultivate, Then breaking through to the 9 stars celestial phase stage is just around the corner. Su Yan thought, and a bright light emitted from his eyes. His heart was filled with desire for spirit stones. This desire continued to surge, and Su Yan was simply unable to calm down. No, I have to go to the Spirit Stone Mountain. Su Yan thought, and suddenly jumped up from the bed. Without saying anything, he opened the door and left the tavern, running in the direction of the Spirit Stone Mountain. The Spirit Stone Mountain was located at the very edge of the Hidden Devil region. This place was originally desolate and uninhabited. Coming here during the day, it was somewhat gloomy. At night, the cold wind whistled, causing the Spirit Stone Mountain to be shrouded in a deep and serene smell. When Su Yan arrived here, he didn't think too much. Now that he saw that there was no one around, he couldn't help but think of what Makaryu Ice said during the day that the Spirit Stone Mountain was haunted. Thinking about it, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. Regarding the matter of ghosts, Su Yan naturally didn't believe it. Su Yan was now worried about whether or not there would be any strange things on the Spirit Stone Mountain. After all, this was the Great Thousand World, and there were all kinds of strange things. Haunted. When Su Yan thought of the haunted matter, he became more interested. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, and he said, "If there were no ghosts here, I would be a little worried. Now, I want to see what is on the Spirit Stone Mountain." Chapter 306. The Spiritual Stone Mountain had always been barren. Tonight, the sky was filled with dark clouds, as if it would rain at any time. A dark fog shrouded the entire Spiritual Stone Mountain, making the already gloomy Spiritual Stone Mountain even more terrifying. A cold wind blew, shaking the grass and trees on the mountain. Under the faint moonlight, it was even more frightening. At this moment, a low roar suddenly sounded from the top of the mountain. Su Yan was shocked, and his brows furrowed into a black line. Although Su Yan did not believe that this place was haunted, he was certain that there was something fishy about this Spirit Stone Mountain. Otherwise, the spirit or mine on the Spirit Stone Mountain would have attracted countless martialists to fight over it. It would not be that no one cared about it until now. At this moment, that roar sounded from the top of the mountain again. This roar was sometimes sharp and sometimes low, like a ghost's howl. Could it be that the mountain is really haunted? Hearing this roar, Su Yan could not help but feel a little suspicious. After all, Su Yan was alone in the Spiritual Stone Mountain. In the middle of the night, with the cold wind blowing, it was really a little scary. Xiao. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed in front of Su Yan. "Who is it?" Su Yan's blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank, and he shouted in a low voice. "Ha! Ha!" As Su Yan roared, a high-pitched laughter suddenly sounded in front of him. Then, a black shadow continuously flashed in front of Su Yan. Su Yan's eyes flashed, and his expression became increasingly cold. Looking at the flashing black shadow, he gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand, and did not have the slightest intention of retreating. In fact, when Makaryu Ice asked him to leave the mountain today, Su Yan was somewhat unwilling. After all, the Spiritual Stone Mine was too tempting for Su Yan at this moment. Furthermore, Su Yan did not believe in ghosts at all. "Even if this mountain is really haunted today, I still want to find out." Su Yan looked at the constantly flashing black shadow in front of him. His eyes flashed, and the cultivation method in his body suddenly surged up. A burst of bright light burst out from his body, and a frosty color shrouded Su Yan's body. At the same time, Su Yan spun the ghost howl sword in his hand. Whoosh whoosh. Instantly, a series of shrill ghost howls erupted. The ghost howl sword was called the ghost howl sword because of its special characteristics. When it was activated, it would emit bursts of ghostly howls. The moment Su Yan spun the ghost howl sword, a ghostly howl erupted from the ghost howl sword. Following that, a black gas burst out from it. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the black figure flashed again. "Today, I'll see if you're a real ghost or not." Su Yan's pupils constricted abruptly as he sneered. Swish! He gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand, and his figure was like a bolt of lightning as he stepped on the sword dragon and charged straight up. His speed was as fast as a ghost. Bang! With a loud bang, Su Yan suddenly hit the constantly flashing black figure. The black figure let out a low cry and immediately disappeared, leaving nothing behind. Su Yan looked at the scene in front of him and frowned. Could it be that this place is really haunted? However, the moment this thought appeared, it was quickly rejected by Su Yan. The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. It doesn't matter if you're really haunted or not. I'm going to break into this spirit stone mountain of yours. Humph, Su Yan said in a low voice to boost his courage. Although he did not believe in ghosts, Su Yan would definitely be lying if he said that he was not afraid of such a strange phenomenon. However, the fear in his heart was insignificant compared to Su Yan's knowledge of the Spirit Stone Mountain Spirit Stone Mine and the secrets that existed within it. Su Yan followed in as he slowly circulated his cultivation method. He did not dare to be careless as he cautiously observed his surroundings and walked forward step by step. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. The reason Su Yan came to the Spirit Stone Mountain today was not only for the Spirit Stone Mine, but also because of his curiosity. He was curious about ghosts and wanted to explore the secrets of this Spirit Stone Mountain. He wanted to unravel the truth of the haunted place. Of course, other than his curiosity, the most important thing was that the Spirit Stone Mine caused the death of the Spirit Stone Mine. Su Yan was on guard against the dangers that could appear at any time as he constantly searched for traces of the Spirit Stone Mine. Unfortunately, along the way, other than the strange phenomenon that appeared just now, the entire mountain returned to its calm state and there was no sound coming out. However, even so, Su Yan could still feel the gloomy presence here and did not dare to relax in the slightest. Rumble. At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky accompanied by a loud bang. Suddenly, a torrential downpour followed, causing the oppressive atmosphere to become even more oppressive. The heavy rain fell on Su Yan's mystical ice-cold shield and was blocked by it. However, it did not cause any inconvenience to Su Yan. Looking at the blurring area in front of him, Su Yan could not help but frown. This heavy rain did not come earlier or later, but it did not come at this moment. Although the heavy rain would not soak Su Yan's clothes, it would bring some obstruction to Su Yan's senses and weaken his inspection of the surroundings. Other than the strange phenomenon just now, this place is peaceful. Su Yan leaped and walked deeper into the forest. However, that strange phenomenon didn't appear again. Apart from the fact that there wasn't any strange phenomenon, Su Yan also did not find the Spirit Stone Mine. Am I still going to return empty-handed? Su Yan had unknowingly arrived at the place where he had been during the day. However, there was not the slightest harvest. This made Su Yan somewhat unwilling. His eyes turned and wanted to continue to walk forward. Bang! At this moment, a loud bang sounded. Suddenly, a huge burst of energy erupted. The bloody light shot straight up into the sky, emitting a burst of bright light, illuminating the entire Spirit Stone Mountain as if it was daytime. Su Yan was shocked. When he saw the scene in front of him, his whole face twisted together. His mouth was wide open and he was shocked beyond words. The moment the light flickered, even the heavy rain that was falling from the sky seemed to be about to stop, as it kept sliding outwards. This heavy rain did not stop, but was forced to change direction by a huge force. Su Yan quickly thought of the result of this strange phenomenon. In fact, this phenomenon was not difficult to explain. Just like the mysterious ice-cold shield on Su Yan's body, it could also block the rain and prevent it from falling on his body. However, it was because of this that Su Yan was shocked. What kind of force could block so much rain? Su Yan was shocked in his heart. Suddenly, he thought of something and shouted, "Not good." The cultivation method in his body was quickly activated and his body swept back. Unfortunately, it was still too late. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the rain that had been blocked condensed together, turning into a pillar of water that shot towards Su Yan. It was so fast that Su Yan was unable to dodge in time, and he was hit by it. His body was sent flying back hundreds of meters. Although he was not injured, his body rolled in the grass and trees, looking a little embarrassed. At this moment, Su Yan did not care about this. His eyes turned and he muttered to himself, "What is going on? How can there be such a powerful force?" If it was someone else, they would have already run down the mountain. However, Su Yan did not. Instead, he held his breath and moved forward again. However, Su Yan did not dare to be careless. He moved slowly, afraid that he would make some noise and alert the force just now. At this moment, suddenly, a horse's neigh was heard. Rumble. The moment this sound fell, the spiritual stone mountain suddenly shook violently as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Su Yan felt the strong earthquake and frowned. There was a trace of retreat in his heart, but he was also a little unwilling. He bent down and took a step forward. Looking at the scene in front of him, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. Thousands of horses were galloping, constantly neighing, and constantly attacking the spiritual stone mountain. There were many warriors on the backs of the horses, holding various weapons in their hands, and countless blood burst out. In a short while, the ground was covered with corpses, and blood flowed like a river. It was not enough to describe this scene as tragic. What the hell is going on? Su Yan was shocked and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Even with his experience, he had never encountered such a fierce battle. Is this really a haunted house? Su Yan thought about what Macario Ice said during the day, and suddenly frowned. His heart was also a little shaken, especially when he saw the powerful explosion of energy. Su Yan also felt a sense of retreat in his heart. After all, he had experienced death once. Su Yan knew that the most important thing was to stay alive. He did not want to lose his life here because of the spiritual stone and his curiosity. Boy, after seeing the game between the two of us, do you still think you have a chance to escape? Just as Su Yan was about to retreat, a voice filled with vicissitudes of life suddenly rang out. Who is it? Su Yan was shocked. He shouted in a stern voice to hide the fear in his heart. Ha ha! After Su Yan's shout, another laughter was heard. This voice suddenly came from the left, and then from the right, as if it surrounded the entire spiritual stone mountain. Who the hell is it? Su Yan heard the laughter, and felt like he was being played. Anger surged in his chest, and he coldly shouted, Who the hell is it? Why don't you dare to come out? Why are you pretending to be a ghost here? Pretending to be a ghost. Hearing Su Yan's words, the voice was obviously a little sarcastic. He sneered, and then as if he was asking someone, said, Medicine King, do you think we are ghosts now? Ghosts. The one called Medicine King laughed and said, We have been dead for thousands of years. Naturally, we are ghosts. Are we still human? Ghosts. Yes, we are ghosts. Chapter 307. When Su Yan heard that these people were ignoring him, his face became more and more gloomy. At the same time, a burst of anger surged. Under this anger, the fear from before was suppressed. Because Su Yan knew that since he had come to this point, it was impossible for him to retreat even if he wanted to. He could only fight. 1-3. Su Yan was angry, but he did not lose his calm. Instead, he listened to the different voices and distinguished how many people were here. 3. Su Yan quickly calculated that there were 3 people hiding around him. 3? Su Yan sneered. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body slowly circulated. The blood dragon pupil also shrank as he cautiously looked around, observing the surrounding movements. Sigh, ninth uncle, how many years have you not dared to come here at night? I didn't expect that a mere sky phase stage cultivator would dare to come here today. The Medicine King sighed slightly, his words were filled with disdain for Su Yan's strength. The one called ninth uncle laughed loudly and said, Sky phase stage is sky phase stage. It saves the 3 of us from taking action. Don't you think so, Black Devil? I think it's not bad. It just so happens that we've been playing for thousands of years without a clear victor. Today, such a person just happened to appear. Let him join. Perhaps our game will have an unexpected result. The 3 of them talked and did not put Su Yan in their eyes at all. It was obvious that they did not care about Su Yan's strength at the sky phase stage. Their words were also filled with disdain for Su Yan. However, Su Yan did not care about this. Suppressing the anger in his heart, his expression became more and more cold. He narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly separated 3 different voices. Ninth uncle, Medicine King, Black Devil. Su Yan secretly said in his heart, the corner of his mouth rising into a cold smile. Then let him join and play now. Ninth uncle. When the voice rang out again, Su Yan's blood dragon pupil suddenly turned and gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand. His body suddenly moved like a bolt of lightning. With a shout, he attacked in a certain direction. What? The voice that spoke just now suddenly trembled, and it no longer had the disdain from before. Instead, it turned into astonishment. How did you know that I was hiding here? How is that possible? You are only at the celestial phenomenon stage. How can you detect my existence? Ninth uncle. Su Yan ignored his words and smiled coldly. The cultivation method in his body suddenly revolved quickly. The ghost howl sword in his hand turned and directly attacked in the direction of Uncle Gio. Wherever the ghost howl sword passed, a thick black fog suddenly burst out. At the same time, a series of ghostly howls erupted. Wail of 10,000 ghosts. Su Yan used his sword technique as soon as he made his move. He was very clear that the strength of these three people was probably beyond his imagination, so Su Yan didn't dare to let his guard down at all. As soon as the wail of 10,000 ghosts came out, ghost howls rang out again and again. A huge ghost head ferociously pounced in the direction of Uncle Gio. A mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator dares to clamor in front of this sovereign. You're courting death. The person called Uncle Gio was obviously angered by Su Yan. With a cold shout, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from the shadow on his body. What a powerful force! Seeing the power of the shadow in front of him, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank together, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes. At the same time, Su Yan felt the aura of death surging over. Uncle Gio, isn't it just a celestial phenomenon stage kid? Why are you so angry? Just as Su Yan felt that he was about to die again, the Medicine King suddenly opened his mouth and said. With a wave of his hand, he dissolved the powerful force. Bang! However, even so, Su Yan's body was still sent flying hundreds of meters away. His body churned, and suddenly he spat out a mouthful of blood. Who the hell are these people? How can they be so powerful? Su Yan was shocked. He patted his storage bag and took out a pill and swallowed it. His eyes were fixed on this side. At this time, 3 more shadows appeared in front of Su Yan. Remnant soul body. When Su Yan saw the shadow, he immediately recognized that it wasn't a person, but the body of a remnant soul. Hey kid, not bad. You actually know that we're dead. When Black Devil heard Su Yan mention the body of a remnant soul, a sneer appeared on his slightly aged face. The Medicine King looked at Su Yan and laughed. Brat, not bad, you actually dare to attack Uncle Gio. The person who was called Uncle Gio looked at Su Yan with a face full of anger and shouted, Brat, a mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator dares to attack me. You are courting death. You're courting death. Su Yan's body suddenly shrank, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. He knew very well that facing these 3 people, he didn't have the slightest ability to retaliate. Damn it. Su Yan cursed in his heart. Looking at the strand of energy surging from the 3 of them, he knew that he would definitely not be able to escape. He might as well suppress the fear in his heart and stand up. You keep saying that you're in the celestial phenomenon stage, but do you know that I'm only in my early 20s? As Su Yan spoke, his pupils suddenly turned, and a ray of light surged out. He looked at the 3 of them and shouted, All of you are old monsters who have lived for thousands of years, yet you dare to attack a child like me? Don't you think it's ridiculous? What? When the 3 of them heard Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but be startled. Especially when they saw the light surging in Su Yan's eyes, they all felt a wave of astonishment. The Medicine King coldly snorted and shouted at Su Yan, Brat, do you know? Just based on your words, we can kill you. Kill me. When Su Yan heard his words, he suddenly laughed out loud. I know you have the ability to kill me, but don't you feel ashamed? When these words were spoken, the Medicine King's old face couldn't help but turn red. He then nodded and said, Not bad, not bad. Brat, to have such wisdom at such a young age, you are indeed a promising talent. So what if he's a promising talent? When the Black Devil heard the Medicine King's words, he looked at Su Yan and said with disdain, "In all these years, we have seen many talents that are much higher than this brat, but we are still not satisfied. Right now, this brat is only in the celestial phenomenon stage. What is there to create?" Uncle Gio also coldly snorted and said, "Yes, this brat dares to attack me, I will destroy him now." As he spoke, Uncle Gio was about to make a move. However, he was stopped by the Medicine King. "Hey, Uncle Gio, why are you always so impulsive? Didn't we agree to let this brat participate in our game and see if he will bring us a surprise?" When Uncle Gio heard the Medicine King's words, his gloomy face immediately surged with a smile. "Ha, that's good, it is indeed so. For so many years, no one has come here. If we kill this brat, it would be a pity." The Black Devil also nodded and said, that's right, let this brat join our game." The Medicine King nodded and waved his hand. Suddenly, a powerful force surged toward Su Yan's body. Before Su Yan could react, his entire body suddenly leaped up. In an instant, his body flew hundreds of meters away. When he opened his eyes, he had already arrived at the battlefield where 10,000 horses were galloping. A burst of horse neighs exploded in Su Yan's ears like thunder. Uproar! At this moment, a whistling sound was heard. A warrior riding a tall horse wielded a large saber in his hand and directly swung it at Su Yan. F***ck. When Su Yan saw this, he could not help but curse. As his blood dragon eyes turned, his body suddenly leaped up and narrowly avoided that person's attack. The moment Su Yan dodged, a loud sound was heard. The warrior who attacked Su Yan was directly cut down by another person. Blood spurted out. Su Yan could not dodge in time and was directly sprayed. A fishy smell came out. Su Yan did not have time to feel disgusted. Another person attacked him. The strength of the attack was so great that it slid through the void, creating bursts of whistling sounds. Su Yan did not dare to be negligent. Clenching the ghost howl sword in his hand, he joined the battlefield. Black Devil looked at Su Yan on the battlefield. His eyes narrowed slightly as he asked the Medicine King, "Medicine King, this kid is only at the Sky Phase stage. Do you think he can really surprise us?" The Medicine King shook his head and smiled. "No matter what, we've been fighting for so long. Since it's still early, let's play." As the Medicine King spoke, he looked at the scene on the battlefield and sneered. He suddenly jumped up and laughed. "Ninth Uncle, your warriors today seem to be a little weak." "Weak?" Ninth Uncle sneered when he heard the Medicine King's words. He jumped up and waved his hand. Suddenly, another group of warriors surged out of the battlefield and charged into the crowd. The Medicine King was shocked when he saw this scene. Then he laughed. "Ha, Ninth Uncle, I didn't expect you to have a trick up your sleeve. Not bad, not bad. However, we've been fighting for so long. Do you think I don't have a backup plan?" As he spoke, the Medicine King also waved his hand and many more warriors appeared on the battlefield. Black Devil saw that both of them had increased their forces and was not willing to be outdone. He sneered. "Hey, both of you have increased your forces. Do you want me, Black Devil, to watch you fight?" Black Devil said and waved his hand. Another group of people appeared on the battlefield. Su Yan was trapped in a black mass. What the hell is going on? Su Yan resisted the warriors who swung their swords at him from time to time. At the same time, his mind was racing as he thought about the strange phenomenon in front of him. Unfortunately, no matter how Su Yan thought about it, he could not understand what was going on. Could it really be a ghost? Su Yan frowned, but he quickly dispelled the thought in his heart. Bang, asterisk. Chapter 308. Su Yan looked at his arm that had been cut open. Anger suddenly surged in his eyes. He shouted coldly. His body suddenly started to circulate rapidly, and a powerful force erupted from his body. Bang. Then he grasped the Ghost Howl sword in his hand, and his body spun like a top. The Ghost Howl sword swept horizontally, and a powerful force burst out. Bang. Bang. A series of loud sounds rang out, and the surrounding warriors were suddenly sent flying by Su Yan. Countless amounts of blood gushed out, and directly covered Su Yan's body. Fresh clothes, angry horse, drinking blood, chopping off heads. Su Yan was now surrounded by all kinds of warriors, and his killing intent was aroused. He shouted angrily, and the blood dragon pupil burst out a burst of bright light. He stood on the sword dragon and rushed into the battlefield to kill. After a while of fighting, Su Yan understood a little. Although the warriors here were all wearing the same clothes, they were clearly divided into 3 forces. 3 forces? Could it be that they belonged to those 3 old ghosts? Su Yan's eyes abruptly shrunk as he thought of this. Soon after, he saw that these people were still unceasingly rushing over. Ignoring them, he coldly shouted, "I don't care what you are up to today, just kill them all." Su Yan's eyes flickered as he lifted the ghost howl sword and stood in midair. He was like a grim reaper as he continued to kill the surrounding warriors. This scene lasted for more than half an hour. However, on the battlefield, the number of warriors not only did not decrease, but also increased. These warriors didn't seem to be afraid of death, and constantly rushed over, completely ignoring the ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand. Why can't I kill them all? Su Yan looked at the warriors who were constantly rushing over, and slightly frowned. He just saw that these warriors were not only attacking him, but also killing each other. Su Yan wanted to take advantage of this situation and directly destroy them. However, it was clear that Su Yan was overthinking things. There was simply no end to these warriors. Moreover, these warriors did not appear to be tired at all. It was as though they did not fear death as they kept piling up. On the contrary, after such a long battle, Su Yan's spiritual power was becoming more and more depleted. He was constantly gasping for breath, and it was obvious that his physical strength had been overdrawn. If this goes on, I'm afraid even if I don't die under these people's knives, I'll die from exhaustion. Su Yan thought about it and immediately realized that this method was not feasible. No, I have to think of a way to deal with this. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll lose my life here today. Su Yan was now thinking about how to get out of here. He had neglected the 3 old ghosts. After all, no matter what, he had to get through this hurdle first. As Su Yan resisted the attacks, his mind raced. Soon, Su Yan found the crux of the problem. Those 3 old fogies are clearly just remnant souls. Although I don't know why they are here, it is clear that they are already dead. A dead person, a dead person. Su Yan muttered to himself. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Those 3 old ghosts are just dead people. Then where did these warriors come from? Could it be that it's just an illusion? As Su Yan thought about it, his entire body suddenly froze. At the same time, he reached out to touch the blood on his body and the wound on his arm. Illusion, illusion. Su Yan's mind slowly calmed down. Suddenly, he pinched his wound. Suddenly, a huge pain surged up. This caused Su Yan to be extremely surprised. It hurts. Could it be that it's not an illusion? However, if it's not an illusion, then where did these people come from? The more Su Yan thought about it, the tighter his brows became. I didn't expect this brat to be able to hold on for so long at the celestial phenomenon stage. We have underestimated his strength. Black Devil looked at Su Yan and faintly smiled. Just based on this perseverance, I think this brat can be considered a powerhouse in the same realm. When the Medicine King heard his words, he looked at Uncle Gio and said, "Don't forget, this brat just discovered Uncle Gio and even dared to attack him." When Uncle Gio heard the Medicine King's words, his expression became more and more gloomy. He then looked at Su Yan and coldly smiled. "Medicine King, from your tone, it seems that you are quite impressed with this brat." Impressed? The Medicine King narrowed his eyes and looked at Suya on the battlefield. He nodded in satisfaction. There is indeed some appreciation. However, he still doesn't have the qualifications to enter my eyes. Unless he can really break the gambling formation between us. As the King of Medicine spoke, his eyes suddenly narrowed and a ray of light surged out. With a thought, another group of warriors appeared on the battlefield. As soon as the strength of these warriors appeared, their aura immediately suppressed the warriors that had just appeared. Whether it was in terms of aura or strength, they became much stronger. Seeing this, Black Devil coldly smiled. "Medicine King, good plan. Are you trying to take advantage of this opportunity to defeat the 2 of us? Don't even think about it. As soon as his words fell, he also moved his mind. Bang, on the battlefield, another group of warriors appeared on the ground. Uncle Gio wasn't willing to be outdone. He coldly smiled, "Medicine King, if you want to test this person, then I will lend you a hand," Uncle Gio said and coldly shouted. Suddenly, many warriors in black clothes appeared on the battlefield. Each of them was strong and robust. The moment they appeared, the entire battlefield suddenly surged with a thick smell of gunpowder. Bang! As soon as the three forces appeared, they immediately twisted and killed each other. Of course, Su Yan wasn't any better off in the midst of the three forces. One must know that Su Yan didn't belong to any of the forces. Regardless of which force saw Su Yan, they would fiercely attack him. They didn't give Su Yan any chance to breathe. What the hell is going on? Although Su Yan was very angry, he was even more surprised in his heart. He couldn't understand what was going on in front of him. Just now, he was secretly happy that the number of people was slowly decreasing. In that case, he would have a chance to get out. Who would have thought that so many people would suddenly appear? Moreover, Su Yan could feel that the strength of these people was clearly much stronger than those people from before. Not only in terms of numbers, but also in terms of strength. If the strength of the group of people from before was limited to the Saint Vane realm, then the people who appeared this time were all at the Sky Phase realm. Some even surpassed the Sky Phase realm and reached the Spirit Sea realm. Su Yan's resistance also became more and more powerless. The wounds on his body were also increasing rapidly, and blood was constantly flowing out from all over his body. Looking at the wounds on his body, Su Yan's chest also surged with a raging anger. However, Su Yan's reason told him that he had to remain calm. "Calm down, I have to stay calm." Su Yan kept comforting himself in his heart because he was very clear about the current situation. No matter how angry he was, no matter how hard he tried, it was almost impossible to kill his way out of here. "I have to find a way." While Su Yan was fending off the continuous attacks of these cultivators, he carefully thought about the scene that was happening in front of him. Although this Spirit Stone Mountain is said to be a barren mountain, no matter what, it is still within the territory of the Hidden Demon region. Moreover, the forces of the Hidden Demon region are all controlled by the Monster Palace. If so many warriors appeared here, the Monster Palace, the Heaven and Earth Organization, and the Black Ghost Cave would definitely know. After all, the number of warriors that appeared here had long surpassed that of any sect. It could even be said that if these forces were to be combined, they would probably be even stronger than the current Monster Palace. Such powerful forces suddenly appeared here, and this was a territory under the jurisdiction of the Monster Palace. It was absolutely impossible for them not to notice. In that case, there is only one explanation. These warriors don't exist at all. Thinking of this, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. However, at this moment, a powerful force suddenly surged over. Spirit Sea Realm. Su Yan's body trembled. He was about to resist, but unfortunately, it was already too late. The Spirit Sea Realm warrior's palm flew over, and a majestic force surged out. Bang! Before Su Yan had time to react, Su Yan felt a huge pain all over his body, and his whole body was sent flying with a bang. Su Yan suddenly fell into the crowd. Innumerable martial artists swarmed forward, directly burying Su Yan among them. "King of Medicine, it seems that this kid is going to die. I'm afraid we can't determine the winner of this game." Uncle Gio saw Su Yan being drowned by many warriors, and the corner of his mouth rose into a sneer. Sigh. The old man called King of Medicine saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh. He then looked at Uncle Gio, who had a proud face, and snorted, "Uncle Gio, if we can't determine the winner of this game, what good will it do you? Do you have a way to get out of here?" Ha! Uncle Gio heard King of Medicine's words and suddenly laughed. King of Medicine, my Uncle Gio didn't intend to get out of here." Mph. The Medicine King gave an exasperated snort and was about to say something else. But before he opened his mouth to speak, Black Devil beside him sighed helplessly. "Okay, the two of you, stop arguing." He stood between the two of them. Looking at the two of them staring at each other, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. "The three of us have been arguing for thousands of years. After being trapped here together for so long, What grievances can't we see through? What's there to argue about? Hearing Black Devil's words, King of Medicine and Uncle Gio's eyes dimmed. Looking at Su Yan on the battlefield, he smiled bitterly. It's a pity that this person can't break the game between us, otherwise, sigh. Chapter 309. When Uncle Gio heard the Medicine King's sigh, he no longer had the anger he had when arguing with the Medicine King. Instead, he looked at the cultivators who were constantly fighting on the battlefield and said helplessly, "Sigh, the three of us have been competing here for thousands of years, but we can't decide the victor every time. Now that the spirit stones in this spirit mine are getting scarcer and scarcer, how long do you think the three of us can hold on? Sigh, I'm afraid that if we can't solve this situation in another 10 years, the three of us will completely die here." Black Devil looked at the battlefield that was still fighting and smiled bitterly. Back then, in order to attract more people here, we specially opened these spirit mines to attract those people. But so many people came, and no one was able to solve this situation. Instead, they took away a lot of spirit stones during the day. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Uncle Gio said angrily, but his eyes were filled with helplessness. When the Medicine King heard the words of the two, a mocking smile appeared on his face. "Sigh, that's right. Just now, I thought that this brat would give me some surprises, but I didn't expect. Medicine King, I think you are old and confused. That brat is only at the celestial phenomenon stage. What hope do you have?" Before the Medicine King could finish his words, Uncle Gio said sarcastically. Black Devil couldn't help but smile bitterly. "That's right. After so many years, how many people stronger than this brat have come? In the end, didn't they all die here? He's just at the celestial phenomenon stage. What surprises can he give us?" The Medicine King wanted to quibble, but when he saw Su Yan's figure disappear, he sighed helplessly. The three of them looked at the battlefield and couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. After watching for a while, they felt bored and were about to leave. Suddenly, a dragon's roar burst out from the battlefield. When the three of them heard this sound, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. They hurriedly stopped and cast their gazes towards the battlefield. A ray of golden light finally soared into the sky from the battlefield. With a dragon's roar, all the cultivators were pushed away. The Medicine King and the other two looked at the scene in front of them, and their eyes immediately revealed a look of shock. Their mouths opened wider than anything else. What is going on? The three of them stared at the scene before them in astonishment. For a moment, they were unable to recover from their shock. And when they saw the place where the golden light was flashing, the King of Medicine's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement as he shouted, "It's him! It's that brat!" When Uncle Gio and the Black Demon heard Yao Wang's words, their bodies shook. Then, they looked at the place where the golden light was flashing. It was where Su Yan was just now. Their pupils shrank abruptly. That kid actually didn't die. How is this possible? That brat only has the strength of a mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator. How could he not die? All three of them were astonished. Bang. At this moment, there was a loud bang. As the golden light flashed, a dragon's roar surged. At the place where Su Yan had landed, a golden dragon leaped up. The dragon soared into the sky, and its bell-like eyes suddenly shrank and burst out with a ray of blood-red light. This dragon was none other than the dragon form that Su Yan had transformed into with the last trace of spiritual energy in his body. Illusion, this must be an illusion. Su Yan raised his head and looked at the cultivators in front of him. With a roar, his body was like a bolt of lightning as he leaped past them. His pair of giant eyes constantly flashed with blood-red light. Illusion. Su Yan muttered in his heart as he constantly circled around the battlefield. Swish. Under the circling of Su Yan's dragon body, the cultivators on the battlefield disappeared one by one like lightning. What the hell is going on? When the Medicine King and the other two saw this, they couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at the disappearing cultivators, the Medicine King's face suddenly surged with excitement. He said excitedly, I understand. This brat must have found a way to break through our game. He succeeded. As the Medicine King spoke, his body began to tremble in excitement. How is this possible? How could he succeed? How could he? When Uncle Gio saw all of this, his face was filled with astonishment. He simply did not believe that a mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator would be able to solve this game that had trapped them for thousands of years. When the Black Devil saw the scene in front of him, he also frowned. His eyes were also filled with astonishment. After all, Su Yan's strength was too weak in their eyes. They simply did not believe that a mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator would be able to break through the formation that had trapped them for thousands of years. When the Black Devil saw all of this and looked at Su Yan's huge body, his brows turned and revealed a gloomy smile. He muttered in his heart, "Although this formation has been broken now, if I want to get out of here, I must find a suitable body to be reborn." A suitable body. This person has the bloodline of a dragon. He should be able to withstand my soul. As the Black Devil thought, a cold light surged in his eyes again. Then he ignored the astonished Uncle Gio and the Medicine King. With a move of his body, he quickly turned into a black shadow and flew in the direction of Su Yan. When the Medicine King and Uncle Gio saw this scene, they were stunned at first. Then they reacted and shouted, "Not good." Following that, the two of them did not dare to be negligent. With a move of their bodies, they hurriedly chased after the Black Devil. At this moment, Su Yan saw that all the cultivators in front of him had disappeared. His body slowly returned to human form. The light on his body also receded and he fell to the ground. Before he could stand up, he felt a powerful force surging towards him. Su Yan was shocked. "Not good, I was so focused on breaking this illusion that I forgot that there were still 3 old fellows here." In a panic, Su Yan jumped up. He only gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand, wanting to resist the power that was surging in front of him. However, before Su Yan could use his strength, Su Yan's pupils suddenly dilated as he felt an intense pain in his body. The pain was beyond his imagination, and it came from the depths of his soul. Su Yan's eyes were wide open as he felt an intense pain in his body. This pain was beyond his imagination, and it came from the depths of his soul. The pain of his soul being torn apart caused Su Yan's entire body to tremble. Su Yan wanted to mutter and resist, but he could not muster the slightest bit of strength. His entire body was being exploited by this powerful force. Possession. Su Yan had personally experienced a fierce battle of possession. Naturally, he knew that someone wanted to occupy his body. He wanted to resist, but this force was too strong. Su Yan's soul seemed to be imprisoned and could not resist at all. Black Devil, as expected of the Black Devil. "You have a good plan." The Medicine King looked at the Black Devil and shouted angrily. Uncle Gio was so angry that his face turned red. He pointed at the Black Devil and shouted, "Black Devil, you really haven't changed. For thousands of years, you have been playing the good guy every day. I didn't expect you to be so insidious." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Next, Su Yan felt his body loosening up and he fell to the ground. This time, Su Yan was able to see clearly that the 3 old ghosts standing before him were the 3 old ghosts he had seen earlier. And the one who wanted to devour his soul was the Black Devil. The Black Devil saw that the other 2 followed and did not pay attention to Su Yan. Instead, he turned to look at the Medicine King and Uncle Gio. He sneered and said, "Medicine King, Uncle Gio, it is not that I, the Black Devil, am insidious. It is human nature." "Is this human nature?" When Uncle Gio heard Black Devil's words, he sneered and said, "Black Devil, we've been fighting for thousands of years. Every day, we've only been manipulating these cultivators to play games. Today, the game array has been broken. Let me, Uncle Gio, see if you've regressed in these thousands of years." "Huh? Do you think I am afraid of you?" The Black Devil sneered and suddenly jumped up. Uncle Gio was not slow either. He jumped up and at the same time, a strange force erupted from their bodies and attacked each other. Su Yan was not unfamiliar with this force. It was the force of the soul. When the Medicine King saw the 2 of them fighting, he frowned and looked at Su Yan on the ground. He rolled his eyes and sent a surge of energy towards Su Yan. Su Yan's brows suddenly furrowed. Peng. At this time, two forces attacked the Medicine King at the same time. It was the Black Devil and Uncle Gio. Medicine King, I didn't expect you to be so insidious. Humph, Medicine King, you still have the face to say that. You are also borrowing this boy's body to be reborn. The Black Devil and Uncle Gio looked at the Medicine King and snorted at the same time. The Medicine King smiled and said, "Do you think I am like the two of you? I just want to use this boy's body to get out of here. Do you think we will believe you?" The Black Devil and Uncle Gio sneered, obviously not believing the Medicine King's words. When Su Yen heard their words, it could be said that he came from the clouds and left in a fog. He did not understand the meaning of their words at all. He did not understand, but the Black Devil, Uncle Gio, and the Medicine King were clear. Today, the game formation that had trapped them for thousands of years was broken. It was equivalent to them being able to leave here and obtain a chance to be reborn. They knew how powerful their souls were, so it was very difficult to find a body that could bear their soul force. Su Yan's body contained the dragon bloodline. It was a powerful soul that could bear their souls. The three of them could borrow Su Yan's body to be reborn. Of course, because there was only one Su Yan, only one of them could borrow Su Yan's body to be reborn. Rebirth. They had been imprisoned here for thousands of years and longed for rebirth all the time. Now, a great opportunity was in front of them. How could they believe that the Medicine King only wanted to use Su Yan's body to leave here? After all, if they just wanted to leave here, they might not be able to find a suitable body for their rebirth even after hundreds of years. Even if they found a body that could bear their soul force, that person would definitely be powerful. It was unknown whether they could succeed in seizing the body. Su Yen, who was in front of them, only had the strength of the celestial phase realm and the dragon bloodline in his body. It was enough to bear their soul force. Chapter 310. Yawang, don't pretend to be a saint here. You should know that the reason why the three of us fell here and are trapped in this damn place is because of you, Yawang. Uncle Gio pointed at Yawang and clenched his fists tightly. Blue veins appeared on his weathered face. Obviously, he was very angry at the thought of them being trapped here for so long. When Yawang heard his words, he sneered and said, "The culprit is me. Don't you think it's funny? If it weren't for Uncle Gio's greed and wanting to seize the elixir I refined, the three of us wouldn't be imprisoned here." When Black Devil heard their words, he sneered and said, "Things have come to this. We have been fighting here for thousands of years. There is no need to bring up the past. Let's settle the matter at hand. No matter what happens today, I will take this boy's body." Black Devil snorted and his pupils suddenly contracted. A bright light surged in his eyes and a ruthless look flashed across his face. As he spoke, he leaped up and at the same time, a burst of power erupted and swept directly towards Su Yen. "Black Devil, don't say anything nice here. If it weren't for your appearance thousands of years ago, I would have gotten the divine elixir pill and not be trapped here." When Uncle Gio heard Black Devil's words, he snorted and leaped to attack Black Devil. When Yawang saw this, he frowned and glanced at Su Yen. He secretly said, "It seems that we can't escape today's battle. Shameless people will always be shameless people. They usually say nice things, but when they have the chance to get out, they will still turn against each other." As the Medicine King thought about it, he snorted and joined the battle as well. Not only were the three of them fighting, but they also didn't give each other the slightest advantage in their words. The grudges of thousands of years were brought up one by one. And the battle between the three of them. Su Yen breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yen originally wanted to escape, but unfortunately, Su Yen was seriously injured. The last trace of spiritual power in his body was exhausted because of the illusion technique just now. Not to mention, there were three powerhouses staring at him. He couldn't find a chance to escape. Since there was no chance to escape, Su Yen decided not to run. He sat down and began circulating his cultivation technique. As he healed the wounds on his body, he also paid attention to the battle between the three of them. Hearing their words, Su Yan's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Especially when he heard the arrogant words of the three, Su Yen was even more astonished. He thought to himself, the strength of the three has reached such a level. Who exactly has the ability to imprison them here? While Su Yan was shocked, he could not help but think highly of the three of them. After all, if what the three of them said was true, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were the strongest people in the 5 counties when they were alive. Of course, under the shock, Su Yan also realized the danger he was facing now. After all, the stronger the three of them were when they were alive, the stronger their soul power was. And if the battle between the three of them ended, what awaited him next was death. No, I have to take advantage of the time when they are fighting to recover my strength as soon as possible and then leave here. Su Yan thought to himself and hurriedly circulated the sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body. While healing his wounds, he also recovered the exhausted spiritual power in his body. It was a pity that although this spirit stone mountain was a spirit stone mountain, the spiritual energy was extremely thin. Even though Su Yan absorbed the spiritual energy at an extremely fast speed, at this moment, the recovery of his injuries was like a snail crawling. It was extremely slow. Even so, there was nothing Su Yan could do. He could only choose to continue cultivating. It would be great if a spirit mine could appear now. Su Yan sighed helplessly. At this moment, suddenly, not far in front of Su Yan, a bright light flashed. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. Su Yan hurriedly took a step forward and touched the shiny object. His whole body immediately trembled with excitement. Spirit mine, that's right, this is a spirit mine. Su Yan couldn't help but shout out in excitement. After shouting out, Su Yan immediately regretted. He hurriedly turned his head to look at the 3 people who were still fighting in midair. Seeing that they were not paying attention to him, he calmed down and touched the spirit mine. Su Yan also didn't care about anything else. He directly sat down and started to circulate the great sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body and began to cultivate. Although Su Yan didn't know how many spirit stones were in this spirit mine, Su Yan didn't care at all. He just focused on cultivating quickly. With this spirit mine, his cultivation speed was hundreds of times faster than before. The spirit stones in the spirit mine emitted streams of spirit qi, which continuously flowed into Su Yan's body. As the streams of warm current flowed through him, it brought a comfortable feeling. Su Yan couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Of course, there were different sizes of spirit mines. However, the spirit mine that Su Yan was in now was obviously a big one. If it was developed, at least hundreds of millions of spirit stones could be mined. Hundreds of millions of spirit stones, Su Yan couldn't believe how huge this number was. He never thought that he would accidentally stumble into such a huge benefit today. The joy and excitement in his heart couldn't be expressed with words. This feeling of suddenly going from a pauper to a billionaire was simply indescribable. He was excited, and even a little crazy. Of course, even so, Su Yan didn't lose himself because of this. He still knew that being a billionaire meant that he had to successfully survive this calamity. Su Yan didn't forget about the 3 mysterious old men. Looking at the 3 of them still fighting, his eyes flashed, revealing a bright light. Following that, the great sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body started to circulate again. He suppressed all the emotions in his body and only focused on absorbing the spirit qi in the spirit mine, enjoying the comfort brought by the continuous recovery of spirit qi. I wonder how long these 3 old fogies are going to fight. I wonder if I can use this spirit mine to break through to the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage in one go. Su Yan looked at the 3 of them, his eyes flashing. He licked his lips and once again circulated his cultivation technique, quickly absorbing the spirit qi here. Borrowing the spirit stones here, Su Yan had already recovered to his peak state. However, he really couldn't bear to leave just like that. After all, so many spirit stones were a fatal temptation to every martial warriors, and Su Yan was no exception. After recovering his strength, Su Yan wondered if he could use the spirit mine here to break through to the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. However, at this moment, the 3 people who were fighting in the air suddenly leaped and flew towards the spirit mine. Su Yan's eyes turned, and while he was circulating his cultivation technique, he hurriedly jumped up and avoided the 3 of them. The 3 of them were obviously bloodthirsty and didn't care about Su Yan at all. Instead, they glared at each other. "Ninth uncle, I don't think you can hold on for much longer." Black Devil looked at Ninth Uncle, who was obviously weaker than before, and panted. I can't hold on for much longer. Can the two of you still hold on? Ninth Uncle looked at the two of them with a sneer. He didn't care about this and silently chanted a chant, as if he was absorbing something. The Medicine King was even more so. He only glanced at the two of them before stepping on the spirit stone and began to absorb the spirit chi in the spirit mine. The moment the three of them stood on top, Su Yan could clearly see that the spirit chi above the spirit mine was constantly flowing away. The speed was hundreds of times faster than Su Yan's absorption of the spirit chi just now. These three are just remnant souls, how can they absorb the spirit chi? Su Yan was shocked when he saw this scene, but when he saw the speed at which they absorbed the spirit chi, he was even more stunned. If they continue at this speed, I'm afraid that in less than half a day, the spirit mine will be completely absorbed. No, I have to stop them. Although Su Yan was afraid of the strength of the three of them, he thought of the spirit mine that he had found with great difficulty. Su Yan was a little unwilling in his heart. After all, Su Yan still wanted to rely on this spirit mine to break through to the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm. If the three of them absorbed all of it, it would not be so easy to find so many spirit stones again. I want to stop the three of them. Su Yan raised his eyebrows slightly and circulated his cultivation technique. He was about to step forward to stop the three of them, but just as Su Yan was about to make a move, the spirit chi on the three of them suddenly disappeared. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Compared to Su Yan's surprise, the Medicine King, Uncle Gio, and Black Devil were even more shocked. The three of them absorbed the spirit chi above the spirit mine, but not long after, they felt that there was no longer any spirit chi above the spirit mine. The three of them were shocked at the same time and looked down at their feet. Although the place where they were standing was still emitting a bright light, this light was not emitted by the spirit stone, but by an ordinary stone. That's right, it was an ordinary stone. In other words, the spirit stone was still the same spirit stone, but the spirit chi contained in the spirit stone had been absorbed by someone and had become an ordinary stone. What the hell is going on? Black Devil was the first to come back to his senses. Looking at the spirit mine that had turned into a waste rock, his entire body trembled because of the anger in his body. Uncle Gio was also shocked and kept shaking his head. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can this spirit mine suddenly turn into a pile of waste rock? How is this possible? Only the Medicine King didn't speak, but from his ugly face, one could see the anger and doubt in his heart. The three of them had been trapped here for thousands of years and knew everything here like the back of their hands. They knew very well that the spirit mine here contained billions of spirit stones. Even if they deliberately exposed the spirit mine during the day to the warriors who came here to search for it, the spirit mine would still not be enough. However, the spirit stones that had been mined over the past thousands of years were only so compared to what was left now. The spirit stones left here were enough for them to recover their strength, but now they were all gone. Chapter 311. Who is it? The Black Devil howled in rage. His voice trembled slightly as a powerful surge of energy gushed forth from him. His eyes swept over, and when he saw Su Yan's silhouette, his eyes narrowed. It's you, isn't it you? The Black Devil looked at Su Yan and muttered. Killing intent immediately gushed out from his eyes. Su Yan looked at the powerful force erupting from Black Devil and couldn't help but be shocked. He was just thinking about how to stop them from absorbing the spiritual energy here. Now that he thought about it, Su Yan understood that his meager strength was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of them. Looking at Black Devil's angry appearance, Su Yan couldn't help but take a step back. However, looking at his angry expression, he quickly guessed the reason for his anger, which surprised Su Yan. After all, Su Yan was also very suspicious in his heart. Who exactly had absorbed all the spirit ores here? There were hundreds of millions of spiritual stones here. Even if Su Yan wanted to absorb them all, it would probably take him a year. How could it be so fast? This was what puzzled Su Yan the most. Who on earth absorbed all the spiritual energy here? Su Yan muttered to himself as he furrowed his brows. However, Black Devil completely ignored Su Yan. The murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger as he stared at Su Yan. The cold light emitted from his eyes made Su Yan tremble. Not only that, but at this moment, Uncle Jiu also looked at Su Yan and a powerful soul force attacked him. Su Yan had just regained his strength and recovered from his injuries. Under the influence of these two forces, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood with a spluttering sound. Su Yan wanted to defend, but under the power of the two, Su Yan truly realized how small he was. In front of them, he had no defense at all. He could only watch his life slowly fade away. Su Yan was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. These two forces were too powerful. They were so powerful that Su Yan's cultivation method condensed together and the power in his body was completely suppressed. At this time, Su Yan also understood the terror of these three people in front of him. Go to hell! Go to hell! Uncle Jiu and Black Devil roared at the same time. They waved their hands and a powerful soul force surged. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank, revealing a look of horror. Death was always the most terrifying. Not to mention, Su Yan had experienced death, so he knew how terrifying it was. Death represented the end. With death, everything would disappear. Everything would be gone. Bang! Just as Su Yan was in despair, a loud sound suddenly rang out. Su Yan's eyes immediately flashed with excitement. When he opened his eyes to look, he saw a black shadow blocking in front of him, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Medicine King. Su Yan looked at the figure in front of him in surprise. He didn't expect that at this critical moment, the Medicine King, who he didn't know, would save him. The Medicine King glanced at Su Yan but didn't say anything. Instead, he coldly looked at Uncle Jiu and Black Devil. Black Devil and Uncle Jiu also didn't expect that the Medicine King would help this kid. Looking at the Medicine King, Black Devil angrily shouted, "Medicine King, what do you mean by this?" Uncle Jiu was even more furious. He pointed at the Medicine King and shouted, "Medicine King, this kid has absorbed all the spiritual energy here. It's the same as cutting off the three of us. You actually helped him." When the Medicine King heard their words, he didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and said, "Uncle Jiu, Black Devil, you've lived for so long. Do you think that he, a mere 8-star celestial phenomenon realm, can absorb all the spiritual stones here?" When Uncle Jiu and Black Devil heard the Medicine King's words, they couldn't help but be startled. Only now did they realize that with Su Yan's strength, it was impossible for him to absorb all the spiritual stones here in such a short period of time. Other than this kid, who else could it be? Black Devil was slightly stunned. Thinking about the sudden disappearance of the spiritual energy, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He coldly snorted and said, "I don't care. If it wasn't for this kid, none of this would have happened. So, this kid will definitely die." When Uncle Jiu heard Black Devil's words, he also snorted and said, "That's right. It's because of this kid that so many things happened tonight. So, this kid must die." When the Medicine King heard their words, he suddenly laughed out loud. "It's all because of this kid. Have you ever thought that if it wasn't for this kid, I'm afraid that the three of us would continue to play here and be imprisoned here?" When Black Devil and Uncle Jiu heard the Medicine King's words, their old faces couldn't help but turn red. Su Yan stood at the side, but he didn't understand what was going on. However, Su Yan didn't have the mood to think about this. He still had lingering fear when he thought about the scene just now. The terror of that power was not something he could withstand at all. Su Yan was now thinking about how to escape from here. Su Yan wanted to escape just like that, but this thought was quickly interrupted. Just as Black Devil had said, he was only an 8-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. How could he be faster than these three old ghosts who had existed for who knew how many years? Could it be that I'm going to die here today? Su Yan said unwillingly. At this moment, Black Devil, Uncle Jiu, and the Medicine King said something and began to quarrel again. Black Devil looked at Uncle Jiu sinisterly and said, "Uncle Jiu, if the two of us work together and kill the Medicine King first, won't our chances of survival increase by a lot?" When Uncle Jiu heard Black Devil's words, his eyes turned and he said excitedly, "That's true. The Medicine King's soul force is the strongest among the three of us. If we successfully devour his soul, then even if we don't have the spirit stones here, we should be able to survive until we leave." Hearing their words, the Medicine King's body suddenly trembled. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Shameless people, don't forget that the reason you were able to survive until now was because I taught you the spirit chi soul nurturing technique. Otherwise, how could the two of you survive until now?" "So what?" Uncle Gio and Black Devil sneered at the same time. They didn't take the Medicine King's words to heart. What? Hearing their words, the Medicine King couldn't help but be furious. He shouted sternly, "As expected, ungrateful people. Since that's the case, let's see how the two of you can defeat me today." As the Medicine King spoke, his tiger-like eyes suddenly glared. He wasn't angry, but a terrifying power erupted from his body. Seeing this, Uncle Gio and Black Devil didn't dare to be careless. They hurriedly jumped to avoid the Medicine King's attack. In an instant, the three of them were tangled together again. But this time, it wasn't a three-way confrontation. Instead, Uncle Gio and Black Devil were dealing with the Medicine King together. Su Yan didn't understand the grudges between the three of them. He didn't want to understand either. Looking at the three of them fighting, he licked his lips and said, "This is a good chance for me to escape." After saying that, Su Yan rode the sword dragon and was about to leave. But when he saw the Medicine King's figure, he was clearly at a disadvantage against the pincer attack of the Black Devil and Uncle Gio. Looking at him, Su Yan suddenly felt a wave of pain in his heart. Although Su Yan didn't know who the Medicine King was, the reason why Su Yan was still alive today was all thanks to the Medicine King. In other words, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the Medicine King had saved Su Yan's life. Now that the person who saved my life is in danger, I, Su, will not leave just like this, Su Yan thought. His eyes flickered as he dispelled the thought of escaping. Clenching the ghost howl sword in his hand, his eyes emitted a wisp of light as he looked at Black Devil and Uncle Gio. The cultivation technique in his body slowly circulated, ready to help at any time. But before Su Yan could go forward to help, Pudong, suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Facing the pincer attack of Uncle Gio and Black Devil, the Medicine King's figure slowed down and was directly sent flying by the two. The Medicine King's body directly flew in the direction of Su Yan. Medicine King, although you are the strongest among the three of us, you are not a match for the two of us." Uncle Gio looked at the Medicine King, who was repelled, and laughed loudly. Black Devil also sneered and said, "Medicine King, be obedient and surrender, lest we attack again." "Humph, don't be complacent. Without the spirit stones here, you won't be able to hold on for long. Since I, the Medicine King, am destined to die today, do you think I will give you the chance to devour my soul?" "Ha." The Medicine King laughed loudly as a powerful force suddenly surged from his body. "Not good." Uncle Gio and Black Devil were shocked. They hurriedly jumped up and besieged the Medicine King. "Today, even if I, the Medicine King, die here, I will take you down with me." The Medicine King sneered. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he attacked the two. Uncle Gio and Black Devil's figures were not slow either. "Humph, Medicine King, with your strength, do you think you have the chance to be a match for the two of us?" Uncle Gio sneered. Suddenly, a powerful force surged from his body. Bang. Suddenly, the two collided. A burst of black fog burst out, and the powerful force swept out. Su Yan, who was standing in the distance, could not help but take a few steps back. "Black Devil, what are you waiting for?" Uncle Gio suddenly felt a pressure under the powerful force of the Medicine King and shouted at Black Devil. Black Devil's figure did not move an inch as he coldly looked at the two. Uncle Gio saw Black Devil's appearance and immediately reacted. He shouted emotionally, "Black Devil, you despicable and shameless person, how dare you frame me?" Ha. When the Black Devil heard Uncle Gio's words, he suddenly laughed. "Uncle Gio, oh Uncle Gio, I have always been despicable and shameless. What can you do to me? Now that you and the Medicine King have been seriously injured and are on your last breath, I want to see how you two will resist me." Ha. Chapter 312. Black Devil, I'm going to kill you. Uncle Gio roared and wanted to attack the Black Devil. Unfortunately, he had exhausted all his strength in the fight with the Medicine King. Now he was so weak that he couldn't even stand up. How could he be the Black Devil's opponent? The Black Devil waved his hand and Uncle Gio's body suddenly retreated hundreds of steps. Black Devil, you shameless and despicable person. Uncle Gio couldn't attack and could only curse. He was also regretting it in his heart. The Medicine King looked at the agitated Uncle Gio and said with a wry smile, Uncle Gio, you brought this upon yourself. Uncle Gio was heartbroken. How could he have thought that the Black Devil would make such a move? Unfortunately, it was too late to regret. Ha! The Black Devil completely ignored the two. Thinking that he would be reborn soon, he laughed excitedly. He looked at Uncle Gio and the Medicine King and said with a proud smile, Uncle Gio, Medicine King, if I devour your souls and use that kid's body to be reborn, will I be able to return to my peak state? The Black Devil sneered and walked step by step towards the Medicine King and Uncle Gio. Just as the Black Devil was feeling proud, a force suddenly attacked. The Black Devil frowned and turned his head. Seeing that it was Su Yan, his heart immediately surged with anger and he shouted, A mere heaven stage kid wants to attack me? You're courting death. Black Devil snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, Su Yan's body was suddenly sent flying several hundred meters away. The Medicine King and Uncle Gio were shocked when they saw this scene. The two of them never thought that Su Yan would actually save them, and that she would only rely on the strength of the celestial phenomenon stage. If it was anyone else, they would probably only care about running for their lives and would not dare to make a move. The Medicine King also realized something and hurriedly shouted to Su Yan, Run! Uncle Gio was stunned and hurriedly shouted to Su Yan, Run, kid, run quickly, run as far as you can. Run. When the Black Demon heard the conversation between the Medicine King and Uncle Gio, he sneered, Medicine King, Uncle Gio, do you think that this kid can escape? Just as Black Devil finished speaking, Su Yan slowly stood up from the ground and looked at Black Devil. His eyes were like torches, without a trace of fear. A sneer appeared on his face as he pointed at Black Devil and said, I never thought of running. Although Su Yan's voice was not loud, it was sonorous and powerful, filled with unswerving determination. Black Devil, Ninth Uncle, and the Medicine King were stunned when they heard this. Uncle Gio and the Medicine King were both impressed by Su Yan's perseverance. However, the Black Devil was furious. A mere 8-star heaven phase brat actually dares to speak to this sovereign in such a manner. You're courting death. In his fury, the Black Devil was about to attack Su Yan. However, when he thought about how he was going to use Su Yan's body to be reborn, he decided to attack Su Yan. In the end, he restrained himself and sneered, Kid, don't be too complacent. Wait until I devour the Medicine King and Uncle Gio's souls before I devour you. Do you think I'll give you that chance? Su Yan sneered and attacked the Black Devil again. The Ghost Howl sword in his hand was replaced by the Buddha sword. After leaving the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan also understood the dangers of the Jianghu and what the pagoda sword represented. Therefore, Su Yan rarely used the Buddha sword under normal circumstances. At this critical juncture, Su Yan also took out the Buddha sword. Although the Buddha sword was not a divine weapon, Su Yan knew that it had a unique suppressive effect on the soul. Therefore, Su Yan wanted to use the Buddha sword to take a gamble. When the three of them saw the Buddha sword in Su Yan's hand, they were stunned. The Buddha sword, it's actually the Buddha sword. Then this kid is... The three of them looked at Su Yan in astonishment. Success or failure depends on this move. Su Yan did not care about their expressions. He gripped the pagoda sword tightly and flew out like a bolt of lightning. Suddenly, the Vairocana glaze sword manual in his body surged, and the majestic spiritual chi continuously surged into the pagoda sword. Rumble! The Buddha sword emitted a dazzling light and a deafening sword cry. The moment it attacked, it was like a ferocious beast. 9 dragons seizing soul. Su Yan roared and directly attacked the Black Demon. He was using the strongest attack he could muster at the moment. In fact, Su Yan had already thought it through. It was not that he did not want to escape, but that he could not. He could not just watch his savior die here without doing anything. Death, Although it was scary, Su Yan feared death more than anyone else. However, Su Yan knew that there were some things that a man had to do, even if it meant death. As Su Yan roared, the Buddha sword, which was emitting a brilliant light, seemed to explode at that moment. It transformed into 9 different colored lights that revolved around the Buddha sword and attacked the Black Devil. The Black Devil was shocked when he saw Su Yan's powerful attack. However, his surprise only lasted for a moment. He sneered, "I did not expect a mere 8-star realm cultivator to be able to muster such a powerful attack. Kid, you are indeed something. You are indeed worthy of being from the Buddha Sword sect. But do you think it will work?" The Black Devil sneered. He thought that Su Yan was from the Buddha Sword sect, but he did not know that the Buddha Sword sect had already been destroyed. He waved his hand and a dense fog condensed in front of him, blocking Su Yan's attack. When the 9th uncle and the Medicine King saw this, they glanced at the Buddha sword in Su Yan's hand. The two of them looked at each other as if they had thought of something. The two of them shouted at the same time and used the last of their strength to fly toward Su Yan. The Black Devil frowned when he saw this. Then, his face filled with anger as he shouted, "9th uncle, Medicine King, what a plan the two of you have. Do you still want to increase this kid's strength? Do you think I will give you this chance?" The Black Devil roared angrily. He waved his hand and a powerful force surged. Su Yan's body suddenly flew out. The Medicine King and 9th uncle's bodies also swayed. However, they did not retreat. Instead, they rushed toward Su Yan. Medicine King, 9th uncle, do you think this will work?" The Black Devil laughed when he saw this. "The two of you only left the last of your strength. Even if you increase this kid's strength, do you think he can stop me?" The Medicine King and 9th uncle ignored the Black Devil's words and rushed towards Su Yan's body. Su Yan could not help but frown when he saw the actions of the two old men. However, he quickly understood that the two old men wanted to use their last bit of strength to enlighten him and increase his strength. The Black Devil kept saying that it was useless. However, when he saw that the Medicine King and 9th uncle ignored him, he was shocked. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Medicine King, 9th uncle, don't you want to enlighten this kid? Then I will devour you first and see how you can help this kid." The Black Devil roared and suddenly flew towards the Medicine King and 9th uncle. Just one more step, one more step. The King of Medicine and Uncle Jiu also clenched their teeth and turned into a force that surged towards Su Yan. Su Yan looked at this scene and his pupils suddenly shrank. It was not the first time Su Yan had received this kind of enlightenment. In the Monster Palace's ice-cold pool, Su Yan had received enlightenment from the former palace master of the Monster Palace. Therefore, Su Yan knew what this enlightenment was. It was to use the last of the condensed strength to increase one's strength. The Medicine King and 9th uncle could be said to have no resistance now because the last of their souls had turned into strength. If the Black Devil wanted to devour them, he would not have to waste any strength and could directly devour them. Su Yan's eyebrows furrowed tighter as he watched 9th uncle and the Medicine King transform into 2 streams of energy that surged toward him at the same time, with the Black Demon's figure following closely behind. He anxiously shouted in his heart, "Just one step, just one step." Unfortunately, the Medicine King and 9th uncle had just suffered heavy injuries. How could they be faster than the Black Devil? Seeing the Black Devil open his mouth wide and about to devour the Medicine King and 9th uncle, Su Yan, Medicine King and 9th uncle felt a sense of regret. Especially Su Yan, he smiled bitterly. After all, he knew very well that if the Black Devil successfully devoured the 2 Medicine King and 9th uncle, he would be next. The devoured soul would face true death. 9th uncle and Medicine King felt the surge of the Black Devil's power and felt regret. After all, if the two of them had not fought just now, the Black Devil would not have taken advantage of them. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Everything was already too late. The 3 of them could only watch as the powerful Black Devil attacked without any strength to fight back. Ha ha. The Black Devil looked at the 3 of them and laughed complacently. His face was also filled with excitement because he knew very well that as long as he devoured the 2 Medicine King and 9th uncle, he would be reborn. He, the Black Devil, would once again stand at the peak. I, the Black Devil, will be reborn. Reborn, The Black Devil shouted excitedly and opened his mouth to devour Ninth Uncle and Medicine King. Asterisk bang. Asterisk however, at this moment, there was a sudden explosion, and the entire ground began to tremble. This is, whether it was the Black Devil, Ninth Uncle, Medicine King, or Su Yen, they were all shocked when they saw the strange scene in front of them. Especially when the Black Devil was about to devour Ninth Uncle and Medicine King. This sudden change made his brows knit together. Looking at the trembling ground, 2 words came out of his teeth that were trembling because of anger. He shouted, "Who is it?" Rumble. Chapter 3:13. Who the hell is it? The Black Devil looked at the trembling ground and growled angrily. The King of Medicine, Uncle Jiao, and Su Yen frowned when they saw this scene. However, compared to the Black Devil's anger, the 3 of them were much calmer. After all, no matter what kind of danger there was underground, they all felt that it was much better than dying in the hands of a despicable villain like the Black Devil. Looking at the Black Devil's angry appearance, Su Yen ridiculed, "Ha, Black Devil, didn't you want to devour me? Why don't you come?" The Black Devil was already angry, but when he heard Su Yan's words, he became even more furious. "Humph, a mere child dares to speak such arrogant words. I'll kill you first." The Black Devil roared, his eyes suddenly emitting killing intent. He leaped and attacked Su Yen. Asterisk bang. Asterisk at this moment, the ground was directly blown up and countless stones exploded. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as flying sand and stones. The Black Devil was shocked. Asterisk oh. Asterisk however, before he could react, a huge flame soared into the sky. This is... The Black Devil was shocked and wanted to retreat. At this moment, another growl was heard. The flame rushed up, and a huge fire Qilin demon beast surged up from the ground. The huge body emerged from the ground, and with a shake, countless sand and stones flew out. Asterisk oh. Asterisk the moment the fire Qilin came out, it roared towards the sky. The roar was loud and clear, and the prestige of a sacred beast was fully displayed. The huge body stood still, and it was even more awe-inspiring. Its bell-like eyes looked at the Black Devil in front of it with disdain. It even naughtily scratched the whiskers at the corner of its mouth with its front claws. Su Yen looked at the fire Qilin in front of him, and all the doubts in his heart were solved. Looking at the naughty fire Qilin, he couldn't help but smile. How could I forget about this little guy? This little guy has eaten many of my spirit stones. This spirit mine is naturally his favorite. How could it not steal food? Su Yen smiled. When he saw the astonished expression on Black Devil's face, he couldn't help but feel smug. "Kid," he called out, "destroy that guy in front of you." Roar. The moment Su Yen finished speaking, the fire Qilin immediately let out a low roar. However, it remained where it was, licking its lips in an unbridled manner, completely ignoring Su Yan's words. This caused Su Yen to be extremely embarrassed. Looking at the fire Qilin's disdainful gaze, he laughed bitterly without end. "Little fellow, aren't you giving me too little face?" When the Black Devil saw the fire Qilin, he was also startled. Especially after hearing Su Yan's words, he was even more astonished and scared half to death. He had lived for so long, so he naturally knew that the demonic beast in front of him was the fire Qilin sacred beast. Although the fire Qilin was still underage, the Black Devil knew that it was impossible for him to be its opponent. After all, a sacred beast like the fire Qilin had an innate suppression of soul power. Because of the battle with the Medicine King and Uncle Jiao, the Black Devil's strength had decreased. Facing the fire Qilin, he definitely didn't have the slightest ability to resist. If Su Yen could control the fire Qilin, then the one who would die today would be him, the Black Devil. Seeing that the fire Qilin ignored Su Yen, the Black Devil was relieved. He looked at Su Yen coldly and said, "Kid, you are too arrogant. You want the fire Qilin to listen to you with the strength of a mere celestial phenomenon stage?" When Uncle Jiao and the Medicine King saw the fire Qilin's indifferent expression, they were also disappointed. When they heard Su Yan's words just now, they thought that the fire Qilin would be Su Yan's pet beast, which made them excited. Now that the fire Qilin didn't pay attention to Su Yen, The astonishment in their hearts settled down. After all, Su Yan was only a celestial phenomenon stage cultivator. How could he make the fire Qilin his pet beast? If that was really the case, it would be enough to shock them. However, although their hearts settled down, they were also disappointed. After all, if the fire Qilin wasn't Su Yan's pet beast, then they were afraid that they would all die here today. Of course, the proudest one was still the Black Devil. He carefully glanced at the fire Qilin. Seeing that the fire Qilin had no intention of attacking, he was relieved. He then looked at Su Yan and smiled. "Kid, I will devour you now." As the Black Devil spoke, his body suddenly rushed toward Su Yan. Not good. Uncle Gio and the Medicine King were shocked when they saw this scene. Seeing the Black Devil's fast figure, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. He wanted to defend himself, but in the face of the Black Devil's powerful strength, Su Yan didn't have the strength to fight back. The Black Devil looked at Su Yan, his eyes shining. This time, he also gave up on devouring the Medicine King and Uncle Gio's souls. This was because he knew very well that as long as he devoured Su Yan's soul and succeeded in seizing his body, even if he couldn't recover his previous peak strength, he would be able to fight against the fire Qilin. At that time, he would take the fire Qilin as his pet beast. The day of returning to his previous peak was just around the corner. The more the Black Devil thought about it, the more excited he became. He really didn't expect that he would have such good luck. Not only could he be reborn, but he could also subdue an underage pet beast. This is destined to let me, the Black Devil, set foot on the peak again. The Black Devil couldn't help but shout excitedly. A powerful force surged toward Su Yan. Bang. Unfortunately, before his excitement could fade, a huge force surged over and sent the Black Devil flying. The Black Devil also screamed and looked at the fire Qilin's sacred beast in surprise. This, Su Yan also came back to his senses. He looked at the fire Qilin's sacred beast and laughed. "Little guy, I thought you really didn't want to save me." When the fire Qilin heard Su Yan's words, it turned its head proudly and ignored Su Yan. Su Yan's hot face was stuck to the cold and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Little guy, do you really think you can control the fire Qilin?" When the Black Devil heard Su Yan's intimate call, a burst of anger surged in his chest. He roared and attacked Su Yan again. Bang! But this time, the fire Qilin didn't give him a chance at all. With a wave of its huge claw, it blocked the Black Devil. "Beast, there are so many people who don't attack. Why do you attack me?" The Black Devil was blocked by the fire Qilin again and again. He couldn't help but burst into anger and pointed at the fire Qilin. Because you are despicable. You are shameless. You are despicable." Hearing the Black Devil's words, Su Yan, Yao Wang and Uncle Gio said at the same time, which made the Black Devil even angrier. You are about to die and you still dare to be so arrogant." The Black Devil was so angry that his 2 rows of teeth were constantly clattering. The more he wanted to clench his teeth, the more violently they trembled. Looking at the fire Qilin's arrogant appearance, he couldn't help but feel angry. "Beast, it seems that today bang. Before Black Devil could finish speaking, the fire Qilin suddenly jumped up. Without waiting for Black Devil to react, the fire Qilin jumped up. With a loud bang, the fire Qilin's huge body directly sat on Black Devil. A blood-curdling shriek rang out as the insufferably arrogant Black Devil was instantly obliterated. Su Yan looked at the fire Qilin sitting on the ground with a lazy appearance and couldn't help but laugh. Little guy, good job. Let that brat be arrogant and directly sat him to death." Uncle Gio looked at the place where the fire Qilin sat and couldn't help but sneered. Black Devil, you certainly didn't expect that you would be sat to death by a demon beast in the end, right?" Yao Wang also smiled and said, "This is the result of the Black Devil's own fault. No one else can be blamed." Uncle Gio nodded, looked at Yao Wang, and then looked at Su Yan. Suddenly, he turned into a force and rushed toward Su Yan. At the same time, Yao Wang also jumped up and turned into a force that rushed toward Su Yan. The 2 of them had experienced so much and could be considered indifferent. They no longer pursued rebirth and only hoped to entrust their last strength to Su Yan. It could also be considered as an inheritance of their strength. Su Yan originally saw that the Black Devil was dead and wanted to take Yao Wang and Uncle Jiao out of here. In the future, he would find an opportunity to let them be reborn. Seeing them suddenly turn into power and rush towards his body, Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned and hurriedly shouted, "Two seniors, don't." Unfortunately, it was already too late. Su Yan only felt a powerful force surging in his body. He directly broke through his own blood vessels and condensed it. The great sun-colored glass sword scripture quickly rotated, and the countless spirit energy rushed into the blood vessels all over his body. The spirit energy in his body was also constantly rising. Peak of the 8-star celestial phase, 9-star, was he going to break through to the 9-star celestial phase? Su Yan licked his lips and felt a burst of excitement in his heart. With a bang, a powerful force surged from all over his body and directly broke through the 8-star celestial phase realm and jumped into the 9-star celestial phase realm. Moreover, Su Yan could feel that his strength was still increasing. He couldn't help but lick his lips, and his eyes revealed a ray of desire. Spirit Sea Realm, is this going to break through to the Spirit Sea Realm? Unfortunately, the moment his strength surged, it stopped at the peak of the 9-star celestial phase realm. Su Yan couldn't help but be a little disappointed. It seems that although the two seniors are strong, it's still impossible for them to break through in one go. After all, after entering the celestial phase realm, the amount of spirit energy required was no longer something that Su Yan's previous Saint Vane realm could compare to. From the 8-star celestial phase realm to the peak of the 9-star celestial phase realm, it was already the peak. However, after being disappointed, Su Yan discovered that there was still a lot of spirit energy hidden in his body. This made Su Yan puzzled. I still have so much spirit energy hidden in my body, then why can't I break through to the Spirit Sea realm? However, Su Yan quickly understood. After all, the Spirit Sea realm and the Celestial Phase realm were different levels. If he wanted to enter the Spirit Sea realm, he had to fuse the power of heaven and earth with his own Dantian to form the Spirit Sea. It seems that I only need to find the power of heaven and earth to fuse with it. Although Su Yan was a little disappointed that he did not break through to the Spirit Sea realm, he was still somewhat gratified when he thought about how there was still spirit energy in his body. Chapter 3:14. These two memories were left behind by the Medicine King and Uncle Jiao. Su Yan quickly combed through the memories of the two. After learning of their identities, Su Yan was flabbergasted. I never thought that the two seniors would have reached such a pinnacle when they were alive. It is truly awe-inspiring. Su Yan muttered to himself. At the same time, his eyes emitted a resplendent light. He clenched his fists and thought to himself, I will definitely reach such a pinnacle one day. While speaking, Su Yan once again combed through the memories of the Medicine King and Uncle Jiao. The more he combed through, the more Su Yan was shocked. The Medicine King, not only had his strength reached such a terrifying level, he was also an alchemy grandmaster. This identity made Su Yan feel endless admiration. Su Yan was very clear about the strength of an alchemist and the harsh requirements to become one. If one wanted to become an alchemist, not only did they need to have a strong soul, they also needed to have subtle control over flames. Only then could one become a true alchemist. After becoming an alchemist, wanting to become an alchemy grandmaster was even more difficult. Alchemists were divided into 9 ranks. Every rank was more difficult than the cultivation of strength. For the Medicine King to become an alchemy grandmaster, how could Su Yan not feel admiration? Alchemy grandmaster. Su Yan clearly remembered that there was not a single alchemist grandmaster in the entire 5 counties. The best alchemist was only a tier 4 alchemist. This was also the reason why there was a shortage of high-grade elixirs in the 5 counties. Su Yan had once thought of refining pills himself, but as the saying goes, one should not bite off more than one can chew. Thus, Su Yan did not think of refining pills. Of course, more importantly, Su Yan felt that it was impossible for him to become an alchemist. Now that he felt the glory of being an alchemist from the Medicine King's memories, Su Yan could not help but feel a rush of excitement. At the same time, Su Yan also saw the alchemy notes left behind by the Medicine King. This made Su Yan very excited. At the very end, the Medicine King's final words appeared in his mind. "Brat, although we have only met once, we can be considered to have fought side by side. This book contains my lifetime of experience in alchemy. I hope you can study it well so that in the future, you can kill your way into the medicine tower and help me regain my glory." The medical tower. When Su Yan heard this, he couldn't help but slightly frown. He didn't understand where this alchemy tower was. However, Su Yan could feel the resentment in the Medicine King's heart. Recalling his memories, Su Yan couldn't help but clench his fists and say, "Senior Medicine King, don't worry. I will definitely help you regain this honor." As Su Yan spoke, his eyes glowed brightly. He had originally not wanted to learn alchemy, but he had decided to embark on this path. This was not for himself. It was for the Medicine King's final promise. A man must spit a nail in his heart. Su Yan would do what he promised. Next, Su Yan began to comb through Uncle Jio's memories. The memories left behind by Uncle Jio were much simpler than those of the Medicine King. He only left behind his identity and asked Su Yan to take care of the Heaven and Earth Organization when he met them in the future. The Heaven and Earth Organization. I didn't expect Uncle Jio to be the ancestor of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Su Yan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh when he learned about Uncle Jio's memories. He really didn't expect Uncle Jio to be the ancestor of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Thinking about how the Heaven and Earth Organization was even stronger than the Monster Palace. Su Yan found it funny that Uncle Jio would entrust him to take care of the Heaven and Earth Organization. After all, his current strength was too weak. Su Yan finished combing through the memories of the two. The first ray of morning light slowly rose from the horizon, making the night after the heavy rain a little warmer. Su Yan looked at the morning light and thought about the experience of this night. He was still a little shocked. In particular, the memories left behind by the Medicine King and Uncle Jio made Su Yan sigh. Who is imprisoning such powerful people here? This was what confused Su Yan the most. Unfortunately, there was no information about this in the memories of the two. They didn't even explain why they and the Black Devil were imprisoned here. Not to mention the person who imprisoned them here. Thinking about the strength of the three, and the fact that someone could imprison them here for thousands of years, Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble. To be able to imprison such powerful people here, the strength of that person, Su Yan didn't dare think about it. Forget it, forget it. Anyway, I can't come into contact with people of this level now. The most important thing now is to leave this place. After dawn, there will definitely be a lot of people coming here. Su Yan knew that from today onwards, there would not be any more spirit stones in this spirit mine. But Su Yan knew that didn't mean that others knew, so when dawn came, there would be a lot of people coming up the mountain to look for spirit stones. Su Yan didn't want to be seen as a monster, and he didn't want to expose his whereabouts last night. If that was the case, then wouldn't the haunting incident be over? Then, there would definitely be a lot of people looking for him to understand the truth of the matter. Su Yan didn't want to suddenly become the target of everyone's pursuit. Su Yan prepared to leave, but when he saw the Fire Qilin's huge body, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. This guy's body is so big. How am I going to take it away? If I go with it, I'll definitely become the target of everyone's pursuit. Su Yan knew very well that if the Fire Qilin went out, no matter where he went, he would become the focus of attention. He might even be hunted down by a lot of powerhouses. After all, the Fire Qilin was a holy beast, and it was still in its infancy. There would be a lot of people who wanted to take it as a pet beast. Looking at the Fire Qilin's huge body, Su Yan had a headache, especially when he saw the Fire Qilin still licking its lips with a lazy look. Obviously, it was still not satisfied after absorbing so many spirit stones yesterday. Su Yan gritted his teeth. He wanted to take it as his pet beast. That way, it could coexist with his body and save him the trouble. Of course, that was only Su Yan's thought. Ignoring the fact that he didn't have the strength to take in the Fire Qilin as his pet beast, even if he had the strength, he wouldn't do it. If he wanted to, he would have taken it in as his pet beast the moment he met it. He wouldn't wait until he didn't have the strength to take it in as his pet beast before thinking about it. However, looking at the fire Qilin, Su Yan was secretly impressed by the huge fellow's ability to absorb spirit stones. In just a short while, it had absorbed the entire spirit mine. While admiring its speed of absorbing spirit qi, Su Yan was also secretly amazed at the fellow's cultivation speed. When Su Yan encountered the fire Qilin, it was probably only at the life-soul realm. But now, it was at least at the spirit sea realm. Its cultivation speed was something that even Su Yan felt ashamed of. Of course, the stronger the fire Qilin was, the happier Su Yan was. However, looking at its huge body, Su Yan frowned. After thinking for a while, Su Yan still couldn't think of a way. With such a huge body, he couldn't hide it anywhere. Sigh, you little guy. No, you should be a big guy now. Sigh, but I still like you when you're small. Su Yan sighed helplessly, but he didn't dwell on it. He waved and said, "Little guy, let's go. Follow me down the mountain." Just as Su Yan said this, the fire Qilin's body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths of time, the fire Qilin suddenly became the size of a mouse. Su Yan was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the fire Qilin to be able to shrink. He thought that since the fire Qilin had swallowed so many spirit stones last night, it was impossible for it to shrink. When the fire Qilin saw Su Yan's dumbfounded look, it smiled smugly and proudly extended its claws to grab its whiskers. However, because it had shrunk, it no longer had the majestic domineering aura it had when it was big. Its arrogance also became extremely cute. Su Yan, who had been silent all night, couldn't help but laugh heartily when he saw this. "Ha, little guy, let's go down the mountain." When the fire Qilin heard Su Yan's words, it jumped into Su Yan's arms. Not bad, not bad. Su Yan nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to descend the mountain, thud thud. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Su Yan turned around and saw a few figures walking towards him. He frowned. Why are these people here so early? Su Yan looked around and saw an ancient tree beside him. It was so big that it would take more than 10 people to wrap their arms around it. It was perfect for hiding. After a glance, Su Yan didn't hesitate and directly hid behind the ancient tree. There were a total of 4 people, all wearing the same uniform. They were obviously from the same sect. "Senior brother, do you think we'll find the spirit mine today?" "Who knows? This spirit stone mountain is a little strange. Even if a spirit mine appears, it's still running around. It's hard to predict." When Su Yan heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile. He naturally knew that the spirit mine that appeared in the Spirit Stone Mountain caused people to run around was because of the Medicine King and the other 2. The Medicine King and the other 2 just wanted to use the spirit mine to attract more people to come up the mountain and then break their gambling array. But they never thought that their actions would cause the entire Spirit Stone Mountain to be haunted. If he hadn't foolishly come up, they might not have been able to break their gambling array even after thousands of years. Thinking about it, Su Yan felt a little regretful. After all, if he hadn't gone up the mountain last night, the 3 of them wouldn't have really fallen because of this. Su Yan sighed helplessly and was about to leave. All of a sudden, Su Yan's attention was attracted by a few words that were exchanged between them. "I don't think there will be many people coming today. Everyone is rushing to the Guyu sect to watch the show. And we can take advantage of this opportunity to search. If we can find a spirit mine, then we'll be rich this time. Maybe we can use this spirit mine to surpass the Guyu sect. Yes, I hope the Guyu sect is destroyed by that kid." Chapter 315. Guyu sect. If these people were talking about other sects, Su Yan wouldn't care. However, they happened to mention the Guyu sect, which attracted Su Yan's attention. After all, Su Yan had once vowed that one day he would definitely flatten the Guyu sect and wash away his shame. He didn't expect that before he even set foot in the Guyu sect, someone would walk ahead of him. Although it had been a long time, Su Yan had never forgotten the shame that the Guyu sect had brought to him. Not only did the Guyu sect offer a bounty, but they also issued a warrant to hunt him down, putting him in danger many times. Su Yan had always engraved this hatred and enmity in his heart and had always been looking for an opportunity. Now, Su Yan didn't expect that someone would walk ahead of him. Of course, Su Yan wasn't surprised by this. After all, with the shameless conduct of the Guyu sect, it was normal for them to provoke some enemies. However, when he heard that this person dared to challenge the Guyu sect alone, Su Yan also appreciated his courage and was a little more interested in his identity. Hearing that these people were still talking, Su Yan wasn't in a hurry to leave. "Sigh, you don't say. That brat really does have some skills. In the past, he was just a trash existence in this hidden devil region. Now, he has actually risen to the celestial phenomenon stage and even dared to challenge the Guyu sect alone. This boldness is truly admirable," a slightly younger brat said. However, as soon as he said this, he was immediately scolded by a person next to him. "Courage my ass. A mere heaven phase stage cultivator dares to challenge the Guyu sect. This is simply arrogant. He deserves to live at the bottom for his whole life. Otherwise, with his strength, he can enter any sect and get a good position." When Su Yan heard this, he couldn't help but frown. For some reason, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Buttface. When Su Yan thought of this, his whole body suddenly froze. He didn't care about hiding himself and jumped out from behind the ancient tree, blocking in front of them, and asked, "Who is the person you just mentioned who challenged the Guyu sect alone?" The four of them were shocked by the sudden appearance of Su Yan. When they saw Su Yan clearly, they calmed down. However, when they saw Su Yan's impolite behavior, the slightly older of the four said unhappily, "Who are you? Why do I have to tell you this? Hurry up and tell me, who is that person?" Because of his impatience, Su Yan did not have the time to be polite with these people. His face darkened as he activated the cultivation technique in his body. The strength of the peak of the 9 stars celestial phenomenon suddenly surged out, directly pressing towards the four of them. The strongest of these four was only at the 3-star celestial phenomenon realm. Under the pressure of Su Yan's strength at the peak of the 9 stars celestial phenomenon realm, the four of them couldn't help but be stunned. Especially the slightly older young man. His entire body trembled as he said, "Senior, please spare my life. I'll speak. When Su Yan heard what this brat wanted to say, he slowly retracted his pressure. The young man was obviously still in a state of shock. He said in a trembling voice, That kid is called Buttface. He is our, swish." Before he could finish speaking, Su Yan suddenly turned into a ray of white light and disappeared, leaving behind the few people who were still in a state of shock. When they came back to their senses, they saw that they had already jumped hundreds of meters away. The four of them were even more astonished. What a fast speed! The few of them were frightened by Su Yan, but they did not expect Su Yan to appear here so early. They stood there in a daze, and only after a while did they regain their senses and continue their search for the spirit mine. However, this time, the few of them became much quieter, and did not dare to say any more nonsense. Moreover, he would occasionally pay attention to the side, afraid that another person would suddenly appear. It really is this brat. If Su Yan had no other choice, he wouldn't bully the weak. When he heard what these people said just now, he couldn't help but think of Buttface. In his anxiety, he didn't care so much. At that time, Su Yan was still secretly praying in his heart that this reckless person was not Buttface. However, he did not expect this person to be Buttface. Su Yan thought of Buttface and could not help but feel a burst of anger in his heart. Just now, he had some admiration for this person's courage, but now it all turned into curses. He cursed Buttface's recklessness, and overestimation of his own abilities. Of course, Su Yan was even more furious as he cursed. He stepped on the sword dragon and flew towards the Guyu sect. At the same time, he clenched his fists and muttered to himself, "Guyu sect, if you dare to harm a single hair on my brother's head, I will definitely bury all the disciples of your Guyu sect with him." The Guyu sect was not a powerful sect in the 5 counties. However, because the Guyu sect was in the vicinity of the demon-subduing sect, they took advantage of the terrain to earn spirit stones. Although it could not be compared to the 3 major forces, the Heaven and Earth Organization, the Monster Palace, and the Black Demon Cave, it was still considered a top sect in the 5 counties. At least, it was stronger than the Hidden Sword Tomb. However, such a sect was now littered with corpses, and the light of blood filled the sky. The initiator of all this was the thin young man standing on the Guyu sect's martial arts field. The young man was the same as many years ago. The clothes on his body were still shabby, but there was no trace of the compassion from back then on his face. That pair of red eyes emitted a murderous intent. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, there was no sympathy. Because he knew very well that these people were the ones who killed his seniors. It was these people who ruined his only friend in this world. Buttface, I didn't expect you to become so strong in just half a year. As the young man swung his sword to kill, a loud voice surged from the horizon. That's right, this person was Buttface, who had seen Su Yen being forced to jump off the cliff by the Guyu sect. At this moment he was no longer the Buttface of the past. Instead he was a 6-star celestial phase expert. In the entire demon-subduing sect, he was considered a top powerhouse. Hearing this voice, Buttface's expression did not change in the slightest. Instead, it became gloomier, and the murderous intent in his eyes became more and more intense. This was because he could tell that the owner of this voice was Elder Gujin, who had forced Su Yen to jump off the cliff. As the voice fell, Elder Gujin, who was dressed in a black robe, had already arrived in front of Buttface. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Elder Gujin's face suddenly surged with anger. What a good-for-nothing. I haven't seen you for half a year, and you've actually cultivated to such a level. You have some skills, but do you think that the Guyu sect is something you can bully at will? Elder Gujin looked at Buttface and shouted angrily. That 8-handed man's beard twitched because of his agitation. Buttface did not move in the slightest in the face of his words. His eyes turned, and he gripped the long sword in his hand. Suddenly, a burst of sword cries shook the air, emitting bursts of bright light. This sword was the thrilling sword that Su Yen had given him that day. It was forged by a master craftsman of the generation, Ugly Uncle. Although it was not a divine weapon, it was still a treasured sword. When Elder Gujin saw Buttface's actions, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said, Buttface, seeing your qualifications, if you surrender now, Buttface did not wait for Elder Gujin to finish his words and burst out laughing. He pointed at Elder Gujin and shouted, Gujin, you forced my senior, and now you want me to surrender. Go to hell. Buttface shouted, and his eyes suddenly shrank. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he quickly attacked. Wherever the long sword went, a powerful force surged, and the surrounding disciples of the Guyu sect could not help but take a few steps back. Arrogant brat, I originally wanted to pull you into the Guyu sect because of your qualifications, but I didn't expect you to be so unappreciative. Don't blame me for being impolite. As Elder Gujin spoke, his eyebrows suddenly raised, and a powerful aura was emitted. Ever since he suffered at the hands of Su Yen, Elder Gujin had exhausted all his efforts to cultivate in seclusion. At this moment he was no longer the same as before. He was at the 8-star celestial stage, and at the moment his body surged, a powerful energy suddenly burst out. Unappreciative brat, do you really think that a mere 6-star celestial stage cultivator can break into my Guyu sect? Elder Gujin shouted angrily and looked at Buttface's attack. With a bang, he turned into a white light and rushed towards Buttface. Elder Gujin was not a swordsman, but he was holding a treasure called the Spirit Summoning Banner in his hand. When he waved it, bursts of black fog burst out, condensing and turning into a black dragon with amazing power. 8-star celestial stage. Buttface did not expect Elder Gujin's strength to be so strong in such a short time. Looking at the black fog, he frowned slightly, but did not avoid it. Because before Buttface came, he had already thought it through. If he did not succeed today, he would die trying. Spirit shaking the world. Buttface shouted angrily, and suddenly, a burst of bright light burst out from the shocking celestial sword, as if countless sharp swords were flying up. Bang! Suddenly, it collided with Elder Gujin's black dragon, and the powerful aftershock of the energy spread out. All the surrounding disciples took a few steps back, including some other elders of the Guyu sect. Die! Elder Gujin did not retreat in the slightest. He waved the Spirit Summoning Banner, and in an instant, another black fog spread out. Although it was not much different from before at this moment, It was much more powerful and faster than before. With a bang, it was already in front of Buttface. Not good. Buttface was shocked and hurriedly retreated, but unfortunately he was still a step too slow. His body was hit by the black fog. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body suddenly retreated a few steps away. Elder Gujin followed up, holding the spirit summoning banner in his hand and slapping it on Buttface's head. There was an evil smile in his eyes. Buttface, you asked for it. Just as the spirit summoning banner was about to hit Buttface's head. Chapter 316. What? Elder Gujin was taken aback by Buttface's swift counterattack. However, it was too late for him to dodge Buttface's attack. The shocking celestial sword swept out horizontally. It shone brightly, and with a swoosh, a gash was cut open in Elder Gujin's abdomen. Blood spurted out like brilliant fireworks. Buttface! Elder Gujin roared in pain. He never thought that he, an 8-star celestial stage cultivator, would be injured by a mere 6-star celestial stage cultivator. Although it was only a difference of 2 stages, the difference in strength between the two was indeed hundreds of meters. A 6-star celestial stage cultivator couldn't be compared to an 8-star celestial stage cultivator. But he was injured by a 6-star celestial stage cultivator just like that. Buttface, you must die. Elder Gujin's voice burst out from the roots of his teeth in anger. At the same time, he activated his cultivation method, and a powerful force surged out with a bang. The soul-summoning banner in his hand kept surging with a black fog. The black fog condensed into a huge ghost head. Howl, a mournful ghost howl was heard. Elder Gujin waved the soul-summoning banner in his hand, and a trace of ruthlessness appeared at the corner of his mouth. Soul-summoning vengeful ghost, die. Bang, with a shout, a loud bang suddenly exploded in the sky. The huge ghost head directly attacked Buttface. Buttface saw this and couldn't help but be startled. Clenching the awakening celestial sword in his hand, he gritted his teeth and charged forward instead of retreating. He waved the awakening celestial sword in his hand and rushed toward the huge ghost head. Bang! When the two collided, there was a loud explosion. Unfortunately, Buttface's strength was ultimately weaker than Elder Gujin's. Under this powerful attack, Buttface's clothes became more and more tattered, and blood gushed out of the corner of his mouth at this moment. Although Buttface was still holding on, more and more wounds appeared on his body. The soul-summoning vengeful ghost and the black fog were like little ghosts that bit people, leaving wounds on Buttface's body. I'd like to see how long you can hold on. Elder Gujin snorted when he saw Buttface's stubbornness. He waved the soul-summoning banner in his hand, and suddenly, another surge of power surged out. Bang! Buttface, who was already unable to withstand the attack, was sent flying by the force of the collision. Boom! With a loud bang, Buttface fell to the ground, followed by Elder Gujin. He pointed the soul-summoning banner at Buttface's throat and shouted, "Buttface, let's see if you can still be so arrogant." Ha! Buttface didn't care about what Elder Gujin said. Instead, he laughed loudly. Elder Gujin, you're over 100 years old, but you're only at the 8-star celestial stage. What's there to be happy about defeating me today? You? Anger flashed in Elder Gujin's eyes when he heard Buttface's words. He nodded. All right. Buttface, I wanted to pull you into my Guyu sect, but it seems that you don't know how to repent. I'll fulfill your wish today. As he spoke, Elder Gujin suddenly raised the soul-summoning banner in his hand and smashed it at Buttface's head. Buttface looked at the descending soul-summoning banner and slowly closed his eyes. He shouted, "Senior, I'm here. Buttface, I won't allow you to die." At this moment, a domineering voice suddenly came from the horizon, followed by a whoosh. A white light flashed in midair. Bang! Just as Elder Gujin's soul-summoning banner was about to land on Buttface's head, there was a loud explosion, and his soul-summoning banner couldn't hit it anymore. What? Elder Gujin couldn't help but be stunned. Not only him, but Buttface was also stunned. Looking at the flying sword in front of him, there was a look of confusion in his eyes. The people who came to the Guyu sect to watch the show were also stunned. However, they weren't directly involved, so they quickly reacted. In their astonishment, They all looked in the direction of the white light. They saw a young man in a white robe, with a flying sword on his feet, slowly descending from the sky. Su Yan, it's Su Yan. Soon, someone recognized Su Yan. After all, at that time, Su Yan was considered a celebrity in the hidden demon region. Not only did the Guyu sect offer a reward of 1 million spirit stones for Su Yan's capture, they also issued a red wanted notice, causing a craze to surge in the entire hidden demon region to catch Su Yan. However, the Guyu sect later announced that Su Yan was dead. As time went by, this craze slowly disappeared. Now, seeing this white figure with that handsome face, Su Yan's face once again appeared in their minds. Su Yan, Senior. When Elder Gujin and Buttface heard the shouts of the people next to them, both of them were stunned at the same time. Impossible. Elder Gujin shook his head and muttered to himself, "That kid is already dead, how could he appear?" Senior. Buttface came back to his senses, and his eyes flashed with excitement. He wanted to find Su Yan's figure again. Su Yan had already appeared in front of him. Buttface. Su Yan was quite happy to reunite with an old friend, and he looked at Buttface with a smile. "Senior, is it really you? You're not dead." Buttface looked at Su Yan's figure in front of him, and there was still some disbelief in his eyes. After all, he saw Su Yan fall off the cliff that day with his own eyes. In the end, he tried to check the cliff at one point. However, at that time, he couldn't get down the cliff at all with his strength. After a while, he suddenly found that the cliff had disappeared into thin air, which made Buttface even more certain that Su Yan was dead. Now, although Su Yan was standing in front of him, he still couldn't believe it. He was afraid that if he believed it, all of this would turn into bubbles. He was afraid that all of this would be a dream again. Su Yan looked at Buttface's excited expression and smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Buttface, it's me. It's really you. Buttface only dared to believe it when he heard Su Yan's words, and he jumped up excitedly. Unfortunately, his injuries were too serious, and this excited jump immediately affected his wounds, and he couldn't help but groan in pain. When Su Yan heard Buttface's voice, he immediately recovered from the joy of reuniting with an old friend. Looking at the injuries on Buttface's body, his face darkened, and a burst of murderous intent emerged in his eyes. The moment he turned around to look at Elder Gujin, a ray of red light suddenly rushed towards him. "Su Yan, you're not dead." When Elder Gujin saw Su Yan's red eyes, he didn't know why, but his heart couldn't help but tremble, and he staggered a few steps back. He looked at Su Yan with a face full of surprise, and he simply couldn't accept the news that Su Yan was not dead. When Su Yan heard Elder Gujin's words, the corners of his mouth rose into a cold smile. "Gujin, Su Yan, haven't destroyed your Guyu sect. How can I die like this?" "You." When Elder Gujin heard Elder Su Yan's words, the muscles on his face twitched, and he pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, don't be arrogant, you're just a mere Saint Vane realm cultivator. Even after half a year, how strong can you be?" Although Elder Gujin said so, he didn't know why. When he saw the red light surging in Su Yan's eyes, he felt that he didn't have much confidence. When he looked at Su Yan, there was even some fear. "Is that so?" When Su Yan heard Elder Gujin's words, he sneered and slowly pulled out the ghost howl sword that he had shot down to save Buttface. He looked at Elder Gujin with a gloomy expression, thinking of the humiliation that Elder Gujin had brought to him that day. He thought of how the Guyu sect had forced him to jump off the cliff. He thought of how he had almost lost his life. The murderous intent in Su Yan's eyes grew stronger and stronger. He looked at Elder Gujin and said word by word, "A Saint Vane realm cultivator is enough to destroy your Guyu sect." What an arrogant kid. Just as Su Yan finished speaking, several people jumped out from the surroundings. These were also elders of the Guyu sect, but their strength was not as high as Elder Gujin's. In fact, when they saw Buttface just now, they wanted to make a move. But when they saw Elder Gujin make a move himself, they knew Elder Gujin's strength, so they didn't help. But now, when they heard that Su Yan was just a mere Saint Vane realm cultivator, they couldn't stand it and surrounded him. "Senior, Butt-face saw those people surrounding him and looked at Su Yan with worry in his eyes. He took a step forward to help Su Yan. Su Yan saw Butt-face action and felt touched. He took out a healing pill from his storage bag and handed it to Butt-face, saying, "I don't care about these people. You just heal by the side." Butt-face wanted to say something, but when he looked at Su Yan's determined eyes, he didn't know why, but there was a numbing trust in his heart. He nodded and retreated to the side. Su Yan's actions showed that he didn't care about the elders of the Guyue sect at all. The elders were furious, and each of them took out their own weapons and shouted, "Arrogant brat, if we don't kill you today, how can we show the Guyue sect's might?" It wasn't just them. Even those who came to watch the show today had a look of doubt on their faces. "Hey, you said that when Su Yan disappeared, he was only a Saint Vane realm cultivator. Even if half a year has passed, he's at most a Saint Vane realm cultivator. What strength does he have to be so arrogant?" That's right, even a monster like Butt-face wasn't a match for Elder Gujian, let alone him. Although they knew about Su Yan, they weren't familiar with Su Yan at all. Instead, they were familiar with Butt-face, who had grown up in the hidden demon region, and Butt-face's monstrous cultivation speed. All of them were amazed. They wouldn't have thought that Su Yan's cultivation speed was even more monstrous than Butt-face. In half a year's time, they thought that he would at most go from a Saint Vane realm cultivator to a Saint Vane realm cultivator to a Saint Vane realm cultivator. If his cultivation speed was faster, he would only be able to reach the Saint Vane realm. Chapter 317. Arrogant brat, I'll let you experience the power of our Guyu sect today. An elder of the Guyu sect looked at the disdain in Su Yan's eyes and flew into a rage. With a cold shout, he circulated the cultivation method in his body, causing a burst of bright light to erupt. The strength of a 4-star heaven stage cultivator surged all of a sudden. A 4-star heaven stage cultivator was more than enough to deal with a Saint Vane stage cultivator. When the other elders saw him take action, they couldn't help but look at Su Yan with a mocking smile, as if to say, stinking brat, a mere Saint Vane stage cultivator dares to break into our Guyu sect, courting death." Su Yan saw their expressions, but his expression remained the same. Especially when he saw their mocking smiles, the disdain in his eyes grew even stronger. Everyone attacked together. At this moment, Elder Gujian suddenly shouted. He raised his chi and waved the spirit beckoning banner in his hand to attack Su Yan. When the other elders heard Gujian's words, they couldn't help but be startled. After all, in their hearts, Su Yan was just a Saint Vane stage cultivator, while the elders of their Guyu sect were all above the celestial stage. They were more than enough to deal with Su Yan. The elders of the Guyu sect who didn't take action looked at Gujian with puzzled expressions. However, because Elder Gujian was currently the strongest in the Guyu sect, they didn't dare to disobey him. They all took out their weapons and surrounded Su Yan. However, although they moved, they were absent-minded. Even those who didn't get along with Gujian in the Guyu sect sneered. "Gujian, do you need all the elders of our Guyu sect to deal with a Saint Vane stage cultivator? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world?" Just as Elder Gujian was about to answer, he heard the surrounding cultivators sigh. What a great Guyu sect. To deal with a mere Saint Vane stage cultivator, they actually dispatched so many celestial stage experts. How ridiculous. That's right. I wonder if Gujian was scared by Su Yan's attacks. The noise below grew louder and louder. Hearing these words, Elder Gujian couldn't help but blush. He didn't know why he was afraid of a mere Saint Bloodline realm cultivator. That's right. In his eyes, Su Yan was only a Saint Bloodline expert. Although he knew that Su Yan's cultivation speed was very fast, according to his estimation, no matter how fast Su Yan's cultivation speed was, he would at most stop at the peak of the Saint Bloodline realm. But even so, the peak of the Saint Bloodline was only the Saint Bloodline realm. It was not on the same level as the Celestial Phenomenon realm. A Saint Bloodline realm cultivator was definitely not a match for a Celestial Phenomenon realm cultivator. But for some reason, when Elder Gujian looked at Su Yan's cold face, he felt a sense of panic in his heart. Especially when he looked at the faint smile on Su Yan's face, Elder Gujian's heart trembled even more. "Alright, stop talking nonsense. Let's deal with this brat first." Hearing the other elders still talking, Elder Gujin gritted his teeth and shouted coldly. Immediately, his subordinates waved the spirit-summoning banner and attacked Su Yan. Although the other elders were unwilling, they didn't dare to disobey Elder Gujin's strength. They casually waved the weapons in their hands and flew towards Su Yan. Die, brat! The first elder to attack was the first to arrive in front of Su Yan. He waved the weapon in his hand and directly chopped towards Su Yan's head. Seeing that Su Yan didn't dodge, the corners of his mouth immediately curled up into a cold smile. Arrogant brat, you still dare to be so arrogant when you're about to die. The crowd couldn't help but be secretly shocked by the sharp attack of the elder. Seeing that Su Yan was unmoved, mocking laughter sounded from the crowd. Hey, look at that brat. He's just a saint bloodline realm cultivator, but he's still so calm when facing a celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. He's simply courting death. He's not courting death, he's dead meat. That's right. Look at the speed of that elder's attack. Even if Su Yan is a celestial emperor, it's too late to dodge now. Not only them, but even Buttface was nervous when he saw Su Yan's unmoving body. Although he believed in Su Yan and trusted Su Yan, seeing that the weapon was about to hit Su Yan's head, Buttface finally couldn't hold it in and shouted, "Senior, be careful." As he spoke, Buttface was about to attack, but just as he was about to attack, bang, there was a loud explosion. Senior, Buttface's heart suddenly sank and he growled. The people around heard the loud noise and sneered. Let's go, there's nothing to see. Su Yan is dead, and Buttface is so seriously injured. He's dead for sure. Indeed. After all, the Guyu sect is also a powerful sect. How can a celestial emperor and a holy bloodline cause trouble? Let's go, let's go. Everyone was talking in twos and threes as they prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a surprised voice suddenly came from the crowd. No, the person who fell is not Su Yan. What? Everyone heard this shout and was stunned. They hurriedly looked in the direction where Su Yan had been. When they saw the scene in front of them, everyone's eyes widened, and their mouths opened so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in. How is this possible? How did he do it? Yeah, just now that elder clearly hit him, everyone was stunned. Even Buttface was dumbfounded when he saw the scene in front of him. He couldn't believe the scene in front of him. They all saw that Su Yan had been hit, but now Su Yan was unscathed. On the other hand, the elder spat out blood and stopped in midair. He looked at Su Yan in surprise. Before he finished speaking, his whole body had fallen from the void. Junior brother. After a while, the elders of the Guyu sect suddenly came to their senses and looked at Su Yan in surprise. Although they still couldn't see through Su Yan's strength, they were not as calm as before. One by one, they roared angrily. Su Yan, I'm going to kill you. Su Yan, I'm going to break you into pieces. At this time, they didn't care about bullying, let alone being ridiculed. They all waved their weapons and attacked Su Yan. Elder Gujin directly used his strongest move. More than a dozen elders of the Guyu sect in the celestial phase stage attacked Su Yan separately. The momentum was vast, the spiritual energy vibrated, and the light flickered. The condensed energy exploded into a powerful hurricane, like the stormy waves of the East Sea, and directly attacked Su Yan. The martial artists who were watching by the side saw such a powerful attack and took a few steps back. At the same time, they looked at Su Yan with a little more worry in their eyes. Seeing this, Buttface couldn't help but growl, "Don't forget, there's still me, Buttface." However, just as Buttface took a step forward, he was stopped by Su Yan. Senior. Buttface was about to explain something. Su Yan smiled, and then a ray of light flashed in his eyes. Looking at the power that was constantly surging, the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. Guyu sect, half a year ago, you forced me to the edge of the world and humiliated me. Now, it's time for you to pay back. As Su Yan spoke, the cultivation method in his body suddenly began to operate. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and a powerful force soared into the sky. At the same time, countless rays of light burst out from his body. The light was so bright that it seemed to cover up the sunlight. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but be shocked. Soon, someone reacted and shouted in horror, "No, no, this Su Yan is not in the Holy Bloodline realm. He's in the Celestial Phase realm." Yes, he's in the Celestial Phase realm, and he's in the 9 stars Celestial Phase realm. How is this possible? Everyone looked at the spiritual power that was surging in Su Yan's body and couldn't help but feel a little crazy. When Elder Gujin and the other elders of the Guyu sect saw this scene, there was a look of horror in their eyes. In particular, Elder Gujin's pupils suddenly shrank, revealing a deep fear. When he saw the red light emitted from Su Yan's eyes, he hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, retreat, retreat, this kid is not in the Holy Bloodline realm, retreat, retreat." When Su Yan heard Elder Gujin's words, he smiled coldly. Suddenly, he waved the ghost howl sword in his hand and jumped up. With a whoosh, followed by a scream, an elder of the Guyu sect died. That speed was always beyond the imagination of humans. Many people didn't even see when Su Yan made his move. They only saw a bloody mist explode in the void, which made them suddenly realize that someone had died. Su Yan had killed someone. Each and every one of them looked at the scene in front of them in shock. They couldn't believe that everything in front of them was real. Many people thought that they were dreaming and kept rubbing their eyes, wanting to tell themselves that this was a dream. However, every time they rubbed their eyes, they would still see this shocking scene when they opened their eyes. This made them even more astonished and shocked. Not only that, in their shock, they saw flashes of light constantly in the void, and bursts of bloody mist filled the air. More than a dozen elders of the Guyu sect died just like that. How is this possible, this speed? Everyone was almost going crazy. Although they were shocked by Su Yan's 9-star Celestial Phase realm strength, even so, even if they accepted that Su Yan was at the 9-star Celestial Phase realm, it was impossible for a 9-star Celestial Phase realm cultivator to have such abnormal speed. Under the encirclement of so many experts, it was as if he had entered an uninhabited land. When Elder Gujin saw the corpses of his fellow disciples falling down, his eyes were filled with shock. It wasn't until Su Yan's body descended in front of him that he suddenly woke up. In the past, Su Yan was just an ant-like existence in the eyes of Elder Gujin. Chapter 318. Su Yan looked down from above, his majestic aura directly suppressing Elder Gujin. In terms of aura, he had already surpassed him forever. At this moment, Elder Gujin finally understood that Su Yan was no longer the person he could casually need in the past. The surrounding spectators looked at Su Yan, their hearts also filled with shock. This was especially true for those who had wanted to capture Su Yan for the sake of 1,000,000 spirit stones. At this moment, they finally understood that Su Yan was not someone they could compare to. Their eyes were filled with astonishment as they looked at Su Yan. Of course, other than astonishment, there was even more shock. They could not imagine that in just half a year, Su Yan was actually able to step into the stage 9 from the Saint Vane realm. That cultivation speed, using this word was probably unable to estimate Su Yan's cultivation speed, because it was so fast that they did not dare to believe it. "Gu Jian, that day when you forced me to jump off the cliff, did you ever think that such a day would come?" Su Yan looked at Elder Gu Jian and shouted angrily. There was not the slightest bit of emotion in his eyes, only a cold, killing intent surging out. For the humiliation that day, the hatred that day. Su Yan had never forgotten it, not to mention that today, Gu Jian had even injured his only friend in this hidden devil region. This Gu Jian had already committed a capital crime. However, Su Yan was not in a hurry to kill Gu Jian, because he wanted to let the entire hidden devil region know that he, Su Yan, was a king, a divine dragon, and was not something that ants like them could compare to. No, senior, please be magnanimous and spare me." Elder Gu Jian no longer had the slightest bit of his usual arrogance. Looking at Su Yan, his entire body was trembling. He was afraid of death. He didn't even care about his reputation and knelt in front of Su Yan, calling him Senior Su Yan. "I'll spare you." Perhaps if it were someone else begging for mercy, Su Yan would not be willing to bicker with them. However, Gu Jian was different. This was because Gu Jian had almost caused him to fall into a desperate situation, causing him to lose his life many times. Therefore, it was impossible for Su Yan to forgive him. Not only would he not forgive him, but Su Yan would not forgive the entire Guyu sect. Although half a year had passed, Su Yan still clearly remembered the scene of the Guyu sect forcing him to jump off the cliff. Gu Jian die! Su Yan coldly shouted and slowly raised the ghost howl sword in his hand. Senior, spare me, spare me. Elder Gu Jian knelt in front of Su Yan and begged for mercy. Su Yan didn't pay any attention to him. If Gu Jian had fought him like a man, Su Yan might have respected him a little. But now, looking at Elder Gu Jian's begging appearance, Su Yan couldn't help but sigh. Su Yan's eyes were filled with disdain. *Shio. The sword quickly slid past. Suddenly, a low cry came from Gu Jian's throat as a blood mist drifted away. Elder Gu Jian had fallen. The speed of the sword was as fast as lightning as it slid past Gu Jian's throat. The sword was still trembling in the void, causing a series of explosions. The dazzling light was also trembling unceasingly. When the surrounding people saw this, they kept quiet out of fear. Even when they looked at Su Yan, a feeling of worship rose in their hearts. Su Yan ignored the gazes of these people. Instead, he looked at the gate of the Guyu sect and shouted, "That day, the Guyu sect forced me to jump off the cliff. I swore that I would massacre the Guyu sect one day. If you don't want to die, leave quickly." Su Yan's words were directed at the other disciples of the Guyu sect. When the disciples heard Su Yan's words, their bodies trembled. Looking at the ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand, they all roared and took off their Guyu sect uniform and ran to the foot of the mountain. A bunch of scoundrels. Su Yan looked at them running away and snorted disdainfully. He turned to look at Buttface and asked, "Buttface, how are your injuries recovering?" "Although I've recovered to my peak, I can still fight." Buttface looked at Su Yan and said firmly. His eyes also emitted a ray of unswerving determination. He seemed to know what Su Yan was going to do next, and the blood in his body started to boil. Su Yan nodded heavily and pointed his sword at the gate of the Guyu sect. "Well then, Buttface, today you and I will fight side by side and flatten the Guyu sect." "Flatten the Guyu sect." Buttface growled, and the two of them rushed forward at the same time. The elders of the Guyu sect had been killed by Su Yan. The disciples who had not run away were just SOSO and weak. They could not resist Buttface and Su Yan at all. The two of them entered a no-man's land and killed their way into the Guyu sect's inner palace. Su Yan knew very well that the inner palace was where the Guyu sect's palace master was in seclusion. He wanted to kill this person today to take revenge for that day and flatten the Guyu sect. "Su Yan, you are so ruthless." Just as Su Yan and Buttface were in the middle of their massacre, a loud and clear voice suddenly exploded in the sky. When Su Yan heard this voice, he licked his lips slightly and revealed an evil smile. "Guyu sect master, Guhi, you are finally willing to show yourself." A black shadow leaped out from the inner palace of the Guyu sect. It was as fast as lightning, and in a flash, it was in front of everyone. This person was none other than the Guyu sect master, Guhi. Back then, he was also involved in forcing Su Yan to jump off the cliff. Guhi looked at the corpses of his Guyu sect disciples all over the ground. There were also several elders of his Guyu sect lying on the ground. His old face suddenly twitched and a burst of anger surged. "Su Yan, you actually dared to destroy my Guyu sect." Guhi looked at Su Yan and shouted angrily. Su Yan smiled coldly. "Guhi, you asked for this. If it weren't for my luck, I'm afraid I would have died at the bottom of that cliff. How could I be standing here? So you asked for all of this." "You asked for it, huh?" Guhi snorted and shouted, "Su Yan, do you really think that there is no one in my Guyu sect? You alone can flatten my Guyu sect. Is there anyone here?" A trace of coldness flashed across Su Yan's face. Looking at the corpses around him, a mocking gaze surged in his eyes. Guhi was already angry. Seeing Su Yan's contemptuous look, he became even more furious. "Su Yan, if I don't kill you today, I won't be the Guyu sect master in vain." Bang. Asterisk as Gu He spoke, his body trembled and a powerful force suddenly surged. Spirit Sea Realm. It's the Spirit Sea Realm. This Gu He has actually reached the Spirit Sea Realm. When everyone saw the power surging from Gu He's body, a look of astonishment appeared on everyone's face. A Spirit Sea Realm cultivator could definitely be considered a top expert here. How could they not be surprised? However, to Su Yan, the Spirit Sea Realm was just an ordinary existence. After all, there were too many Spirit Sea Realm experts in the Monster Palace. Su Yan, I have to admit that your cultivation speed is fast. However, a mere celestial realm cultivator dares to barge into my Guyu sect. You're courting death. Gu He was really angered by Su Yan. With a cold shout, he no longer spoke nonsense with Su Yan. He patted his storage bag and immediately took out a long sword and attacked Su Yan. Senior, be careful. When Buttface saw Gu He's sharp attack, his heart suddenly trembled. He wanted to block for Su Yan. However, he heard Su Yan shout coldly, "Buttface, back off." When Buttface heard Su Yan's words, he hesitated for a moment. However, in the end, he still chose to believe in Su Yan and retreated to the side. Arrogant person. A mere celestial realm cultivator wants to fight me alone? Gu He originally thought that Su Yan and Buttface would attack together. He didn't expect that Su Yan would actually ask Buttface to back off. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. At the same time, he held the long sword in his hand and attacked. It was obvious that Gu He's long sword was not an ordinary item. The moment he raised the sword, a burst of bright light suddenly burst out. At the same time, waves of sword cries shook the air. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he attacked Su Yan with his sword. The speed was as fast as an arrow leaving the bowstring. As the long sword was waved, Gu He's strength of a level 2 Spirit Sea Realm cultivator suddenly erupted. When the sword came down, the momentum was even more grand. It was like a cheetah pouncing straight up. Wherever the sword passed, there were countless explosions. The sword light flickered like stormy waves. When the people at the side saw this, they were all dumbfounded. This Gu He is indeed worthy of being the sect leader of the Guyu sect. This sword can actually erupt with such a powerful attack. That's right. Looks like this Su Yan is most likely doomed. When everyone saw Gu He make his move, they all secretly broke out in a cold sweat for Su Yan. When Su Yan saw Gu He's powerful move, he no longer had the calm expression from before. After all, Gu He was at the Spirit Sea Realm. The power and speed that he erupted with were not something that those Sky Realm cultivators could compare to. Under the pressure of Gu He's powerful aura, Su Yan even felt his entire body trembling slightly. However, Su Yan was not afraid at all. Instead, waves of bright light flowed out from his eyes. Level 2 Spirit Sea Realm. I wonder if I can withstand it now. Su Yan licked his lips. His eyes turned and a bright red light immediately appeared. At the same time, his body also burst out with a burst of light. Die. Gu He shouted angrily as his sword slashed down toward Su Yan's mind. His eyes revealed a ruthless expression. However, when the sword slashed down, Gu He saw that Su Yan had already dodged it. Gu He could not help but be shocked. Looking at Su Yan, who had retreated a few meters, he said with a face full of surprise, "How can your speed be so fast?" "How could it be so fast?" Su Yan laughed coldly. Naturally, he would not tell Gu He that he had always been proud of his speed. When Gu He saw Su Yan's expression, the surprise on his face quickly turned into anger. Chapter 319. Will I die without a doubt? I'd like to see what kind of ability the sect leader of the Guyu sect has. Su Yan coldly said. His plain and simple words slowly drifted across the huge square, causing the atmosphere that filled the square to become slightly turbulent and chaotic. In the square, the onlookers all looked at Shi Yan with different emotions. They weren't unfamiliar with this young man called Xiao Yan. After all, they had wanted to capture him for the Guyu sect, causing Su Yan to set off a wave of excitement in the demon-subduing sect. Of course, at that time, when this name was mentioned, most people would feel a little disdain and ridicule. When Gu Yuzong said that Su Yan had already been killed, they felt that it was a reasonable thing to do. After all, Su Yan was still too weak at that time. Offending the Guyu sect and being chased was a matter of course. However, when everyone looked at Su Yan's white-robed body, their gazes were extremely complicated. Even when they heard Su Yan's words, no one felt that there was anything wrong. Although it was impossible for Su Yan, who was only at the sky phase stage, to deal with someone at the spiritual sea stage, they didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. As the unreachable sect leader of the Guyu sect, no one had ever dared to be so rude to him. Now that a mere sky phase stage cultivator dared to speak to him in such a manner, the anger on Gu He's face became even more intense. Su Yan didn't pay any attention to Gu He. His hand slowly gripped the hilt of his sword and suddenly pulled it out. The ghost howl sword brought about an oppressive wind as it slanted towards the ground. The wind from the sword blew up the dust on the ground. Faint spiritual chi lingered on the surface of his body. Su Yan waved his sword and pointed it at Gu He. Gu He, you forced me to jump off a cliff in the past. Today, it's time to repay this hatred. Bang! As he spoke, Su Yan's body suddenly leapt up. He waved the ghost howl sword and attacked Gu He. In front of everyone's eyes, that robust body was like an angry demonic beast. The ghost howl sword slashed down, and a series of ghost howls burst out. At the same time, there were traces of black fog lingering above it. A mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator actually dares to make the first move. Gu He calmly looked at Su Yan, who was charging straight at him, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Gu He calmly watched for a long time. When he saw that Su Yan had arrived in front of him, Gu He finally made a move. The tip of his foot gently tapped the ground. His body was like a fallen leaf in a wild wind, drifting and flickering. In an instant he crossed paths with Su Yan. In the instant they crossed paths, the long sword in Gu He's hand slashed horizontally in an extremely natural manner. With the help of his body movement technique, a few tiny wind blades burst forth, slicing towards Su Yan's neck. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. His rapidly charging figure came to a halt. He slightly raised the ghost howl sword in his hand. With a loud bang, it directly collided with Gu He's long sword, causing a burst of resplendent fireworks. The speed of the two was so fast that it surprised all the onlookers. When the two swords collided, Su Yan suddenly felt a sense of oppression coming from the sword. He slightly raised his eyes to look at Gu He, licked his lips and said, "The second step of the spiritual sea, you really do have some skills." As he spoke, Su Yan suddenly waved the ghost howl sword in his hand and leaped forward. The ghost howl sword released a ferocious spiritual energy and smashed towards Gu He's abdomen. The spiritual energy was so strong that it instantly created a strong wind that blew up Gu He's clothes. Feeling the oppressive spiritual energy behind him, Gu He frowned slightly. "I never thought that this brat, who is only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage, would actually have such a fast speed. But so what if he has speed alone?" As Gu He spoke, the long sword in his hand suddenly thrusted out. The light green long sword left behind a green arc in the air. The sharp sword tip seemed to have pierced through the air. Following a crisp ding sound, the tip of the sword pointed straight at Su Yan's ghost howl sword that was smashing towards him. When the two came into contact, the strong spiritual energy contained on top of it caused the slender long sword to be pressed into an extremely hair-raising arc die. At this moment, Gu He suddenly let out a furious roar. A powerful spiritual energy burst out from his long sword. With a loud bang, the powerful energy directly spread out from the ghost howl sword. Not good. Su Yan was shocked. He immediately felt his palm shake, and the ghost howl sword in his hand almost fell out of his hand. However, in the end, it was still suppressed by Su Yan. At the same time, his body suddenly retreated a few steps. Su Yan was very clear about the difference in strength between him and Gu He. If he wanted to defeat Gu He, he had to rely on his own speed. As Su Yan retreated, he suddenly slapped his storage pouch. A few flying swords instantly burst out and attacked Gu He. The speed of the flying swords had always exceeded Gu He's imagination. Furthermore, Gu He did not expect that Su Yan would be able to suddenly burst out with so many long swords. Due to a moment of carelessness, a flying sword directly pierced through Gu He's clothes. "Good brat, you actually have such a skill." Gu He was shocked. At the same time, a burst of anger erupted in his heart. It seems that if I don't show you some colors, you will really think that I, Gu He, am someone that you can compare to." Just as Gu He's voice fell, he suddenly let out a roar and waved the long sword in his hand. In an instant, the air around him seemed to tremble. A burst of whistling sound burst out. Simultaneously, a powerful energy surged and directly contracted into Gu He's long sword. What a powerful energy! Yeah, I'm afraid that Su Yan is doomed this time. Seeing the powerful energy erupting from Gu He's long sword, the spectators below whispered to each other. "Go to hell." Gu He let out a roar and waved his long sword. The huge energy that had contracted suddenly rushed towards Su Yan like a powerful wave. Seeing such a powerful attack from Gu He, Su Yan frowned and wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, the energy that Gu He released was too powerful. In an instant, it had already arrived in front of Su Yan. There was no way for him to avoid it. At the same time, Su Yan could feel the power of this energy. This was because when the power surged, Su Yan's body started to tremble slightly. Not only that, Gu He did not stop because of this. Instead, he sneered and instantly raised the long sword in his hand. With a leap, he charged towards Su Yan. "Go to hell, Su Yan." Gu He smiled coldly. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. He believed that Su Yan would not be able to withstand his double attack. Su Yan would die without a doubt. When the spectators below saw this scene, their bodies shrunk together. They did not dare to blink. They stared at this scene and saw that Su Yan was still standing there motionlessly. Everyone was sweating profusely. Buttface, who was standing at the side, also gasped when he saw this scene. He wanted to help, but he realized that he was too late. He could only look at Gu He with anger in his eyes. But a loud explosion rang out. Elder Gu Jian's powerful attack directly rushed towards Su Yan's body. Bursts of bright light burst out and enveloped Su Yan's entire body. "Is he dead?" Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. A sneer appeared on Gu He's face as he snorted, "You overestimate yourself. A mere celestial stage cultivator actually dares to threaten to flatten my Guyu sect." "Is that so?" Right at that moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded from the resplendent light. At the same time, the light slowly faded, and Su Yan's body once again appeared in front of everyone. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes could not help but shrink as they looked at Su Yan in surprise. Especially when they stared at the frosty light outside Su Yan's body. Everyone was even more surprised. "Look, what is that?" "Yeah, that light circle seems to be able to absorb Gu He's power." Gu He looked at Su Yan in surprise. He did not believe that Su Yan, who was merely in the celestial stage, could actually withstand such a powerful attack from him. Looking at the playful expression on Su Yan's face, Gu He was even more furious. "Su Yan, I will definitely kill you." Gu He roared as his body rushed towards Su Yan. However, the movement of the long sword in his hand did not stop because of this. His feet lightly stomped on the air as waves of powerful spiritual energy erupted from the long sword. In an instant, a large number of sharp wind blades were formed as they ruthlessly cut towards Su Yan's body. Feeling the power coming from the sword, Su Yan did not slow down in the slightest. He raised the ghost howl sword in his hand and welcomed Gu He. The moment the sword was unsheathed, a black mist suddenly surged out. Compared to Gu He's power, it was slightly weaker. However, when the two collided, Gu He was actually unable to do anything to Su Yan for a moment. This made Gu He even angrier. He suddenly waved the long sword in his hand and slashed down. A huge energy sword cut through the air, as if it was tearing through space. The resplendent arc of light split from the tip of the sword, and the 5 sword shapes connected head to tail, like a meteor falling from the sky. Seeing this, Su Yan could not help but frown. He did not dare to panic in the slightest. He hurriedly raised his sword and charged forward, directly colliding with Gu He's powerful attack. But, with a loud sound, Su Yan's body suddenly staggered backwards. Following that, Gu He pressed forward again, the corner of his mouth revealing a cold smile. "Su Yan, do you think you can stop me?" As he spoke, Gu He waved the long sword in his hand and directly slashed down towards Su Yan's head. Su Yan was suddenly shocked. He did not dare to meet the attack head-on. At the same time, his body quickly retreated. Unfortunately, just as Su Yan retreated, Gu He pressed forward again. Gu He's speed was comparable to Su Yan's. In particular, the powerful energy contained in the long sword made Su Yan frown. "If this continues, I will definitely die in Gu He's hands," Su Yan thought to himself. Looking at Gu He's body that was constantly surging towards him, the blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank. "One sword to decide the universe," Su Yan shouted angrily. He did not dodge, but directly attacked Gu He. Gu He did not expect that Su Yan would burst out with such a sharp sword. His pupils shrank, and his body pulled back a few steps. At the same time, he did not dodge. Instead, he waved the long sword in his hand and blocked Su Yan's attack. "Do you think this is it?" When Su Yan saw Gu He's indifferent face, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint sneer. With a shout, Su Yan's body suddenly burst out with a bright brilliance. That brilliance surged up. Suddenly, a low roar was heard. It turned into 9 huge dragons and directly attacked Gu He. 9 dragons soul-snatching. Su Yan shouted angrily. His left hand directly attacked Gu He's body. Gu He did not expect that Su Yan would attack from 2 sides. For a moment, he could not dodge. Bang! After being hit by Su Yan, Gu He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body staggered a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. "What a good Su Yan! He actually managed to injure me." Gu He looked at Su Yan in astonishment. His eyes were filled with anger. "You are fine." Su Yan completely ignored Gu He's words. Seeing that Gu He was safe and sound, he could not help but frown. Chapter 320. "Brat, do you really think that the spiritual sea realm is something that you, a mere celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, can compare to?" Gu He blocked Su Yan's strongest attack, and a powerful aura suddenly emitted from between his brows. At the same time, a sharp light flowed out from his eyes. When this sharp light surged over, Su Yan actually felt his body and mind tremble when he saw it. "What's going on?" Su Yan turned around and looked at Gu He. He had a strange feeling. Gu He's aura seemed to have surpassed the aura of a spiritual sea realm cultivator. This aura seemed to be the aura of a perimeter realm cultivator. Su Yan took a closer look. Gu He was indeed only a spiritual sea realm cultivator. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. "Could it be that I'm mistaken? Go to hell." While Su Yan was still in a daze, Gu He's body suddenly rushed forward. The long sword in his hand chopped down horizontally, erupting with a powerful chi that was like a hurricane sweeping over. Su Yan was shocked in his heart. What a powerful attack. While Su Yan was shocked, his blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank and his figure quickly retreated. But just as Su Yan's figure retreated, Gu He's eyes turned, and his left hand suddenly struck out again. A powerful attack burst out, and a powerful light suddenly emerged from the majestic spirit energy. Su Yan couldn't dodge in time. Bang! With a loud sound, Su Yan was directly hit by this move. Suddenly, he felt a huge pain in his body. His body flew back dozens of meters, and with a loud bang, he fell to the ground. Poochie! At the same time, Su Yan spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Gu He's body floated over and looked down at Su Yan, who was on the ground, with a trace of disdain in his eyes. "Arrogant brat, do you really think that my Guyu sect is something that you, a mere celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, can break through?" As Gu He spoke, he waved his hands, and a majestic spirit energy suddenly surged out. At the same time, a powerful force surged out. Seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. At the same time, the cultivation method in his body also began to secretly surge. As Gu He spoke, he instantly waved the long sword in his hand and directly slashed down on Su Yan. A huge force burst out, like a stormy sea, directly pounced towards Su Yan. Its speed was as fast as lightning. When the onlookers saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. They were shocked by the sudden change in the situation. Su Yan looked at the aura emitted from Gu He's body and frowned. Especially when he saw Gu He's move, Su Yan could feel the strength of this force. There was no chance to dodge it. Looks like I can only fight. Su Yan clenched his teeth and the cultivation technique in his body started to circulate rapidly. Looking at the powerful force that was surging towards him, Su Yan suddenly opened his hands and shouted angrily, "Mysterious Cold Shield, second layer, Mysterious Ice Divine Shield, activate." Bang! Under this loud sound, Su Yan's frosty halo suddenly emitted a bright light. Boom! Facing Gu He's powerful attack, the entire square was covered by the resplendent light. The surrounding people couldn't help but take a few steps back. What? Gu He also didn't expect Su Yan to be able to block his attack. He was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Su Yan with a sharp gaze. At this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly turned into a white light. The ghost howl sword in his hand swept out, emitting a black fog, which directly flew towards Gu He's body. That fog seemed soft, but it was incomparably sharp. As it cut through the air, it burst out with a crisp sound. Gu He was stunned, and his figure hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, because Su Yan's reaction speed was extremely fast, Gu He couldn't react in time and was hit on the shoulder by the black fog. At the same time, blood flew out. Gu He frowned in pain. Looking at the blood on his shoulder, his face immediately became gloomy. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, you can actually injure me." Huff! Su Yan continuously released a few powerful attacks. He was already panting and didn't have time to answer Gu He's words. He only looked at Gu He, and his eyes revealed traces of coldness. Seeing Su Yan's situation, Gu He laughed coldly and said, "Good, good. Su Yan, I want to see how long you can last." While Gu He was speaking, suddenly, a powerful energy burst out from his body. With a wave of his hand, it directly exploded on Su Yan's body. "Senior, be careful." Seeing this attack, Buttface was shocked and hurriedly shouted to Gu He. Seeing Gu He's attack, Su Yan's face also darkened. He thought to himself, "A Stage 2 Spirit Sea Realm Cultivator is indeed much stronger than me. If this continues, I will definitely lose. I have to think of a way." As Su Yan spoke, his eyes suddenly shrank. He stepped on the sword dragon and dodged Gu He's attack. However, Gu He's attack came again. After dodging a few times, Su Yan felt that the spiritual qi in his body was about to dry up. "Su Yan, I want to see how long you can last." Gu He laughed coldly. Holding the long sword in his hand, he suddenly slashed towards Su Yan. However, this time, Su Yan didn't dodge at all. He looked at Gu He and laughed coldly. Seeing Su Yan like this, Gu He couldn't help but frown. However, the speed of his hand didn't slow down at all. His sword slashed towards Su Yan's body. Although this sword didn't look fancy in the slightest. However, its speed was extremely fast. As the sword slid past, there were countless loud sounds. Not only that, but at the same time, the powerful spiritual qi rotated in the air, emitting waves of powerful light. The onlookers at the side were already stunned. Sky Realm, Spirit Sea Realm. In their hearts, it was impossible for a Sky Realm cultivator to be a match for a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. However, Su Yan only relied on the strength of a Sky Realm cultivator to hold on for such a long time in Gu He's hands. This was already a miracle to them. At this moment, looking at Su Yan's body, they couldn't help but feel respect. Now that they saw Su Yan gasping for breath and saw that Su Yan was about to be cut in half by Gu He's sword, they even felt some pity in their hearts. They didn't know why, but their emotions also became somewhat gloomy. This was because they felt that Su Yan wouldn't be able to dodge this time. Su Yan would definitely die. They felt pity for Su Yan. That's not right. Just as Gu He's sword was about to slide past Su Yan's body, a shout suddenly burst out from the crowd. "That's not right. Look, Su Yan's body is changing." What? Hearing this voice, everyone's eyes widened. Ooh! At this moment, a dragon's roar burst out. With a wave of the huge dragon's body, Gu He's long sword was sent flying. What the hell is going on? This? Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. There were also some people who saw through the trick and shouted excitedly, "Illusion technique, this is illusion technique." What? Illusion technique? Wasn't it lost a long time ago? That's right, how could Su Yan do it? Everyone was stunned, but when they thought about how Su Yan didn't die, the gloominess in their hearts started to become active again. Looking at the huge dragon's body that Su Yan had transformed into, all of them were filled with anticipation. Illusion technique? Su Yan, I didn't expect you to have mastered the illusion technique. He looked at the huge dragon's body in front of him and couldn't help but frown. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Su Yan let out a low roar and activated the dragon's body, directly charging towards He. The speed of the dragon's body that was transformed was hundreds of times faster than before. He couldn't help but be shocked and his body hurriedly retreated. However, just as he took a step back, Su Yan's body caught up with him. The huge dragon's body swung its claws towards He's body. Originally, it was a situation where Su Yan had been avoiding. Now, it had reversed and appeared in front of He. He's sword was sent flying by Su Yan's attack just now. At this moment, he was also dodging in a sorry state. Good. Su Yan, I really didn't expect you to have such a move. While He was dodging continuously, a cold smile suddenly appeared on his face. His eyes suddenly shrank and his hands began to move. Rumble. The moment he moved his hands, there was a sudden explosion. At the same time, a powerful force surged. Not only that, but the entire ground was trembling slightly. When the surrounding crowd felt this powerful force, they couldn't help but be shocked. Especially when they felt the trembling of the ground, they couldn't help but retreat. Seeing this, Su Yan's dragon head also raised and let out a low roar. Su Yan, I can't help but admire you. You're very strong. If it was another rank 2 spiritual sea realm, perhaps they wouldn't be able to defeat you today. Unfortunately, he sneered. He waved his hands and suddenly slammed them on the ground. Bang! A loud explosion resounded through the heavens and the earth. The entire ground suddenly surged. That's right, the entire ground surged. 10,000 elephant divine skill. This is the 10,000 elephant divine skill. When everyone saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Each and every one of them was tongue-tied. 10,000 elephant divine skill. Seeing this, Su Yan slightly frowned. He was very clear that after entering the spiritual sea realm, one could use the power of heaven and earth to cultivate the 10,000 elephant divine skill. Of course, the cultivation of the 10,000 elephant divine skill was also divided into ranks. From rank 1 to rank 9, and now, looking at He's 10,000 elephant divine skill, it was probably cultivated to rank 5 and above. Rank 5, as Su Yan thought about it, his eyes suddenly shrank. Landslide and Earth Rends. Chapter 321. The entire ground surged up, and the powerful rocks shot out like countless flying swords. Not only that, the entire ground was like a huge mountain pressing down on Su Yan raised his dragon head, wanting to dodge. Unfortunately, he did not have the chance to do so. Let's go all out. Su Yan roared in his heart. His body no longer retreated. He turned his dragon body and pounced towards He's huge attack. Uproar. The dragon body collided with the ground. Suddenly, countless rays of light burst out, and the rumbling sound resonated through the heavens and earth. The moment Su Yan's dragon body was put on, the entire huge upright ground suddenly exploded. Countless mud and stones, like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, exploded and shot out. The surrounding buildings were all smashed and destroyed one by one. Not only that, some of the spectators were too weak to dodge in time. They were directly hit and died. Everyone closed their eyes under this resplendent light screen. This phenomenon lasted for a few breaths of time before it returned to normal. The spectators slowly opened their eyes. Looking at the mess in front of them, they were all confused. Is he dead? Everyone saw this and did not dare to go near. They could only stare blankly at the scene. Looking at the huge dragon figure disappearing from the horizon, they felt a little sad. I did not expect this illusion technique to be so strong. At this moment, a black-robed figure slowly stood up from the ground. Everyone's eyes suddenly shrank. However, when they saw this person clearly, they were a little disappointed. Because this person was Gu He. Gu He looked at the mess in front of him and could not help but smile bitterly. This Su Yen is indeed a genius. If he is given a few more days, I wonder how strong he will be. Cough, cough, cough. As Gu He spoke, he kept coughing. It was obvious that he was not lightly injured in this attack. Is he dead? Everyone looked at the calm ground. There was no more movement, and their hearts sank. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, a cough was heard. A white figure slowly crawled out from the deep hole in the ground. Everyone held their breaths as they watched. When they saw the white figure's face clearly, the white figure was stunned. Everyone immediately shouted excitedly. Su Yen, it's Su Yen. Ha, that's great. That's right, it's Su Yen. He didn't die. He's not dead. Everyone couldn't help but cheer. They didn't know why they were so excited when they saw that Su Yen wasn't dead, but they were just excited. Only Gu He looked at Su Yen, who was in front of him, and frowned. Immediately after, anger rose in his eyes as he shouted, Su Yen, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Pucci, Su Yen had already returned to his human form. His current situation was obviously not much better. He coughed dryly and spat out a mouthful of blood. But even so, Su Yan's eyes were still glowing. Second stage spiritual sea realm is indeed powerful. Su Yen frowned slightly. Looking at Gu He's figure, he raised the ghost howl sword with difficulty. When Gu He saw Su Yen, anger surged in his eyes. Su Yen, I didn't expect you, a mere 9-star celestial phenomenon realm, to be able to force me to such an extent. Good. If I don't kill you today, I'm not worthy to be the sect master of Guyu sect. Gu He roared and rushed toward Su Yen. Gu He, you forced my Tianya that day. Today, I'll settle this with you. Su Yen endured the intense pain in his body and stood up. His eyes emitted a bright light. He might know that he couldn't defeat Gu He today. But even so, Su Yen couldn't back down. This was the pride of a man. Good. When Gu He heard Su Yan's words, he also said good 3 times. The corner of his mouth curled up into a playful smile. Su Yen, since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish today. After saying that, the two of them brandished their swords and attacked each other at the same time. At this moment, the spiritual energy in their bodies had been exhausted. It was a competition of physical strength. The swords came and went, faintly emitting waves of sharp light. Everyone watching was dumbfounded. Die! Gu He roared and slapped Su Yan's shoulder with his palm. Su Yan's entire body was sent flying by the impact. Su Yen, you won't be my match. Gu He approached Su Yen and sneered. Pucci, Su Yen spat out another mouthful of blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he sneered at Gu He. Is that so? As he spoke, Su Yan's body suddenly rushed out and pounced toward Su Yen. Humph! Seeing this, Gu He immediately shouted angrily and waved his palm to attack Su Yen. Bang! The palm hit Su Yan's body, but this time Su Yen didn't retreat at all. Instead, he gritted his teeth and hugged Gu He again. Gu He didn't expect Su Yen to use such a hooligan move. He couldn't dodge in time and was directly hugged by Su Yen. Let go of me. Gu He was hugged tightly by Su Yen. He was furious and kept slapping at Su Yen. Unfortunately, Su Yen hugged him tightly and didn't move an inch. But, bang! Facing Su Yan's hooligan attack, Gu He flew into a rage and continuously slapped at Su Yen. Each of his palm strikes contained a powerful energy, causing a series of loud sounds to erupt. The surrounding people were shocked when they saw this. Pucci, under this huge attack, Su Yen kept spitting out blood from the corner of his mouth. Die! Gu He didn't expect Su Yen to be able to hold on for so long. With a furious roar, he raised his palm and smashed it at Su Yen with all his might. No one dared to look anymore. With a cry of surprise, they closed their eyes. However, the corner of Su Yan's mouth revealed a sinister smile. His blood-stained lips split open, making him look exceptionally sinister. He spat out a weak word, die, just as Su Yen finished speaking. Swish! Suddenly, a few white lights flashed in the sky. Bang! A few flying swords swept past Gu He's throat. This. Gu He's body suddenly shrunk. He never thought that Su Yan would actually have such a trick up his sleeve. At this moment, Su Yan finally let go of Gu He. Looking at Gu He's body that was slowly going limp, Su Yan's mouth revealed a cold smile. Impossible, impossible, how could I be defeated by a mere celestial phenomenon stage? Impossible, impossible. Gu He growled in a low voice with a face full of astonishment. Then, with a flash, his entire body turned into a ray of white light and disappeared. When Su Yan saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned and then fainted. Senior. Seeing that Su Yan had fainted, Buttface suddenly came to his senses. He hurriedly ran over and checked Su Yan's breathing. Seeing that he was only unconscious, he felt relieved. A fierce battle ended just like that, although Su Yan had also fallen unconscious. However, everyone knew that Su Yan, a 9-star celestial phenomenon stage cultivator, had defeated a cultivator of the 2nd stage of the spiritual sea realm. Everyone was dumbstruck when they saw this. They just stood there, unable to recover from their shock for a long time. They were unable to accept this fact. Of course, they also noticed that at the moment Gu He fell, he did not leave behind a body. Instead, he turned into white light and disappeared. This made them feel shocked, but no one thought about what had happened. All of their gazes were focused on Su Yan. Su Yan nodded his head. Su Yan, where did you go? He couldn't have gone to the Spirit Stone Mountain alone, right? On the 2nd day, Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, and Ratley discovered that Su Yan was not in the room at all. The 3 of them were anxious, and finally thought that Su Yan might have gone to the Spirit Stone Mountain. However, when they rushed to the Spirit Stone Mountain, they did not find Su Yan at all. This made them even more anxious. After all, they were very clear about Murong Fu's methods. What they were most worried about now was that Murong Fu would take action against Su Yan. After all, among the 4 of them, Su Yan was still the weakest. Of course, they did not know that Su Yan had stepped into the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. Senior brother Mu, what should we do now? After coming down from the Spirit Stone Mountain and not finding Su Yan's figure, Dong Qinghao asked Macario Ice worriedly. Because Su Yan was not here, among the 3 of them, Macario Ice was the strongest and still became the backbone of the 3 of them. I don't know either. Macario Ice also frowned. At this moment, they heard a voice coming from the side. Have you heard? Su Yan flattened the Guyu sect by himself. I've heard of it. That battle was really exciting. When the 3 of them heard these people around them, they looked at each other and then flew in the direction of the Guyu sect without hesitation. When they arrived, they happened to see the last scene. Looking at Su Yan's thin body, they felt a burst of emotion in their hearts. Take Su Yan back to heal. When Macario Ice saw Su Yan's injured condition, he picked up Su Yan's body without hesitation and walked down the mountain. For you. When Buttface saw this, he hurriedly stepped forward to stop Macario Ice and the other 2. We are Su Yan's senior brothers. Macario Ice opened his mouth. He had seen Buttface's sad expression just now and knew that Buttface and Su Yan must have some kind of friendship, so he did not stop him. When Buttface heard this, he still did not believe them. When Dong Qinghao saw that Buttface did not believe them, he said, You can just come with us. Su Yan's injuries are too serious, we can't waste too much time. When Buttface heard this, he nodded and followed the few of them. Soon, the 5 of them returned to the inn where they were staying. Macario Ice checked Su Yan's injuries and frowned. Su Yan's injuries are too serious this time, and his meridians are all destroyed. I'm afraid it won't be easy for him to recover. Then what should we do? Dong Qinghao asked anxiously. Macario Ice pondered for a moment, then looked at Ratley and asked, Junior brother Rat, how long before the auction starts? 3 days. Ratley counted without thinking. Chapter 322. The Heaven and Earth Organization. When everyone heard Macario Ice's words, they couldn't help but be startled. Everyone knew very well that the Heaven and Earth Organization's power was not weaker than the Monster Palace's. Moreover, the Monster Palace had never been in contact with the Heaven and Earth Organization. It was obviously inappropriate to go down and look for the Heaven and Earth organization. Of course, Mikaryu Ice was also aware of this. Looking at the unconscious Su Yan lying on the bed with a helpless expression, he said, "Su Yan's tendons and veins are all broken. It's a miracle that he's still alive. If we want to wake him up, we have to find the Heaven and Earth organization's help." After saying that, Mikaryu Ice paused and continued, "The Heaven and Earth organization's Wanxiang divine skill, cloud mist technique, has a miraculous healing effect. Therefore, I'm afraid that the only person who can save Su Yan now is the Heaven and Earth organization's sect master." In fact, everyone knew that Su Yan's injuries were very serious. However, when they thought of the Heaven and Earth organization, they still felt a little helpless. After all, the Heaven and Earth organization was not comparable to the Guyu sect at all. In addition, the Monster Palace had never had any friendship with the Heaven and Earth organization. It was definitely impossible to ask the people of the Heaven and Earth organization to help Su Yan. "Senior Brother Mu, is there really no other way besides this?" Ratley asked Mikaryu Ice. Mikaryu Ice shook his head. "Other than this, I really can't think of any other way." But can the Heaven and Earth organization really help?" Ratley said gloomily. As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Qinghao waved his hand and shouted, "No matter what, we can't just stand by and watch Su Yan like this. Even if the Heaven and Earth organization has to go through a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, I still have to go." "Yes." As soon as Dong Qinghao finished speaking, But Face said resolutely, But Face, don't know anything. I just know that I have to save Senior." "Yes." Mikaryu Ice nodded. "In that case, we should set off as soon as possible. The longer Su Yan's injury is delayed, the more disadvantageous it will be for him." "Yes." The four of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with determination. At the same time, the four of them no longer cared about anything else and directly brought Su Yan to the Heaven and Earth organization. As for Murong Fu's matter, it had been pushed to the back by the three of them. Of course, even though they had pushed the matter to the back, it didn't mean that Murong Fu had forgotten about their existence. On the contrary, when the four of them left the Monster Palace on the first day, Murong Fu had already sent people to keep a close eye on the four of them. The news that the four of them were going to the Heaven and Earth organization quickly spread to Murong Fu's ears in the Monster Palace. Faction Master Su Yan challenged the Guyu sect alone. Although he defeated the Guyu sect's sect master, he was also seriously injured. Now, Mikaryu Ice and the others are taking him to the Heaven and Earth organization, hoping to borrow the Heaven and Earth organization's 10,000 elephant divine skill, the cloud spell, to treat Su Yan. Lei Gao looked at Murong Fu, who was sitting on the palace master's seat, and respectfully reported to him. Lei Gao used to be the strongest person in the West Palace. Unfortunately, ever since the incident at the ancient demon pagoda, he had completely followed Murong Fu and was willing to submit to Murong Fu. When Murong Fu heard Lei Gao's words, his face sank. "I didn't expect that in just a few days, Su Yan had reached the 9-star celestial phase realm. This monstrous cultivation speed really can't be left alive." Furthermore, he was able to destroy the Guyu sect with just the 9-star celestial phase realm. After hearing what happened outside with Su Yan, Murong Fu's killing intent towards Su Yan grew stronger and stronger. He never expected that not only did Su Yan break through to the 9-star celestial phase realm, but he was also able to kill Gu He, who was at the 2nd stage of the Spirit Sea realm. This made him feel a sense of threat once again. The killing intent in his heart towards Su Yan also grew stronger and stronger. If it weren't for the position of the palace master of the Monster Palace, Murong Fu would have already personally made a move against Su Yan. Lei Gao looked at Murong Fu's gloomy expression and asked carefully, "Palace Master, what should we do now? Should we send someone to kill Su Yan?" Murong Fu hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "No, after all, my current power is not comparable to the Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng. The two of them do not know about the death of Princess Chu." However, this did not mean that the two of them were not thinking about the position of Palace Master. If the Monster Palace made too big of a move, it was hard to guarantee that the two of them would find out. If the two of them found out, then things would be much more troublesome than Su Yan and the others. Oh. Lei Gao nodded, glanced at Murong Fu and continued to ask, Palace Master, what should we do now? What should we do? When Murong Fu heard Lei Gao's words, he frowned and hesitated for a long time. Suddenly, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Aren't they going to the Heaven and Earth Organization? The Heaven and Earth Organization was located in Nanjiang. It would take a day to travel from the hidden demon region, even if they used the teleportation array. This round trip would take 2 days. 2 days. Lei Gao obviously did not understand Murong Fu's meaning and looked at him with a puzzled expression. When Murong Fu saw Lei Gao's puzzlement, he did not keep him in suspense. After all, in the entire Monster Palace, Lei Gao was the only person he could use. Although Murong Fu was ruthless, he was still good to the people who followed him. He looked at Lei Gao and said with a meaningful smile, Lei Gao, oh Lei Gao, even if the Heavenly Cloud sect is willing to help, they won't be able to make it back to the auction in time, right? Yes. Lei Gao nodded. He felt that Murong Fu's words made sense, but he still did not understand what Murong Fu was planning and was still puzzled. When Murong Fu saw his expression, he shook his head and scolded with a smile, Lei Gao, why don't you use your brain? If they can't rush back to the auction, it will be equivalent to disobeying orders. When the time comes, I will find a reason to pursue them. Not only that, if they can't rush back, I will accuse them of betraying the sect. At that time, I am afraid that we won't even have to do anything. Betraying the sect is a big crime in the entire 5 counties. At that time, as long as we announce that the 4 of them have betrayed the sect, they will become rats crossing the street and be killed by everyone. Haha. As Murong Fu spoke, he suddenly burst into laughter. He was truly impressed by his own intelligence. When Lei Gao heard Murong Fu's laughter, he could not help but have goosebumps. He had a better understanding of Murong Fu's ruthlessness. Murong Fu laughed for a while, then waved his hand and said to Lei Gao, listen to my orders. From today onwards, you will bring the Palace Master's verbal order. If the 4 of them can't rush back to the auction, announce that they have betrayed the sect, and add the Monster Palace's reward. Yes. Lei Gao nodded without hesitation. After all, he was by Murong Fu's side. He also knew how big of a threat Su Yan was. After all, everyone saw Su Yan's abnormal cultivation speed. Lei Gao also wanted to get rid of Su Yan and the others as soon as possible so that he could be the Monster Palace's elder. He did not want to hide behind the scenes and not do anything. As he watched Lei Gao leave, the sneer on Murong Fu's face became more and more obvious. His eyes emitted a cold light. Su Yan, you want to go against me? Do you think you have the ability? So what if your cultivation speed is fast? This time, I will definitely make sure that you don't return to the Monster Palace. Su Yan, aren't you very powerful? This time, let's see how powerful you are. Murong Fu laughed as he spoke. His eyes emitted a wave of hatred, especially when he thought of Su Yan's cultivation speed. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He could not wait to kill Su Yan immediately. Of course, Su Yan and the others were not aware of this matter yet. Makaryu Ice and the others were worried about Su Yan's injuries. It could be said that they did not stop for a moment. After a day of rushing, they finally arrived at the Heaven and Earth Organization. Speaking of which, it was the first time that they had come to the Heaven and Earth Organization. Usually, they had only heard of the existence of the Heaven and Earth Organization. They had never been here before. After all, the Monster Palace and the Heaven and Earth Organization had never interacted. At this moment, the 4 of them looked at the magnificent mountain gate of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Their eyebrows were tightly knitted together. This was because the more powerful the Heaven and Earth Organization was, the more difficult it would be for them to ask them to save Su Yan. They even hoped that the Heaven and Earth Organization would be as powerful as the Guyu sect. If that was the case, the 4 of them could use their power to force the Heaven and Earth Organization to help. Unfortunately, the Heaven and Earth Organization was the most powerful sect in the 5 counties. Even the Monster Palace was far inferior to it. Even the Black Ghost Cave could not compare to the Heaven and Earth Organization. What should we do now? The few of them looked at the heavily guarded mountain gate of the Heaven and Earth organization. They could not help but look at Mikaryu Ice. Since Su Yen was unconscious, Mikaryu Ice had become the backbone of the group. After all, Mikaryu Ice was the strongest among them. Not only that, but he also had more experience than the others. Without Su Yen, he naturally became the backbone of the group. Mikaryu Ice looked at the magnificent mountain gate of the Heaven and Earth organization and frowned. Although he had heard that the Heaven and Earth organization was the most powerful sect in the 5 counties, it was only a rumor. At this moment, Mu Lubing saw the Qianyun sect occupying the lofty mountain. That heavily guarded gate gave off a faint oppressive feeling. Only then did Mu Lubing truly realize the strength of the Qianyun sect. Regardless of whether it was its aura or boldness, it was much stronger than the Supreme Demon Palace. Along the way, he originally wanted to use force. However, when he saw the Qianyun sect, he immediately dispelled the thought in his heart. After looking at the Heaven and Earth organization for a long time, he hesitated for a long time. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "No matter what, we have no way out. Since we are here today, if the Heaven and Earth organization really does not help, then we will force our way in." Yes. When Dong Qinghao and the other 2 heard Mikaryu Ice's words, they all nodded seriously. Looking at the unconscious Su Yen, they could not help but clench their fists. Their eyes emitted a sense of determination. Their feelings told them that they absolutely could not watch Su Yen die like this. Yes. Mikaryu Ice looked at the 3 of them and nodded. Then today I will use peaceful means before using force. If it really does not work, then today we will force our way into the Heaven and Earth organization. Okay,